Indian Idylls. By Edwin Arnold. Preface. Some time ago I wrote and published, in a paper entitled The Iliad and Odyssey of India, the following passages. There exist two colossal, two unparalleled, epic poems in the sacred language of India. The Mahabharata and the Ramayana, which were not known to Europe, even by name, until Sir William Jones announced their existence. And one of which, the larger, since his time, has been made public only by fragments, by mere specimens, hearing to those vast treasures of Sanskrit literature such small proportion as cabinet samples of or have to the riches of a mine. Yet these most remarkable poems contain almost all the history of ancient India, so far as it can be recovered. Together with such inexhaustible details of its political, social, and religious life, that the antique Hindu world really stands epitomized in them. The Old Testament is not more interwoven with the Jewish race, nor the New Testament with the civilization of Christendom, nor the Quran with the records and destinies of Islam. Then are these two Sanskrit poems with that unchanging and teeming population which Her Majesty, Queen Victoria, rules as Empress of Hindustan. The stories, songs, and ballads, the histories and genealogies, the nursery tales and religious discourses, the art, the learning, the philosophy, the creeds, the moralities, the modes of thought, the very phrases, saying, turns of expression, and daily ideas of the Hindu people are taken from these poems. Their children and their wives are named out of them. So are their cities, temples, streets, and cattle. They have constituted the library, the newspaper, and the Bible generation after generation for all the succeeding and countless millions of Indian people. And it replaces patriotism with that race, and stands instead of nationality, to possess these two precious and inexhaustible books, and to drink from them as from mighty and overflowing rivers. The value ascribed in Hindustan to these two little-known epics has transcended all literary standards established in the West. They are personified, worshipped, and cited as being something divine. To read or even listen to them is thought by the devout Hindu sufficiently meritorious to bring prosperity to his household here, and happiness in the next world. They are held also to give wealth to the poor, health to the sick, wisdom to the ignorant, and the recitation of certain parvas and shlokas in them can fill the household of the baron, it is believed, with children. A concluding passage of the great poem says, "The reading of this Mahabharata destroys all sin and produces virtue, so much so, that the pronunciation of a single shloka is sufficient to wipe away much guilt. This Mahabharata contains the history of the gods, of the rishis in heaven and those on earth, of the Gandharvas and the Rakshasas. It also contains the life and actions of the one God, holy, immutable, and true, who is Krishna, who is the creator and the ruler of this universe, who is seeking the welfare of his creation by means of his incomparable and indestructible power. Whose actions are celebrated by all sages, who has bound human beings in a chain, of which one end is life and the other death. On whom the rishis meditate, and a knowledge of whom imparts unalloyed happiness to their hearts, and for whose gratification and favor all the daily devotions are performed by all worshippers. If a man reads the Mahabharata and has faith in its doctrines, he is free from all sin, and ascends to heaven after his death. The present volume contains such translation, as have from time to time made out of this prodigious epic, which is sevenfold greater in bulk than the Iliad and Odyssey taken together. All the stories here extracted are new to English literature, with the exception of a few passages of the Savitri and the Nala and Damayanti, which was long ago most faithfully rendered by Dean Milman. The version being published side by side with a clear and excellent Sanskrit text edited by Professor Monier Williams, C.I.E. But that presentation of the beautiful and brilliant legend, with all its conspicuous merits, seems better adapted to aid the student than adequately to reproduce the swift march of narrative, and old-world charm of the Indian tale, which I, also, have therefore ventured to transcribe. With all deference and gratitude to my predecessors, I believe certain portions of the mighty poem which here appear, and many other episodes, to be of far greater antiquity than has been ascribed to the Mahabharata generally. Doubtless the 220,000 lines of the entire compilation contain in many places little and large additions and corrections, interpolated in Brahmanic or post-Buddhistic times. And he who ever so slightly explores this poetical ocean will, indeed, perceive defects, excrescences, differences, and breaks of artistic style or structure. But in the simpler and nobler sections the Sanskrit verse, ofttimes as musical and highly wrought as Homer's own Greek, bears, as I think, testimony by evidence too long and recondite for citation here to an origin anterior to writing. Anterior to Puranic theology, anterior to Homer, perhaps even to Moses. Edwin Arnold. London, August, 1883. How do you find this book? Any thoughts about the book or the author? Any suggestion for improvement? Please take a moment to share your thoughts in a comment. If you like it, share it with your friends who might enjoy it as well. Subscribe to keep in touch. Visit CompleteAudiobooks.com for more quality content. Savitri, or Love and Death. From the Vana Parva of the Mahabharata. Page 803, line 16616. Calcutta Quarto edition. I mourn not for myself, quoth Yudhisthira, nor for my hero brothers, but because Draupadi hath been taken from us now. Never was seen or known another such, as queenly, true, and faithful to her vows, as Draupadi. Then said Markandeya, wilt thou hear, prince, of such another soul, wherein the nobleness of Draupadi dwell? Of old days the princess Sâvitrî. There was a Raja, pious-minded, just, king of the Madras, valiant, wise, and true, victorious over sense, a worshipper, liberal in giving, prudent, dear alike, to peasant and to townsman, one whose joy lived in the weal of all men. Aswapati, patient, and free of any woe, he reigned, save that his manhood passing, left him, one, a childless lord. For this he grieved. For this heavy observances he underwent, subduing needs of flesh, and oftentimes making high sacrifice to Savitri, while, for all food, at each sixth watch he took a little measured dole. And thus he did through 16 years, most excellent of kings, till at the last, divinest Savitri grew well content, and, taking shining shape, rose through the flames of sacrifice and showed unto that prince her heavenly countenance. Raja, the goddess said, the gift-bringer, thy piety, thy purity, thy fasts, the largesse of thy hands, thy heart's wide love, thy strength of faith, have pleased me. Choose some boon. Thy dearest wish, monarch of Madra, ask. It is not meet such merit go in vain. The Raja answered, Goddess, for the sake of children I did bear these heavy vows. If thou art well content, grant me, I pray, fair babes, continuers of my royal line. This is the boon I choose, obeying law. For, say the holy seers, the first great law is that a man leave seed. The goddess said, I knew thine answer, Raja, ere it came. And he, the maker of all, hath heard my word, that this might be. The self-existent one consenteth. Born there shall be unto thee a girl more sweet than any eyes have seen. There is not found on earth so fair a maid. I that rejoice in the great Father's will, know this and tell thee. Oh, so may it be. The Raja cried, once and again, and she, the goddess, smiled anew, and vanished so. While Aswapati to his palace went, there dwelled he, doing justice to all folk. Till, when the hour was good, the wise king lay with her that was his first and fairest wife. And she conceived a girl, my liege, better than many boys, which wonder grew in darkness, as the moon among the stars. grows from a ring of silver to a round. In the month's waxing days, and when time came, the queen a daughter bore, with lotus eyes, lovely of mold. Joyous that Raja made the birth feast, and because the fair gift fell from Savitri the goddess, and because it was her day of sacrifice, they gave the name of Sâvitrî unto the child. In grace and beauty grew the maid, as if Lakshmi's own self had taken woman's form. And when swift years her gracious youth made ripe, like to an image of dark gold she seemed, gleaming, with waist so fine, and breasts so deep, and limbs so rounded. When she moved, all eyes gazed after her, as though an apsara had lighted out of Swarga. Not one dared, of all the noblest lords, to ask for wife that miracle, with eyes purple and soft as lotus petals, that pure perfect maid, whose face shed heavenly light where she did go. Once she had fasted, laved her head, and bowed before the shrine of Agni, as is meet, and sacrificed, and spoken what is set unto the Brahmins, taking at their hands the unconsumed offerings, and so passed into her father's presence, bright as Sri. If Sri were woman, meekly at his feet she laid the blossoms, meekly bent her head, folded her palms, and stood, radiant with grace, beside the Raja. He, beholding her come to her growth, and thus divinely fair, yet sued of none, was grieved at heart and spake, Daughter, 'tis time we wed thee, but none comes asking thee. Therefore, thou thyself some youth choose for thy lord, a virtuous prince, whoso is dear to thee, he shall be dear to me. For this the rule is, by the sages taught. Hear the commandment. Noble maid, that sire who giveth not his child in marriage is blamable, and blamable that king who weddeth not, and blamable that son who, when his father dieth, guardeth not his mother. Heeding this, the Raja said, Haste thee to choose, and so choose that I bear no guilt, dear child, before the all-seeing gods. Thus spake he, from the royal presence then, elders and ministers dismissing. She, sweet Savitri, low lying at his feet, with soft shame heard her father, and obeyed. Then, on a bright car mounting, companied by ministers and sages, Savitri journeyed through groves and pleasant woodland towns, where pious princes dwelled, in every spot, paying meet homage at the Brahman's feet. And so from forest unto forest passed, in all the tirthas making offerings. Thus did the princess visit place by place. The king of Madras sat among his lords, with Narada beside him, counseling. When, son of Bharat, entered Savitri, from passing through each haunt and hermitage, returning with those sages, at the sight of Narad seated by the Raja's side, humbly she touched the earth before their feet, with bended forehead. Then spake Narada, Whence cometh thy fair child? And wherefore, king, being so ripe in beauty, givest thou not the princess to a husband? Even for that she journeyed, quoth the Raja. Being come here for thyself, great Rishi, what high lord my daughter chooseth? Then, being bid to speak of Narad and the Raja, Savitri softly said this, In Kalva reigned a prince, lordly and just, Dayamatsana named, blind, and his only son not come to age. And this sad king an enemy betrayed, abusing his infirmity, whereby of throne and kingdom was that king bereft. And with his queen and son, a banished man, he fled into the wood, and, 'neath its shades, a life of holiness cloth daily lead. This Raja's son, born in the court, but bred midst forest peace, royal of blood, and named Prince Satyavan, to him my choice is given. Aho! Cried Narad, evil is this choice, which Savitri hath made, who, knowing not, doth name the noble Satyavan her lord. For, noble is the prince, sprung of a pair, so just and faithful found in word and deed. The Brahmins styled him truth-born at his birth. Horses he loved, and ofttimes would he mold coursers of clay, or paint them on the wall. Therefore Chitraswa was he also called. Then spake the king, by this he shall have grown, being of so fair birth either a prince of valor, or a wise and patient saint. Quoth Narad, like the sun is Satyavan, for grace and glory, like Vrihaspati, for counsel, like Mahendra's self for might, and hath the patience of all-bearing earth. Is he a liberal giver? Asked the king. Loveth he virtue? Wears he noble airs? Goeth he like a prince, with sweet proud looks? He is as glad to give, if he hath store, as Rantadeva. Narada replied. Pious he is, and true as Shivi was, the son of Usanara, fair of form. Yayati was not fairer, sweet of looks. The Ashwins not more gracious. Gallant, kind, reverent, self-governed, gentle, equitable, modest, and constant. Justice lives in him, and honor guides those who do love a man. Praise him for manhood, they that seek a saint. Laud him for purity, and passions tamed. A prince thou showest us, the Raja said, all virtues owning. Tell me of some faults. If fault he hath, none lives, quoth Narada. But some fault mingles with his qualities, and Satyavan bears that he cannot mend. The blot which spoils his brightness, the defect forbidding yonder prince, Raja, is this. 'Tis fated he shall die after a year. Count from today 1 year, he perisheth. My Savitri, the king cried, go, dear child. Some other husband choose. This hath one fault, but huge it is, and mars all nobleness. At the year's end he dies, 'tis Narad's word, whom the gods teach. But Savitri replied, once falls a heritage, once a maid yields her maidenhood. Once doth a father say, choose, I abide thy choice. These 3 things done are done forever. Be my prince to live a year, or many years, be he so great, as Narada hath said, or less than this. Once have I chosen him, and choose not twice. My heart resolved, my mouth hath spoken it. My hand shall execute, this is my mind. Quoth Narad, yea, her mind is fixed, O king. And none will turn her from the path of truth. Also the virtues of Prince Satyavan shall in no other man be found. Give thou thy child to him. I gainsay not. Therewith the Raja sighed, nay, what must be, must be. She speaketh sooth, and I will give my child. For thou our Guru art. Narada said. Free be the gift of thy fair daughter, then. May happiness yet light. Raja, I go. So went that sage, returning to his place. And the king bade the nuptials be prepared. He bade that all things be prepared, the robes, the golden cups, and summoned priest and sage, Brahmin and Raityaj and Purohit. And, on a day named Fortunate, set forth with Savitri. In the midwood they found Dayumatsana's sylvan court, the king, alighting, paced with slow steps to the spot where sat the blind lord underneath a sow, on mats woven of kusa grass. Then passed due salutations, worship, as is meet. All courteously the Raja spake his name, All courteously the blind king gave to him earth, and a seat, and water in a jar. Then asked, What, Maharaja, bringeth thee? And Aswapati, answering, told him all. With eyes fixed full upon Prince Satyavan, he spake, This is my daughter, Savitri. Take her from me to be wife to thy son. According to the law, thou know'st the law. Dayamatsana said, Forced from our throne. Wood dwellers, hermits, keeping state no more. We follow right, and how would right be done? If this most lovely lady we should house here, in our woods, unfitting home for her. Answered the Raja, Grief and joy we know. And what is real and seeming, she and I. Nor fits this fear with our unshaken minds. Deny thou not the prayer of him who bows in friendliness before thee. Put not by his wish who comes well-minded unto thee. Thy stateless state shows noble, thou and I are of one rank, take then this maid of mine to be thy daughter, since she chooseth me. Thy Satyavan for son. The blind lord spake. It was of old my wish to grow akin, Raja, with thee, by marriage of our blood. But ever have I answered to myself, Nay, for thy realm is lost, forego this hope. Yet now, so let it be, since so thou wilt. My welcome guest thou art. Thy will is mine. Then gathered in the forest all those priests, and with due rites the royal houses bound by nuptial tie. And when the Raja saw his daughter, as befits a princess, wed, home went he, glad. And glad was Satyavan, winning that beauteous spouse, with all gifts rich. And she rejoiced to be the wife of him, so chosen of her soul. But when her sire departed, from her neck and arms she stripped jewels and gold, and o'er her radiant form folded the robe of bark and yellow cloth, which hermits use. And all hearts did she gain by gentle actions, soft self-government, patience, and peace. The queen had joy of her for tender services and mindful cares. The blind king took delight to know her days so holy, and her wise words so restrained. And with her lord in sweet converse she lived, gracious and loving, dutiful and dear. But while in the deep forest softly flowed this quiet life of love and holiness, the swift moon sped, and always in the heart of Sâvitrî, by day and night, there dwelt the words of Narada, those dreadful words. Now, when the pleasant days were past, which brought the day of doom, and Satyavan must die, for hour by hour the princess counted them, keeping the words of Narada in heart, bethinking on the fourth noon he should die. She set herself to make the threefold fast, 3 days and nights foregoing food and sleep. Which, when the king Dayamatsana heard, sorrowful he arose, and spake her thus. Daughter, a heavy task thou takest on. Hardly the saintliest soul might such abide. But Savitri gave answer, Have no heed. What I do set myself I will perform. The vow is made, and I shall keep the vow. If it be made, quoth he, it must be kept. We cannot bid thee break thy word, once given. With that the king forbade not, and she sat still, as though carved of wood, 3 days and nights. But when the third night passed, and brought the day whereon her lord must die, she rose betimes, made offering on the altar flames, and sang softly the morning prayers. Then, with clasped palms laid on her bosom, meekly came to greet the king and queen, and lowlily salute the grey-haired Brahmins. Thereupon those saints, resident in the woods, made answer mild unto the princess, Be it well with thee, and with thy lord, for these good deeds of thine. May it be well, she answered in her heart. full mournfully that hour of fate awaiting, foretold of Narad. Then they said to her, "Daughter, thy vow is kept. Come, now, and eat." But Savitri replied, "When the sun sinks. This evening, I will eat, that is my vow." So when they could not change her, afterward came Satyavan, the prince, bound for the woods, an axe upon his shoulder, unto whom wistfully spake the princess, "Dearest lord, go not alone today, let me come too. I cannot be apart from thee today." "Why not today?" quoth Satyavan. "The wood is strange to thee, beloved, and its paths rough for thy tender feet, besides, with fast thy soft limbs faint, how wilt thou walk with me?" "I am not weak nor weary," she replied, "and I can walk. Say me not nay, sweet lord. I have so great a heart to go with thee." "If thou hast such good heart," answered the prince, "I shall say yea, but first entreat the leave of those we reverence, lest a wrong be done." So, pure and dutiful, she sought that place where sat the king and queen, and, bending low, murmured request, "My husband goeth straight to the great forest, gathering fruits and flowers. I pray your leave that I may be with him, to make the Agnihotra sacrifice. Fetcheth he those, and will not be gainsaid, but surely goeth. Let me go. A year hath rolled since I did fare from Hermitage to see our groves in bloom. I have much will to see them now." The old king gently said, "In sooth it is a year since she was given to be our son's wife, and I mind me not of any boon the loving heart hath asked, nor any one untimely word she spake. Let it be as she prayeth. Go, my child. Have care of Satyavan, and take thy way." So, being permitted of them both, she went. That beauteous lady, at her husband's side, with aching heart, albeit her face was bright. Flower-laden trees her large eyes lighted on. Green glades where peafowl sported, crystal streams, and soaring hills whose green sides burned with bloom, which oft the prince would bid her gaze upon. But she as oft turned those great eyes from them, to look on him, her husband, who must die. For always in her mind were Narad's words. And so she walked behind him, guarding him, bethinking at what hour her lord must die. Her true heart torn in twain, one half to him close cleaving, one half watching if death come. Then, having reached where woodland fruits did grow, they gathered those, and filled a basket full. And afterwards the prince plied hard his axe, cutting the sacred fuel. Presently there crept a pang upon him. A fierce throe burned through his brows, and, all a sweat, he came feebly to Sâvitrî, and moaned, "O wife! I am thus suddenly too weak for work. My veins throb, Sâvitrî, my blood runs fire. It is as if a threefold fork were plunged into my brain. Let me lie down, fair love. Indeed, I cannot stand upon my feet." Thereon that noble lady, hastening near, stayed him, that would have fallen, with quick arms. And, sitting on the earth, laid her lord's head tenderly in her lap. So bent she, mute, fanning his face, and thinking 'twas the day, the hour, which Narad named, the sure fixed date of dreadful end, when, lo! before her rose a shade majestic. Red his garments were, his body vast and dark, like fiery suns. The eyes which burned beneath his forehead cloth. Armed was he with a noose, awful of mien. This form tremendous stood by Satyavan, fixing its gaze upon him. At the sight, the fearful princess started to her feet, heedfully laying on the grass his head. Up started she, with beating heart, and joined her palms for supplication, and spake thus. In accents tremulous, thou seem'st some god. Thy mien is more than mortal. Make me know what god thou art, and what thy purpose here. And Yama said, the dreadful god of death. Thou art a faithful wife, O Sâvitrî. True to thy vows, pious, and dutiful. Therefore I answer thee. Yama I am. This prince, thy lord, lieth at point to die. Him will I straightway bind and bear from life. This is my office, and for this I come. Then Savitri spake sadly, it is taught. Thy messengers are sent to fetch the dying. Why is it, mightiest, thou art come thyself? In pity of her love, the pitiless. Answered, the king of all the dead replied. This was a prince unparalleled, thy lord. Virtuous as fair, a sea of goodly gifts. Not to be summoned by a meaner voice. Than Yama's own, therefore is Yama come. With that the gloomy god fitted his noose. And forced forth from the prince the soul of him. Subtle, a thumb in length, which being reft. Breath stayed, blood stopped, the body's grace was gone. And all life's warmth to stony coldness turned. Then, binding it, the silent presence bore Satyavan's soul away toward the south. But Savitri the princess followed him. Being so bold in wifely purity. So holy by her love, and so upheld. She followed him. Presently Yama turned. Go back, quoth he, pay him the funeral dues. Enough, O Sâvitrî. Is wrought for love. Go back. Too far already hast thou come. Then Savitri made answer, I must go. Where my lord goes, or where my lord is born. Not other is my duty. Nay, I think. By reason of my vows, my services. Done to the Gurus, and my faultless love. Grant but thy grace, I shall unhindered go. The sages teach that to walk 7 steps. One with another, mocketh good men friends. Beseech thee, let me say a verse to thee. Be master of thyself, if thou wilt be. Servant of duty. Such as thou shalt see. Not self-subduing, do no deeds of good. In youth or age, in household or in wood. But wise men know that virtue is best bliss. And all by some one way may reach to this. It needs not men should pass through orders for. To come to knowledge, doing right is more than any learning. Therefore sages say, best and most excellent is virtue's way. Spake Yama then, return. Yet I am moved. By those soft words, justly their accents fell. And sweet and reasonable was their sense. See, now, thou faultless one. Accept this life. I bear away, ask any boon from me. It shall not be denied. Savitri said. Let, then, the king, my husband's father, have his eyesight back, and be his strength restored. And let him live anew, strong as the sun. I give this gift, Yama replied, thy wish, blameless, shall be fulfilled. But now go back. Already art thou wearied, and our road is hard and long. Turn back, lest thou, too, die. The princess answered, weary am I not. So I walk nigh my lord. Where he is born. Thither wend I. Most mighty of the gods. I follow wheresoe'er thou takest him. A verse in writ on this, if thou wouldst hear. There is not better than to be with noble souls in company. There is not dearer than to wend with good friends faithful to the end. This is the love whose fruit is sweet. Therefore to bide therein is meet. Spake Yama, smiling, beautiful. Thy words delight me, they are excellent, and teach wisdom unto the wise, singing soft truth. Look, now. Accept the life of Satyavan. Ask yet another, any, boon from me. Savitri said, let, then, the pious king, my husband's father, who hath lost his throne, have back the Raj, and let him rule his realm in happy righteousness. This boon I ask. He shall have back the throne, Yama replied. And he shall reign in righteousness. These things will surely fall. But thou, gaining thy wish, return anon, so shalt thou 'scape sore ill. Ah, awful God, who hold'st the world in leash, the princess said, restraining evil men, and leading good men, even unconscious, there, where they attain. Hear yet these famous words. The constant virtues of the good are tenderness and love. To all that lives, in earth, air, sea, great, small, below, above. Compassionate of heart, they keep a gentle thought for each. Kind in their actions, mild in will, and pitiful of speech. Who pitieth not he hath not faith, full many an one so. But when an enemy seeks help the good man gladly gives. As water to the thirsting, Yama said. Princess, thy words melodious are to me. Accept the life of Satyavan thy lord. Ask one boon yet again, for I will grant. Answer made Savitri, the king, my sire, hath no male child. Let him see many sons, begotten of his body, who may keep the royal line long regnant. This I ask. So it shall be, the Lord of Death replied. 100 fair preservers of his race thy sire shall boast. But this wish being one, return, dear princess. Thou hast come too far. It is not far for me, quoth Savitri. Since I am near my husband, nay, my heart is set to go as far as to the end. But hear these other verses, if thou wilt. By that sunlit name thou bearest. Thou, Vivaswata, art dearest. Those that as their Lord proclaim thee. King of righteousness do name thee. Better than themselves the wise. Trust the righteous. Each relies most upon the good, and makes friendship with them. Friendship takes fear from hearts. Yet friends betray. In good men we may trust alway. Sweet lady, Yama said, never were words spoke better, never truer heard by ear. Lo! I am pleased with thee. Accept this soul. Ask one gift yet again, and get thee home. I ask thee, then, quickly the princess cried. Sons, many sons, born of my body, boys. Satyavan's children, lovely, valiant, strong. Continuers of their line. Grant this, kind God. I grant it, Yama answered, thou shalt bear those sons. Thy heart desireth, valiant, strong. Therefore go back, that years be given thee. Too long a path thou treadest, dark and rough. But, sweeter than before, the princess sang. In paths of peace and virtue. Always the good remain. And sorrow shall not stay with them. For long access of pain. At meeting or at parting. Joys to their bosom strike. For good to good is friendly. And virtue loves her like. The great sun goes his journey. By their strong truth impelled. By their pure lives and penances. Is earth itself upheld. Of all which live or shall live. Upon its hills and fields. Pure hearts are the protectors. For virtue saves and shields. Never are noble spirits poor while their like survive. True love has gems to render. And virtue wealth to give. Never is lost or wasted. The goodness of the good. Never against a mercy. Against a right, it stood. And seeing this, that virtue is always friend to all. The virtuous and true-hearted men their protectors call. Line for line, princess. As thou sangest so. Quoth Yarna, all that lovely praise of good. Grateful to hallowed minds, lofty in sound. And couched in dulcet numbers, word by word. Dearer thou grewst to me. O thou great heart! Perfect and firm. Ask any boon from me. Ask an incomparable boon. She cried. Swiftly, no longer stayed, not heaven I crave. Nor heavenly joys, nor bliss incomparable. Hard to be granted even by thee, but him. My sweet Lord's life, without which I am dead. Give me that gift of gifts. I will not take aught less without him, not one boon, no praise. No splendors, no rewards, not even those sons. Whom thou didst promise. Ah, thou wilt not, now. Bear hence the father of them, and my hope. Make thy free word good, give me Satyavan. Alive once more. And thereupon the god. The Lord of Justice, high Vivaswata. Loosened the noose and freed the prince's soul. And gave it to the lady, saying this. With eyes grown tender, see, thou sweetest queen. Of women, brightest jewel of thy kind. Here is thy husband. He shall live and reign. Side by side with thee, saved by thee, in peace. And fame, and wealth, and health, many long years. For pious sacrifices world-renowned. Boys shalt thou bear to him, as I did grant. Kshatriya kings, fathers of kings to be. Sustainers of thy line. Also, thy sire. Shall see his name upheld by sons of sons. Like the immortals, valiant, Malavas. These gifts the awful Yama gave, and went unto his place, but Savitri, made glad. Having her husband's soul, sped to the glade. Where his corse lay. She saw it there, and ran. And, sitting on the earth, lifted its head. And lulled it on her lap full tenderly. Thereat warm life returned, the white lips moved. The fixed eyes brightened, gazed, and gazed again. As when one starts from sleep and sees a face. The well-beloved's, grow clear, and, smiling, wakes. So Satyavan. Long have I slumbered, dear. He sighed, why didst thou not arouse me? Where is gone that gloomy man that hailed at me? Answered the princess, long, indeed, thy sleep. Dear Lord, and deep, for he that hailed at thee was Yama, god of death, but he is gone. And thou, being rested and awake, rise now. If thou canst rise, for, look, the night is near. Thus, newly living, newly waked, the prince glanced all around upon the blackening groves. And whispered, I came forth to pluck the fruits. O slender-waisted, with thee, then, some pang shot through my temples while I hewed the wood. And I lay down upon thy lap, dear wife. And slept. This do I well remember. Next. Was it a dream, that vast, dark, mighty one? Whom I beheld? Oh, if thou saw'st and know'st. Was it in fancy, or in truth, he came? Softly she answered, night is falling fast. Tomorrow I will tell thee all, dear Lord. Get to thy feet, and let us seek our home. Guide us, ye gods. The gloom spreads fast around. The creatures of the forest are abroad, which roam and cry by night. I hear the leaves rustle with beasts that creep. I hear this way. The yells of prowling jackals, beasts do haunt. In the southern wood, their noises make me fear. The wood is black with shadows, quoth the prince. You would not know the path. You could not see it. We cannot go. She said, there was today a fire within this forest, and it burned. A withered tree, yonder the branches flame. I'll fetch a lighted brand and kindle wood. See. There is fuel here. Art thou so vexed? Because we cannot go? Grieve not. The path is hidden, and thy limbs are not yet knit. Tomorrow, when the way grows clear, depart. But, if thou wilt, let us abide tonight. And Satyavan replied, the pains are gone, which racked my brow, my limbs seem strong again. Fain would I reach our home, if thou wilt aid. Ever betimes I have been wont to come at evening to the place where those we love await us. Ah, what trouble they will know, father and mother, searching now for us. They prayed me hasten back. How they will weep, not seeing me, for there is none save me to guard them. Quick return, they said, our lives live upon thine. Thou art our eyes, our breath, our hope of lineage, unto thee we look. For funeral cakes, for morning feasts, for all. What will these do alone, not seeing me, who am their stay? Shame on the idle sleep, and foolish dreams which cost them all this pain. I cannot tarry here. My sire belike, having no eyes, asks at this very hour news of me from each one that walks the wood. Let us depart. Not, Sâvitrî, for us, think I, but for those reverend ones at home, mourning me now. If they fare well, 'tis well with me; if ill, not's well. What would please them is wise and good to do. Thereat he beat faint hands, eager to go. And Sâvitrî, seeing him weeping, wiped his tears away, and gently spake, if I have kept the fast, made sacrifices, given gifts, and wrought service to holy men, may this black night be bright to those and thee, for we will go. I think I never spoke a false word once in all my life, not even in jest, I pray. My truth may help tonight them, thee, and me. Let us set forth, he cried, if any harm hath fallen on those so dear, I could not live. I swear it by my soul. As thou art sweet, helpful, and virtuous, aid me to depart. Then Sâvitrî arose, and tied her hair, and lifted up her lord upon his feet, who, as he swept the dry leaves from his cloth, looked on the basket full of fruit. But thou, the princess said, tomorrow shalt bring these. Give me thine axe, the axe is good to take. So saying, she hung the basket on a branch, and in her left hand carrying the axe, came back, and laid his arm across her neck, her right arm winding round him. So they went. The story concludes happily. Whilst the prince and princess find a path through the shades of the forest, the king, Dayamatsana, much afflicted at their absence, is suddenly restored to sight, and becomes consoled by his rishis, who are convinced that Satyavan and Sâvitrî will return safe and well. Before dawn the absent pair do, indeed, come back. And, being eagerly questioned, the prince is unable to explain what has befallen, but Sâvitrî relates it all, telling how Narada had foreseen that her husband must die, and how she had kept the threefold fast, and gone with him to the wood, in order to avert his doom. Whilst the rishis are praising the virtuous princess, and loudly declaring that her piety and courage have conquered death himself, messengers arrive from Dayamatsana's city, announcing that the usurper has been overthrown there, and Satyavan's father reproclaimed as king. Dayamatsana accordingly returns in triumph to his capital, with his queen, with Sâvitrî, and with her husband, and all the good fortunes promised them by Yama duly arrive. Markandeya finishes the narration by saying dash. So did fair Sâvitrî from Yama save her lord, and all his house to glory lead. And Dratapadi, as wise and beautiful, shall, like that princess, O great Yudhisthira, bring you past bitter seas to blessed shores. Then was the prince of Pandavas consoled. He, also, who shall read with heart intent Sâvitrî's holy story, will wax glad, and know that all fares well, and suffer not. Nala and Damayanti. From the Vana Farva of the Mahabharata. Line 2073, Calcutta Quarto edition. A prince there was, named Nala, Virasan's noble breed. Goodly to see, and virtuous. A tamer of the steed. As Indra midst the gods, so he of kings was kingliest one. Sovereign of men, and splendid as the golden, glittering sun. Pure, knowing scripture, gallant, ruling nobly Nishada's lands. Dice loving, but a proud, true chief of her embattled bands. By lovely ladies lauded, free, trained in self-control. A shield and bow, a Manu on earth, a royal soul. And in Vidarbha's city the Raja Bhima dwelled. Save offspring, from his perfect bliss no blessing was withheld. For offspring, many a pious rite full patiently he wrought. Till Damana the L3 Raman unto his house was brought. Him Bhima, ever reverent, did courteously entreat. Within the queen's pavilion led him, to rest and eat. Whereby that sage, gown grateful, gave her, for joy of joys. A girl, the gem of girlhood, and 3 brave, lusty boys. Damana, Dama, Danta. Their names. Damayanti she. No daughter more delightful, no sons could goodlier be. Stately and bright and beautiful did Damayanti grow. No land there was which did not the slender waisted know. 100 slaves her fair form decked with robe and ornament. Like Sachi's self to serve her 100 virgins bent. And, midst them Bhima's daughter, in peerless glory dight. Gleamed as the lightning glitters against the murk of night. Having the eyes of Lakshmi, long-lidded, black, and bright. Nay. Never gods, nor yakshas, nor mortal men among. Was one so rare and radiant e'er seen, or sued, or sung. As she, the heart-consuming, in heaven itself desired. And Nala, too, of princes the tiger prince, admired. Like Kama was, in beauty an embodied lord of love. And ofttimes Nala praised they all other chiefs above. In the Damayanti's hearing. And oftentimes to him. With worship and with wonder her beauty they would limn. So that, unmet, unknowing, unseen, in each for each. A tender thought of longing grew up from seed of speech. And love, thou son of Kunti, those gentle hearts did reach. Thus Nala, hardly bearing in his heart such longing, wandered in his palace woods. And marked sonic water-birds, with painted plumes. Disporting. One, by stealthy steps, he seized. But the sky-traveller spake to Nala this. Kill me not, prince, and I will serve thee well. For I, in Damayanti's ear, will say. Such good of Nishada's lord, that nevermore shall thought of man possess her, save of thee. Thereat the prince gladly gave liberty to his soft prisoner, and all the swans flew, clanging, to Vidarbha, a bright flock. Straight to Vidarbha, where the princess walked. And there, beneath her eyes, those winged ones lighted. She saw them sail to earth, and marked, sitting amid her maids, their graceful forms. While those for wantonness gone chased the swans, which fluttered this and that way through the grove. Each girl with tripping feet her bird pursued. And the Damayanti, laughing, followed hers. Till at the point to grasp the flying prey. Deftly eluding touch, spake as men speak. Addressing Bhima's daughter. Lady dear. Loveliest Damayanti. Nala dwells. In near Nishada, oh, a noble prince. Not to be matched of men. An Ashwin he. For godliness. Incomparable maid. Wert thou but wife to that surpassing chief. Rich would the fruit grow from such lordly birth. Such peerless beauty. Slender-waisted one. Gods, men, and Gandharvs have we beheld. But never none among them like to him. As thou art pearl of princesses, so he is crown of princes, happy would it fall. One such perfection should another Wednesday. And when she heard that bird, O king of men? The princess answered, Go, dear swan, and tell this same to Nala. And the egg-born said, I go and flew and told the prince of all. But Damayanti, having heard the bird, lived fancy-free no more. By Nala's side her soul dwelt, while she sat at home distraught, mournful and wan, sighing the hours away, with eyes upcast, and passion-laden looks. So that, eftsoons, her limbs failed, and her mind, with love o'erweighted, found no rest in sleep, no grace in company, no joy at feasts. Nor night nor day brought peace. Always she heaved sigh upon sigh, till all her maidens knew, by glance and mien and moan, how changed she was. Her own sweet self no more. Then to the king they told how Damayanti loved the prince. Which thing when Bhima from her maidens heard, deep pondering for his child what should be done, and why the princess was beside herself. That lord of lands perceived his daughter grown, and knew that for her high Swayamvara the time was come. So, to the Rajas all, the king sent word, Ye lords of earth, attend of Damayanti the Swayamvara. And when these learned of her Swayamvara, obeying Bhima, to his court they thronged. Elephants, horses, cars, over the land, in full files wending, bearing flags and wreaths of countless hues, with gallant companies of fighting men, and those high-hearted chiefs the strong-armed king welcomed with worship fair, as fitted each, and led them to their seats. Now at that hour there passed towards Indra's heaven, thither from earth ascending, those twain saints, the wise, the pure, the mighty-minded ones, the self-restrained, Narad and Parvata, the mansion of the sovereign of the gods. In honor entered they, and he, the Lord of clouds, dread Indra, softly them salutes, inquiring of their weal, and of the world, wherethrough their name was famous, how it fares. Then Narad said, Well is it, Lord of gods, with us, and with our world, and well with those who rule the peoples, O thou king in heaven. But he that slew the demon spake again. The princes of the earth, just-minded, brave, those who, in battle fearing not to fall, see death on the descending blade, and charge full front against it, turning not their face. Theirs is this realm eternal, as to me. The cow of plenty, Kamadhuk, belongs. Where be my Kshatriya warriors? Wherefore now see I none coming of those slaughtered lords. Chiefs of mankind, are always honored guests. And unto Indra Narad gave reply. King of the air, no wars are waged below. None fall in fight, to enter here. The Lord of high Vidarbha hath a daughter, famed for loveliness beyond all earthly maids. The princess Damayanti, far renowned. Of her, dread Sakra, the Swayamvara, shall soon befall, and thither now repair the kings and princes of all lands, to woo, each for himself, this pearl of womanhood. For O, thou slayer of the demons, all desire the maid. Drew round, while Narad spake. The masters, immortals, pressing in, with Agni and the greatest, near the throne, to listen to the speech of Narada. Whom having heard, all cried delightedly, We, too, will go. Thereupon those high gods, with chariots, and with heavenly retinues, sped to Vidarbha, where the kings were met. And Nala, knowing of this kingly tryst, went thither joyous, heartful with the might of Damayanti. Thus it chanced the gods beheld the prince wending along his road, goodly of mien, as is the Lord of love. The world's protectors saw him, like a sun, for splendor, and, in very wonder, paused some time irresolute, so fair he was. Then in mid-sky their golden chariots stayed. And through the clouds descending called to him. Bo! Nala of Nishada! Noblest prince! Be herald for us, bear our message now. Yeah. Nala made reply, this will I do. And then, palm unto palm in reverence pressed. Asked, shining ones, who are ye? Unto whom? And what words bearing, will ye that I go? Deign to instruct me what it is ye bid. Thus the prince spake, and Indra answered him. Thou sayest immortal gods. Indra am I. And this is Agni, and the other here. Varuna, lord of waters, and beyond. Yama, the king of death, who parteth souls. From mortal frames. To the Damayanti go. Tell our approach. Say this, the world's dread lords. Wishful to see thee, come, desiring thee. Indra, Varuna, Agni, Yama, all. Choose of these powers to which thou wilt be given. But Nala, hearing that, joined palms again. And cried, ah, send me not, with one accord. For this, most mighty gods. How should a man sue for another, being suitor too? How bear such errand? Have compassion, gods. Then spake they, yet thou saidst, this shall I do. Nishada's prince. And wilt thou do it not? Forswearing faith? Nay, but depart, and soon. So bid, but lingering yet again, he said. Well guarded are the gates, how shall I find speech with her? Thou shalt find, Indra replied. And, lo! Upon that word Nala was brought to the Damayanti's chamber. There he saw Vidarbha's glory, sitting mid her maids. In majesty and grace surpassing all. So exquisite, so delicate of form. Waist so fine-turned, such limbs, such lighted eyes. The moon hath meaner radiance than she. Love at the sight of that soft smiling face sprang to full passion, while he stood and gazed. Yet, faith and duty urging, he restrained his beating heart, but when those beauteous maids spied Nala, from their cushions they uprose. Startled to see a man, yet startled more. Because he showed so heavenly bright and fair. In wondering pleasure each saluted him. Uttering no sound, but murmuring to themselves. Aho! The grace of him, aho! The brilliance. Aho! What glorious strength lives in his limbs. What is he? Is he God, Gandharv, Yiksha? But this unspoken, for they dared not breathe. One syllable, all standing shyly there. To see him, and to see his youth so sweet. Yet, softly glancing back to his soft glance. The princess, presently, with fluttering breath, accosted Nala, saying, fairest prince, who by thy faultless form hath filled my heart with sudden joy, coming as come the gods, unstayed. I crave to know thee, who thou art. How didst thou enter? How wert thou unseen? Our palace is close guarded, and the king hath issued mandates stem. Tenderly spake the prince, replying to those tender words. Most lovely. I am Nala. I am come, a herald of the gods unto thee here. The gods desire thee, the immortal four. Indra, Varuna, Varna, Agni. Choose, O brightest, one from these to be thy lord. By their help is it I have entered in. Unseen, none could behold me at thy gates, nor stay me, passing, and to speak their will. They sent me, fairest one and best. Do thou, knowing the message, judge as seemeth well. Sâvitrî bowed her head, hearing the great gods named. And then, divinely smiling, said to him, pledge thyself faithfully to me, and I will seek, O Raja, only how to pay That debt with all I am, with all I have. For I and mine are thine. In full trust thine. Make me that promise, Prince. Thy gentle name, sung by the swan, first set my thoughts afire. And for thy sake, only for thee, sweet lord, the kings were summoned hither. If, alas, fair prince, thou dost reject my sudden love, so proffered, then must poison, flame, or flood, or knitted cord, be my sad remedy. So spake Vidarbha's pride, and Nala said, with God so waiting, with the world's dread lords, hastening to woo, canst thou desire a man? Bethink. I, unto these, that make and mar. These all-wise ones, almighty, am like dust. Under their feet, lift thy heart to the height of what I bring. If mortal man offend the most high gods, death is what springs of it. Spare me to live, thou faultless lady. Choose which of these excellent great gods thou wilt. Wear the unstained robes. Bear on thy brows the wreaths which never fade, of heavenly blooms. Be, as thou mayst, a goddess, and enjoy godlike delights. Him who enfolds the earth, creating and consuming, brightest power. Hutasa, eater of the sacrifice. What woman would not take? Or him whose rod herds all the generations forward still. On virtue's path, red Yama, king of death. What woman would affront? Or him, the all-good, all-wise destroyer of the demons, first. In heaven, Mahendra, who of womankind is there that would not wed? Or, if thy mind incline, doubt not to choose Varuna, he is of these world protectors. From a heart full friendly cometh what I tell thee now. Unto Nishada's prince the maid replied, tears of distress dimming her lustrous eyes. Humbly I reverence these mighty gods. But thee I choose, and thee I take for lord. And this I vow. With folded palms she stood, and trembling lips, while his faint answer fell. Sent on such embassy, how shall I dare speak, sweetest princess, for myself to thee? Bound by my promise for the gods to sue. How can I be a suitor for myself? Silence is here my duty, afterwards. If I shall come, in mine own name I'll come. Mine own cause pleading. Ah, might that so be? Checking her tears, Damayanti sadly smiled. And said full soft, one way of hope I see. A blameless way, O Lord of men. Wherefrom no fault shall rise, nor any danger fall. Thou also, Prince, with Indra and these gods, must enter in where my Swayambhara is held, then I, in presence of those gods, will choose thee, dearest, for my lord, and so blame shall not light on thee. With which sweet words, soft in his ears, Nishada straight returned. There where the gods were gathered, waiting him, whom the world's masters, on his way, perceived. And, spying, questioned, asking for his news. Saw'st thou her, prince? Didst see the sweet-lipped one? What spake she of us? Tell us true, tell all. Quoth Nala, by your worshipful behest. Sent to her house, the great gates entered I. Though the grey porters watched, but none might spy my entering, by your power, O radiant ones. Saving the Raja's daughter, her I saw amid her maidens, and by them was seen. On me with much amazement they did gaze, whilst I your high divinities extolled. But she that hath the lovely face, with mind set upon me, hath chosen me, ye gods. For thus she spake, my princess, let them come. And come thou, like a lordly tiger, too, unto the place of my Swayambhara. There will I choose thee in their presence, prince, to be my lord, and so there will not fall blame, thou strong-armed. To thee. This she did say. Even as I tell it, and what shall be next? To will is yours, O ye immortal ones. Soon, when the moon was good, and day and hour were found propitious, Bhima, king of men, summoned the chiefs to the Swayamvara. Upon which message all those eager lords, for love of the Damayanti, hastened there. Glorious with gilded pillars was the court, whereto a gatehouse opened, and thereby into the square, like lions from the hills, paced the proud guests. And there their seats they took, each in his rank, the masters of the lands, with crowns of fragrant blossoms garlanded, and polished jewels swinging in their ears. Of some the thews, knitted and rough, stood forth, like iron maces. Some had slender limbs, sleek and fine-turned like the five-headed snake. Lords with long flowing hair, glittering lords, high-nosed, and eagle-eyed, and heavy-browed. The faces of those kings shone in a ring, as shine at night the stars. And that great square, as thronged with rajas was as Nagaland, is full of serpents, thick with warlike chiefs, as mountain caves with panthers. Unto these entered, in matchless majesty of form, the Princess Damayanti. As she came, the glory of her ravished eyes and hearts, so that the gaze of all those haughty kings, fastening upon her loveliness, grew fixed, not moving save with her, step after step, onward and always following the maid. But while the styles and dignities of all were cried aloud, O son of Bharat, lo! The princess marked 5 of that throng alike, in form and garb and visage. There they stood, each from the next undifferenced, but each Nala's own self. Yet which might Nala be? In no wise could that doubting maid descry. Who took her I seemed Nala while she gazed, until she looked upon his like. And so pondered the lovely lady, sore perplexed, thinking, how shall I tell which be the gods, and which is noble Nala? Deep distressed and meditative waxed she, musing hard, what those signs were, delivered us of old, whereby gods may be known. Of all those signs taught by our elders, lo! I see not one. Where stand yon 5? So murmured she, and turned over and over every mark she knew. At last, resolved to make the gods themselves her help at need, with reverent air and voice, humbly saluted she those heavenly ones, and with joined palms and trembling accents spake. As, when I heard the swans, I chose my prince. By that sincerity I call ye, gods, to show my love to me and make me know, as in my heart and soul and speech I stand, true to my choice, by that sincerity. I call the all-knowing gods to make me know, as the high gods created Nishida's chief, to be my lord, by their sincerity. I bid them show themselves, and make me know, as my vow, sealed to him, must be maintained. For his name, and for mine, I call the gods, by such sincerity to make me know. Let them appear, the masters of the world, the high gods, each one in his proper shape, that I may see Nishada's chief, my choice, whom minstrels praise, and Damayanti loves. Hearing that earnest speech, so passion-fraught, so full of truth, of strong resolve, of love, of singleness of soul and constancy. Even as she spake, the gods disclosed themselves. By well-seen signs the effulgent ones she knew. Shadowless stood they, with unwinking eyes, and skins which never moist with sweat, their feet light gliding o'er the ground, not touching it. The unfading blossoms on their brows not soiled by earthly dust, but ever fair and fresh. Whilst, by their side, garbed so and visaged so, but doubled by his shadow, stained with dust. The flower cups weltering in his wreath, his skin pearly with sweat, his feet upon the earth. And eyes a wink, stood Nala. One by one glanced she on those divinities, then bent her gaze upon the prince, and, joyous, said, I know thee, and I name my rightful lord. Taking Nishada's chief, therewith she drew modestly nigh, and held him by the cloth. With large eyes beaming love, and round his neck hung the bright chaplet, love's delicious crown. So choosing him only, whom she named before the face of all to be her lord. Oh, then break forth from all those suitors proud. Ha, and aho. But from the gods and saints. Sadhu. Well done. Well done. And all admired the happy prince, praising the grace of him. While Virasina's son, delightedly, spake to the slender-waisted these fond words. Fair princess, since, before all gods and men, thou makest me thy choice, right glad am I. Of this thy mind, and true lord will I be. For so long, loveliest, as my breath endures. Thine am I. Thus I plight my troth to thee. So, with joined palms, unto that beauteous maid, his gentle faith he pledged, rejoicing her. And, hand in hand, radiant with mutual love, before great Agni and the gods they passed, the world's protectors worshipping. Then those, the lords of life, the powerful ones, bestowed, being well pleased, on Nala, chosen so, 8 noble boons. The boon which Indra gave was grace, at times of sacrifice, to see the visible God approach, with step divine. And Agni's boon was this, that he would come whenever Nala called, for everywhere Hutasa shineth, and all worlds are his. Yama gave skill in cookery, steadfastness in virtue, and Varuna, king of floods, bade all the waters ripple at his call. These boons the high gods doubled by the gift of bright wreaths wove with magic blooms of heaven. And those bestowed, ascended to their seats. Also with wonder and with joy returned the Rajas and the Maharajas all, full of the marriage feast. For Bhima made, in pride and pleasure, stately nuptials. So the Damayanti and the prince were wed. Then, having tarried as is wont, that lord, Nishada's chief, took the king's leave, and went unto his city, bringing home with him his jewel of all womanhood, with whom blissful he lived, as lives by Sachi's side the slayer of the demons. Like a sun shone Nala on his throne, ruling his folk in strength and virtue, guardian of his state. Also the Agwameda rite he made greatest of rites, the offering of the horse. As did Yayati, and all other acts of worship. And to sages gave rich gifts. Many dear days of much delicious love. In pleasant gardens and in shadowy groves passed they together, sojourning like gods. And Damayanti bore unto her lord a boy named Indrasen, and next, a girl named Indrasena. So in happiness the good prince governed, seeing all his land wealthy and well, in piety and peace. Now at the choosing of Nishada's chief, by Bhima's daughter, when those lords of life, the effulgent gods, departed, Dwapara, they saw with Kali, coming. Indra said, the demon slayer, spying these approach. Whither, with Dwapara, goest thou today? O Kali? And the sombre shade replied, to the Mayanti's high Swayamvara. I go, to make her mine, since she hath passed into my heart. But Indra, laughing, said, ended is that Swayamvara, for she hath taken Raja Nala for her lord. before us all. But Kali, hearing this, brake into wrath while he stood worshipping that band divine, and furiously cried, if she hath set a man above the gods to wed with him, for such sin let there fall doom, rightful, swift, and terrible, on her. Nay, answered unto him those heavenly ones. But Damayanti chose with our good will. And what maid but would choose so fair a prince? Seeing he hath all qualities, and knows virtue, and rightly practices the vows, and reads the 4 great Vedas, and, what's next? The holy stories, whilst, perpetually, the gods are honored in his house with gifts. No hurt he does, kind to all living things. True of word is he, faithful, liberal, just, steadfast and patient, temperate and pure. A king of men is Nala, like the gods. He that would curse a prince of such a mold, thou foolish Kali, lays upon himself a sin to crush himself, the curse comes back, and sinks him in the bottomless vast gulf of Narak. Thus the gods to Kali spake, and mounted heavenward. Whereupon that shade, frowning, to Dwapara burst forth, my rage beareth no curb. Henceforth in Nala I will dwell, his kingdom I will make to fall. His bliss with Damayanti I will mar. And thou within the dice shalt enter straight. And help me, Dwapara, to drag him down. Into which compact entering, those repaired Kali and Dwapara, to Nala's house. And haunted in Nishada, where he ruled, seeking occasion, gainst the blameless prince. Long watched they, 12 years rolled ere Kali saw the fateful fault arrive. Nishada's lord, easing himself, and sprinkling hands and lips with purifying water, passed to prayer. His feet unwashed, offending Kali straight, possessed the heedless Raja, entering him. That hour there sat with Nala, Pushkara, his brother. And the evil spirit hissed into the ear of Pushkara, Ahai, arise, and challenge Nala at the dice. Throw with the prince. It may be thou shalt win. Luck helping thee, and I, Nishada's throne, town, treasures, palace, thou mayst gain them all. And Pushkara, hearing Kali's evil voice, made near to Nala, with the dice in hand. A great piece for the bull, and little ones for cows, and Kali hiding in the bull. So Pushkara came to Nala's side and said, play with me, brother, at the cows and bull. And, being put off, cried mockingly, nay, play. Shaming the prince, whose spirit chafed to leave a gage unfaced. But when Vidarbha's gem, the princess, heard that challenge, Nala rose. Yea, Pushkara, I will play fiercely, he said. And to the game addressed. His gems he lost. Armlets and belt and necklet, next the gold of the palace and its vessels. Then the cars, yoked with swift steeds, and last, the royal robes. For, cast by cast, the dice against him fell, bewitched by Kali. And, cast after cast, the passion of the dice gat hold on him, until not one of all his faithfulest could stay the madman's hand and gamester's heart, of who was named subduer of his foes. The townsmen gathered with the ministers. Into that palace gate they thronged, my king, to see their lord, if so they might abate this sickness of his soul. The charioteer, forth standing from their midst, low worshipping, spake thus to the Damayanti, great princess. Before thy door all the grieved city sits. Say to our lord for us, thy folk are here. They mourn that evil fortunes hold their liege, who was so high and just. Then she, deject, passed in, and to Nishada's ruler said, her soft voice broken, and her bright eyes dimmed, Raja, the people of thy town are here. Before our gates they gather, citizens and counsellors, desiring speech with thee. In fealty they come. Wilt thou be pleased? We open to them. Wilt thou? So she asked. Again and yet again, but not one word. To that sad lady with the lovely brows. Did Nala answer, wholly swallowed tip of Kali and the gaming, so that those, the citizens and counsellors, cried out. Our Lord is changed. He is not Nala now. And home returned, ashamed and sorrowful. Whilst ceaselessly endured that foolish play. Moon after moon, the prince the loser still. Then Damayanti, seeing so estranged. Her lord, the praised in song, the chief of men. Watching, all self-possessed, his fantasy. And how the gaming held him. Sad, and feared. The heavy fortunes pondering of her prince. Hating the fault, but to the offender kind. And fearing Nala should be stripped of all. This thing devised. Vrihatsana she called. Her foster nurse and faithful ministrant. True, skillful at all service, soft of speech. Kind-hearted, and she said, Vrihatsana. Go call the ministers to council now. As though 'twere Nala bade. And make them count. What store is gone of treasure, what abides? So went Vrihatsana, and summoned those. And when they knew all things, as from the prince. Truly we, too, shall perish, cried they then. And all to Nala went, and all the town. A second time assembling, thronged his gates. Which Bhima's daughter told, but not one word. Answered the prince. And when she saw her lord. Put by her plea, utterly slighting it. Back to her chamber, full of shame, she goes. And there still hears the dice are falling ill. Still hears of Nala daily losing more. So that again unto her nurse she spake. Send to Varshnaya, good Vrihatsana. Say to the charioteer, in Nala's name. A great thing is to do. Come thou. And this. So soon as Damayanti uttered it. Vrihatsana, by faithful servants, told. Unto the son of Vrishni, who, being come. In fitting time and place. Heard the sweet queen. In mournful music speak these wistful words. Thou knowest how thy Raja trusted thee. Now he hath fallen on evil, succor him. The more that Pushkara conquers in the play. The wilder rage of gaming takes thy lord. The more for Pushkara the dice light well. More contrary they happen to the prince. Nor heeds he, as were meet, kindred or friends. Nay. Of myself he putteth by the prayer. Unanswered, being bewitched. For well I deem. This is not noble-minded Nala's sin. But some ill spell possesseth him to shut his ears to me. Thou, therefore, charioteer. Our refuge be, do what I shall command. My heart is dark with fear. Yea, it may fall. Our Lord will perish. Wherefore, harnessing his chosen steeds, which fly as swift as thought. Take these our children in the chariot. And drive to Kundana, delivering there. Unto my kin the little ones, and car. And horses. Afterwards abide thou there. Or otherwhere depart. Varshnaya heard the words of Damayanti, and forthwith. In Nala's council hall recounted them. The chief men being present, who, thus met. And long debating, gave him leave to go. So with that royal pair to Bhima's town. Drove he, and at Vidarbha rendered up. Together with the swift steeds and the car. That sweet maid Indrasena, and the prince. Indrasen, and made reverence to the king. Saddened for sake of Nala. Afterward. Taking his leave, unto Ayodhya. Varshnaya went, exceeding sorrowful. And with King Rituparna, O my prince. Took service as a charioteer. These gone, The praised of poets, Nala, still played on. Till Pushkara his kingdom's wealth had won. And whatso was to lose beside. Thereat, with scornful laugh mocked he that beggared prince, saying, one other throw. Once more. Yet sooth. What canst thou stake? Nothing is left for thee. Save the Damayanti, all the rest is mine. Play we for the Damayanti, if thou wilt. But hearing this from Pushkara, the prince, so in his heart by grief and shame was Tom. No word he uttered, only glared in wrath upon his mocker, upon Pushkara. Then, his rich robes and jewels stripping off, uncovered, with one cloth, mid waiting friends, sorrowful passed he forth, his great state gone. The princess, with one garment, following him, piteous to see. And there without the gates 3 nights they lay, Nishada's king and queen. Upon the 4th day Pushkara proclaimed throughout the city, whoso yieldeth help to Nala, dieth. Let my will be known. So, for this bitter word of Pushkara's power, O Yudhisthira, the townsmen rendered not service nor love, but left them outcast there, unhelped, whom all the city should have helped. Yet 3 nights longer tarried he, his drink the common pool, his meat such fruits and roots as miserable hunger plucks from earth. Then fled they from those walls, the prince going first, the princess following. After grievous days, pinched ever with sharp famine, Nala saw a flock of gold-winged birds lighting an eye. And to himself the famished Raja said, Lo! Here is food, this day we shall have store. Then lightly cast his cloth and covered them. But these, fluttering aloft, bore with them there Nala's one cloth, and, hovering overhead, uttered sharp, stinging words, reviling him. Even as he stood, naked to all the airs. Downcast and desperate, thou brain-sick prince. We are the dice. We come to ravish hence thy last poor cloth, we were not well content. Thou shouldst depart owning a garment still. And when he saw the dice take wings and fly, leaving him bare, to the Damayanti spake. This melancholy prince, O blameless one, they by whose malice I am driven forth, finding no sustenance, sad, famine gaunt. They whose decree forbade Nishada's folk should succor me, their Raja, these have come. Demon and dice, and like to winged birds, have borne away my cloth. To such shame fallen, such utmost woe, wretched, demented, I, thy lord am still, and counsel thee for good. Attend. Hence be there many roads which go southwards, some pass Avanti's walls, and some skirt Rikshavan, the forest of the bears. This wends to Vindhya's lofty peaks, and this to the green banks where quick Payashni runs. Seaward, between her hermitages, rich in fruits and roots, and yon path leadeth thee unto Vidarbha, that to Kosala. And there from southward, far away. So spake he to the princess wistfully, between his words pointing along the paths which she should take, O king. But Bhima's child made answer, bowed with grief, ere soft voice choked with sobs, these piteous accents uttering. My heart beats quick, my body's force is gone. Thinking, dear prince, on this which thou hast said, pointing along the paths. What I robbed of realm, stripped of thy wealth, bare, famished, parched with thirst. Thus shall I leave thee in the untrodden wood? Ah, no. While thou dost muse on dear days fled, hungry and weeping, I in this wild waste will charm thy griefs away, solacing thee. The wisest doctors say, in every woe, no better physic is than wifely love. And, Nala, I will make it true to thee. Thou mak'st it true, he said, thou sayest well. Sweet Damayanti, neither is their friend. To sad men given better than a wife. I had no thought to leave thee, foolish love. Why didst thou fear? Alas, 'tis from myself. That I would fly, not thee, thou faultless one. Yet, if, the princess answered, Maharaj, thou hadst no thought to leave me, why by thee was the way pointed to Vidarbha's walls? I know thou wouldst not quit me, noblest lord. Being thyself, but only if thy mind were sure distraught, and see, thou gazest still along the southward road, my dread thereby increasing, thou that wert as are the gods. If it be thy fixed thought, 'twere best she went unto her people, be it so, I go. Put hand in hand with thee. Thus let us fare unto Vidarbha, where the king, my sire, will greet thee well, and honor thee. And we, happy and safe within his gates shall dwell. As is thy father's kingdom, Nala said. So, once, was mine. Be sure, whatever betide, never will I go thither. How, in sooth, should I, who came there glorious, gladdening thee, creep back, thy shame and scorn, disconsolate? So to sweet Damayanti spake the prince, beguiling her, whom now one cloth scarce clad. For but one garb they shared. And thus they strayed hither and thither, faint for meat and drink, until a little hut they spied. And there Nishada's monarch, entering, sat him down on the bare ground, the princess by his side. Vidarbha's glory, wearing that scant cloth, without a mat, soiled by the dust and mire. At Damayanti's side he sank asleep, outworn. And beauteous Damayanti slept. Spent with strange trials, she so gently reared, so soft and holy. But while slumbering thus, no peaceful rest knew Nala. Trouble-tossed, he woke, forever thinking of his realm lost, lieges estranged, and all the griefs of that wild wood. These on his heart came back. And, what if I shall do it? What, again? If I shall do it not? So murmured he. Would death be better, or to leave my love? For my sake she endures this woe, my fate. Too fondly sharing, freed from me, her steps would turn unto her people. At my side, sure suffering is her portion. But apart, it might be she would somewhere comfort find. Thus with himself debating o'er and o'er, the prince resolves abandonment were best. For how, saith he, should any in the wood harm her, so radiant in her grace, so good, so noble, virtuous, faithful, famous, pure? Thus mused his miserable mind, seduced by Kali's cursed mischiefs to betray his sleeping wife. Then, seeing his loincloth gone, and Damayanti clad, he drew anigh, thinking to take of hers, and muttering, may I not rend one fold, and she not know? So meditating, round the cabin crept Prince Nala, feeling up and down its walls. And, presently, within the purlieus found a naked knife, keen-tempered, therewithal shred he away a piece, and bound it on. Then made with desperate steps to seek the waist, leaving the princess sleeping. But, anon, turns back again in changeful mood and glides into the hut, and, gazing wistfully on slumbering Damayanti, moans with tears. Ah, sweetheart, whom nor wind nor sun before hath ever rudely touched, thou to be couched in this poor hut, its floor thy bed, and I, thy lord, deserting thee, stealing from thee thy last robe. O my love with the bright smile, my slender-waisted queen, will she not wake to madness? Yea, and when she wanders lone in the dark wood, haunted with beasts and snakes. How will it fare with Bhima's tender child? The bright and peerless? O my life, my wife! May the great sun, may the 8 powers of air, the Rudras, Maruts, and the Ashwins twain, guard thee, thou true and dear one, on thy way. So to his sleeping queen, on all the earth, unmatched for beauty, spake he piteously. Then break away once more, by Kali driven. But yet another and another time stole back into the hut, for one last gaze. That way by Kali dragged, this way by love. 2 hearts he had, the trouble-stricken prince. One beating, go, one throbbing, stay. And thus, backwards and forwards swung his mind between. Till, mastered by the sorrow and the spell, frantic flies Nala, leaving there alone that tender sleeper, sighing as she slept. He flies, the soulless prey of Kali flies. Still, while he hurries through the forest drear, thinking upon that sweet face he hath left. Far distant, king, was Nala, when, refreshed, the slender-waisted wakened, shuddering, at the wood silence. But when, seeking him, she found no Nala, sudden anguish seized her frightened heart, and, lifting high her voice, loud cried she, Maharaja, Nishada's prince. Ha, Lord! Ha, Maharaj! Ha, Master! Why hast thou abandoned me? Now am I lost. I am doomed, undone, left in this lonesome gloom. Wert thou not named, O Nala, true and just? Yet art thou such, to quit me while I slept? And hast thou so forsaken me, thy wife? Thine own fond wife, who never wrought thee wrong? When by all others wrong was wrought on thee, makest thou it good to me, now, Lord of men? That love which long ago before the gods thou didst proclaim. Alas! Death will not come, except at his appointed time to men. And therefore for a little I shall live, whom thou hast lived to leave. Nay, 'tis a jest. Ah, truant, runaway, enough thou play'st. Come forth, my lord. I am afraid. Come forth. Linger not, for I see, I spy thee there. Thou art within yon thicket. Why not speak? One word, Nishada. Nala, cruel prince. Thou know'st me lone, and comest not to calm my terrors, and be with me in my need. Afghan indeed? Then I'll not mourn myself. For whatso may befall me, I must think how desolate thou art, and weep for thee. What wilt thou do, thirsty and hungry, spent with wandering, when, at nightfall, mid-th trees, thou hast me not, sweet prince, to comfort thee? Thereat, distracted by her bitter fears, like one whose heart is fire, forward and back, she runs, hither and thither, weeping, wild. One while she sinks to earth, one while she springs quick to her feet. Now utterly o'ercome by fear and fasting, now by grief driven mad, wailing and sobbing, till anon, with moans and broken sighs and tears, Bhima's fair child, the ever-faithful wife, speaks thus again. By whomsoever spell this harm hath fallen on Nishada's lord, I pray that evil one may bear a bitterer plague than Nala doth. To him, whoever set my guileless prince on these ill deeds, I pray some direr might may bring far darker days, and life to live more miserable still. Thus, woebegone, mourn that great-hearted wife her vanished lord, seeking him ever in the gloomy shades, by wild beasts haunted, roaming everywhere. Like one possessed, frantic, disconsolate, went Bhima's daughter. Ha, ha! Maharaj! So crying runs she, so in every place Is heard her ceaseless wail, as when is heard the fishhawk's cry, which screams, and circling screams, and will not stint complaining. Suddenly, straying too near his den, a serpent's coils seized Bhima's daughter. A prodigious snake, glittering and strong, and furious for food, knitted about the princess. She, o'erwhelmed with horror, and the cold enfolding death, spends her last breaths in pitiful laments. For Nala, not herself. Ah, prince! She cried. That would have saved me, who must perish now. Seized in the lone wood by this hideous snake. Why art thou not beside me? What will be thy thought, Nishada? Me remembering in days to come, when, from the curse set free, thou hast thy noble mind again, thyself, thy wealth, all save thy wife. Then thou lt be sad. Be weary, wilt need food and drink, but I shall minister no longer. Who will tend my love, my lord, my lion among kings? My blameless Nala, Damayanti dead. That hour a hunter, roving through the brake, heard her bewailing, and with quickened steps made nigh, and, spying a woman, almond-eyed, lovely, forlorn, by that fell monster knit, he ran. And, as he came, with keen shaft clove through gaping mouth and crown, unwitting worm, slaying it. Then the woodman from its folds freed her, and lathed the snake's slime from her limbs. With water of the pool, comforting her, and giving food. And afterwards, my king inquiry made, what doest, in this wood? Thou with the fawn's eyes? And how camest thou, my mistress, to such pit of misery? And the Damayanti, spoken fair by him, recounted all which had befallen her. But, gazing on her graces, scantly clad with half a cloth, those smooth, full sides, those breasts beauteously swelling, form of faultless mold, sweet youthful face, fair as the moon at full, and dark orbs, by long curving lashes swept. Hearing her tender sighs and honeyed speech, the hunter fell to hot desire. He dared essay to woo, with whispered words at first, and next by amorous approach, the queen, who, presently perceiving what he would, and all that baseness of him, being so pure, so chaste, and faithful, like a blazing torch, took fire of scorn and anger, gainst the man, her true soul burning at him, till the wretch, wicked in heart, but impotent of will, glared on her, splendidly invincible. In weakness, loftily defying wrong, a living flame of lighted chastity. She then, albeit so desolate, so lone, abandoned by her lord, stripped of her state, like a proud princess stormed, flinging away all terms of supplication, cursing him with wrath which scorched, if I am clean in heart, and true in thought unto Nishada's king, then mayst thou, vile pursuer of the beasts, sink to the earth, stone dead. While she did speak, the hunter breathless fell to earth, stone dead, as falls a tree trunk blasted by the bolt. That ravisher destroyed, the lotus-eyed, fared forward, threading still the fearful wood, lonely and dim, with trill of Jalika's one, resounding, and fierce noise of many beasts, laird in its shade, lions and leopards, deer, close-hiding tigers, sullen bisons, wolves, and shaggy bears. Also the glades of it were filled with fowl which crept, or flew, and cried. A home for savage men and murderers. Thick with a world of trees, whereof was sal, too. Sharp-seated, weeping gum, knotted bambus. Davas with twisted roots. Smooth aswathas. Large-leaved, and creeping through the cloven rocks. Tindukas, iron-fibered, dark of grain. Ingudas, yielding oil, and Kinsukas, with scarlet flowerets flaming. Thronging these were Arjuns and Arishta clumps which bear the scented purple clusters, cyandans, and tall silk cotton trees, and mango belts, with silvery spears, and wild rose apple, blent, mid ladra tufts and cotters, internit, by clinging rattans, climbing everywhere, from stem to stem, therewith were intermixed round pools where rocked the lotus, amalax, plakshas with fluted leaves, kadambas sweet, udambaras and, on the jungle edge, tangles of reed and jujube, whence there rose bell trees and Niagaradas, dropping roots down from the air, broad-leaved priyalas, palms, and date trees, and the gold myrobalan, with copper-leaved viphidikas. All these crowded the wood, and many a crag it held, with precious ore of metals interveined, and many a creeper-covered cave wherein the spoken word rolled round, and many a cleft, where the thick stems were like a wall to see, and many a winding stream and reedy geel, and glassy lakelet where the woodland beasts in free peace gathered. Wandering onward thus, the princess saw far-gliding forms of dread, Pisachas, Rakshasas, ill sprites and fiends, which haunt, with swinging snakes, the undergrowth. Dark pools she saw, and drinking holes, and peaks, wherefrom break down in tumbling cataracts the wild white waters, marvelous to hear. Also she passed, this daughter of a king, where snorted the fierce buffaloes, and where the grey boars rooted for their food, and where the black bears growled, and serpents in the grass rustled and hissed. But all along that way, safe paced she in her majesty of grace, high fortune, courage, constancy, and right, Vidarbha's glory, seeking, all alone. Lost Nala and less terror at these sights, came to sad Damayanti for herself, threading this dreadful forest, then for him. Most was her mind on Nala's fate intent. Bitterly grieving stood the sweet princess upon a rock, her tender limbs a-thrill with heavy fears for Nala while she spake. Broad-chested chief, my long-armed lord of men, Nishada's king, ah! Whither art thou gone, leaving me thus in the unpeopled wood? The Aswamedha sacrifice thou madst, and all the rites and royal gifts hast given, a lion-hearted prince, holy and true, to all save me. That which thou didst declare, hand in hand with me, once so fond and kind. Recall it now, thy sacred word, thy vow. Whithersoever, Raja, thou art fled. Think how the message of the gold-winged swans was spoken, by thine own lips, then to me. True men keep faith, this is the teaching taught in Vedas, Angas, and Upangas all. Hear which we may, will thou not, therefore, prince? Wilt thou not, terror of thy foes, keep faith, making thy promise good to cleave to me? Ha, Nala, Lord! Am I not surely still thy chosen, thy beloved? Answerest not. Thy wife in this dark, horror-haunted shade, the tyrant of the jungle, fierce and fell, with jaws agape to take me, crouches nigh. And thou not here to rescue me, not thou, who saidst none other in the world was dear, but Damayanti. Prove the fond speech true, uttered so often. Why repliest not to me, thy well-beloved, me, distraught, longed for and longing, me, my prince and pride, that am so weary, weak, and miserable, stained with the mire, in this torn cloth half-clad, alone and weeping, seeing no help near? Ah, stag of all the herd, I leav'st thou thy hind astray, regarding not these tears which roll. My Nala, Maharaja. It is I. Who cry, thy Damayanti, true and pure. Lost in the wood, and still thou answerest not. High-born, high-hearted, full of grace and strength. In all thy limbs, shall I not find thee soon? On yonder hill? Shall I not see, at last? In some track of this grim, beast-peopled wood. Standing, or seated, or upon the leaves. Lying, or coming, him who is of men. The glory, but for me the grief-maker. If not, whom shall I question, woe begone? Saying, in any region of this wood. Hast thou, perchance, seen Nala? Is there none? In all the forest, would reply to me. With tidings of my lord, wandered away. Kingly in mind and form, of hosts of foes. The conqueror. Who will say, with blessed voice? That Raja with the lotus eyes is near. Whom thou dost seek. Nay, here comes one to ask. The yellow forest king, his great jaws armed. With fourfold fangs. A tiger standeth now. Face to face on my path. I'll speak with him. Fearlessly, dreadful chief of all this waste. Thou art the sovereign of the beasts, and I am daughter of Vidarbha's king. My name. The Princess Damayanti, know thou me. Wife of Nishada's lord, of Nala, styled. Subduer of his foes. Him seek I here. Abandoned, sorrow-stricken, miserable. Comfort me, mighty beast, if so thou canst. Saying thou hast seen Nala. But if this thou canst not do, then, ah, thou savage lord. Terrible friend, devour me, setting me free from all woes. The tiger answereth not. He turns, and quits me in my tears, to stalk down where the river glitters through the reeds, seeking its seaward way. Then will I pray unto yon sacred mount of clustered crags, broad-shouldered, shining, lifting high to heaven. Its diverse-colored peaks, where the mind climbs. Its hid heart rich with silver veins, and gold. And stored with many a precious gem unseen. Clear towers it o'er the forest, broad and bright. Like a green banner, and the sides of it house many a living thing, lions and boars. Tigers and elephants, and bears and deer. Softly around me from its feathered flocks. The songs ring, perched upon the kinsuk trees. The asokas, vakuls, and panaga boughs. Or hidden in the carnicora, leaves. And tendrils of the dava or the fig. Full of great glens it soars, where waters leap. And bright birds lave. This king of hills I sue. For tidings of my lord. O mountain lord! Far seen and celebrated hill that cleavest the blue of the sky, refuge of living things. Most noble eminence, I worship thee. Thee I salute, who am a monarch's child. The daughter and the consort of a prince. The high-born Damayanti. Unto whom Bhima, Vidarbha's chief, that puissant lord, was sire, renowned o'er earth. Protector he of the four castes, performer of the rites. Called Rajasuya and the ashamed. A bounteous giver, first of rulers, known. For his large shining eyes, holy and just. Fast to his word, unenvious, sweet of speech. Gentle and valiant. Dutiful and pure. The guardian of Vidarbha, of his foes. The slayer. Know me, O majestic mount. For that king's daughter, bending low to thee. In Nishad lived the father of my lord. The Maharaja Virasena named. Wealthy and great. Whose son, of regal blood. High-fortuned, powerful, and noble-souled. Ruleth by right the realm paternal, he. Is Nala, terror of all enemies. Dark Nala, praised in song, Nala the just. The pure. Deep seen in scriptures, sweet of speech. Drinker of soma juice, and worshipper of Agni, sacrificing giving gifts. First in the wars, a perfect, princely lord. His wife am I, great mountain. And come here. Fortuneless, husbandless, and spiritless. Everywhere seeking him, my best of men. O mount, whose doubled ridge stamps on the sky. Yon line, by 50 splendid pinnacles. Indented. Tell me, in this gloomy wood. Hast thou seen Nala? Nala, wise and bold. Like a tusked elephant for might, long-armed. Indomitable, gallant, glorious, true. Nala, Nishada's chief, hast thou seen him? O mountain, why consolest thou me not? Answering one word to sorrowful, distressed. Lonely, lost Damayanti. Then she cried. But answer for thyself, hero and lord. If thou beest in the forest, show thyself. Alas! When shall I hear that voice, as low, as tender as the murmur of the rain? When great clouds gather, sweet as Amrit drink? Thy voice, once more, my Nala, calling to me. Full softly, Damayanti. Dearest prince. That would be music soothing to these ears. As sound of sacred Veda, that would stay my pains and comfort me, and bring me peace. Thereafter, turning from the mount, she went northwards, and journeying on 3 nights and days. Came to a green incomparable grove. By holy men inhabited. A haunt. Placid as paradise, whose indwellers. Like to Vasistha, Bhrigu, Atri, were. Those ancient saints. Restraining sense they lived. Heedful in meats, subduing passion, pure. Breathing within, their food water and herbs. Ascetics, very holy. Seeking still the heavenward road, clad in the bark of trees. And skins, all gods of earth being put by. This hermitage, peopled by gentle ones. Glad Damayanti spied, circled with herds. Of wild things grazing fearless, and with troops. Of monkey folk o'erhead, and when she saw, her heart was lightened, for its quietness. So drew she nigh, that lovely wanderer. Bright-browed, long-tressed, large-hipped, full-bosomed fair. With pearly teeth and honeyed mouth, in gait. Right queenly still, having those long black eyes. The wife of Virasina's son. The gem of all dear women, glory of her time. Sad Damayanti entered their abode. Those holy men saluting reverently. With modest body bowed. Thus stood she there. And all the saints spake gently, Bhagatam. Welcome and gave the greetings which are meet. And afterwards, repose thyself, they said. What wouldst thou have of us? Then, with soft words. The slender-waisted spake, of all these here. So worshipful in sacrifice and rite. Mid gentle beasts and birds, in tasks and toils. And blameless duties, is it well? And they answered, We thank you, noble lady, well. Tell us, most beauteous one, thy name, and say what thou desirest. Seeing thee so fair, so worthy, yet so sorrowful, our minds are lost in wonder. Weep not. Comfort take. Art thou the goddess of the wood? Art thou the mountain Vakshi, or, belike, some sprite which lives under the river? Tell us true. Gentle and faultless form. Whereat reply. Thus made she to the rishis, none of these. Am I, good saints? No goddess of the wood. Nor yet a mountain nor a river sprite. A woman ye behold, most holy ones. Whose moving story I will tell you true. The Raja of Vidarbha is my sire. Bhima his name, and, best of twice born. No. My husband is Nishada's chief, the famed The wise and valiant and victorious prince. The high and lordly Nala, of the gods. A steadfast worshipper. Of Brahmanas. The friend his people's shield honored and strong. Truth speaking, skilled in arms, sagacious, just. Terrible to his foes, fortunate, lord. Of many conquered towns. A godlike man. Princeliest of princes, Nala, one that hath. A countenance like the full moons for light. And eyes of lotus. This true offerer. Of sacrifices, this close votary. Of Vedas and Vedangas, in the war. Deadly to enemies, like sun and moon. For splendor, by some certain evil ones. Being defied to dice, my virtuous prince. Was, by their wicked acts. Of realm despoiled. Wealth, jewels, all. I am his woeful wife. The Princess Damayanti. Seeking him. Through thickets have I roamed, over rough hills. By crag and river and the reedy lake. By marsh and waterfall and jungle bush. In quest of him, my lord, my warrior. My hero, and still roam, uncomforted. Worshipful brethren. Say if he hath come. Nishada's chief, my Nala, hitherward. Unto your pleasant homes, he, for whose sake. I wander in the dismal pathless wood. With bears and tigers haunted, terrible. Ah! If I find him not, ere there be past many more nights and days, peace will I win. For death shall set my mournful spirit free. What cause have I to live, lacking my prince? Why should I longer breathe, whose heart is dead? With sorrow for my lord? To Bhima's child. So in the wood bewailing, made reply. Those holy, truthful men, beautiful one. The future is for thee, fair will it fall. Our eyes, by long devotions opened, see. Even now, thy lord, thou shalt behold him soon. Nishada's chief, the famous Nala, strong. In battle, loving justice. Yea, this prince. Thou wilt regain, Bhima's sad daughter. Freed. From troubles, purged of sin, and witness him. With all his gems and glories, governing. Nishada once again, invincible. Joy of his friends and terror of his foes. Yea, noblest, thou shalt have thy love anew. In days to come. So speaking, from the sight of the Damayanti, at that instant, passed. Hermits, with hermitage and holy fires. Evanishing. In wonderment she stood. Gazing bewildered. Then the princess cried. Was it in dream I saw them? Whence befell this unto me? Where are the brethren gone? The ring of huts, the pleasant stream that ran. With birds upon its crystal banks, the grove. Delightful, with its fruits and flowers. Long Wilk. Pondered and wondered the Damayanti there. Her bright smile fled, pale, strengthless, sorrowful. Then to another region of the wood. With sighs, and eyes welling great tears, she passed. Lamenting, till a beauteous tree she spied. The Asoka, best of trees. Fair rose it there. Beside the forest, glowing with the flame. Of golden and crimson blossoms, and its boughs. Full of sweet singing birds. Ahovat, look! She cried, ah, lovely tree, that wavest here. Thy crown of countless, shining, clustering blooms. As thou wert woodland king, Asoka tree. Tree called, the sorrow ender, heartsease tree. Be what thy name saith, end my sorrow now. Saying, ah! Bright Asoka! Thou hast seen. My prince, my dauntless Nala, seen that lord. Whom the Damayanti loves and his foes fear. Seen great Nishada's chief, so dear to me. His tender princely skin in rend cloth. Scantily clad. Hath he passed wandering. Under thy branches, grievously forlorn. Answer, Asoka. Sorrowender, speak. That I go sorrowless, O heart-seize, be. Truly heart-seizing, ease my heart of pain. 3. Thus, wild with grief, she spake unto the tree. Round and round walking, as to reverence it. And then, unanswered, the sweet lady sped. Though wastes more dreadful, passing many a ran. Many still gliding rillets, many a peak. Tree-clad, with beasts and birds of wondrous kind. In dark ravines, and caves, and lonely glooms. These things saw the Damayanti, Bhima's child. Seeking her lord. At last, on the long road. She, whose soft smile was once so beautiful. A caravan encountered. Merchantmen. With trampling horses, elephants, and wains. Made passage of a river, running slow. In cool, clear waves. The quiet waters gleamed. Shining and wide outspread, between the canes. Which bordered it, wherefrom echoed the cries. Of fishhawks, curlews, and red chakravaks. With sounds of leaping fish and water snakes. And tortoises. Amid its shoals and flats. Sporting or feeding. When she spied that throng. Heart maddened with her anguish, weak and wan. Half clad, bloodless and thin, her long black locks. Matted with dust, breathlessly brake she in. Upon them, Nala's wife, so beauteous once. So honored. Seeing her, some fled in fear. Some gazed, speechless with wonder, some called out. Mocking the piteous face by words of scorn. But some, my king. Had pity of her woe. And spake her fair, inquiring, Who art thou? And whence? And in this grove what seekest thou? To come so wild? Thy mien astonishate. Art of our kind, or art thou something strange? The spirit of the forest, or the hill? Or river valley? Tell us true, then we will buy thy favor. If, indeed, thou beest Yakshini, Rakshasi, or she-creature, haunting this region, be propitious. Send our caravan in safety on its path. That we may quickly, by thy fortune, go homeward, and all fair chances fall to us. Hereby accosted, softly gave response. That royal lady, weary for her lord. Answering the leader of the caravan. And those that gathered round, a marveling throng. Of men and boys and elders, oh, believe. I am as you, of mortal birth. But born a Raja's child, and made a Raja's wife. Him seek I, chieftain of Nishada, named. Prince Nala, famous, glorious, first in war. If ye know aught of him, my king, my joy. My tiger of the jungle, my lost lord. Quick, tell me, comfort me. Then one who led their line, the merchant Suchi, answering. Spake to the peerless princess, hear me now. I am the captain of this caravan. But nowhere any named by Nala's name. Have I, or these, beheld of evil beasts. The woods were full, cheetahs and bears and cats. Tigers and elephants, bison and boar. Those saw we in the brake on every side. But nowhere not of human shape, save thee. May Manabhadra have us in his grace. The lord of Yakshas, as I tell thee truth. Then sadly spake she to the traitor chief. And to his band, whither wend ye, I pray? Please ye, acquaint me where this Sarthafor goes. Replied the captain, unto Chadi's realm. Where rules the just Subahu, journey we. To sell our merchandise, daughter of men. Thus by the chieftain of the band informed. The peerless princess journeyed with them, still. Seeking her lord. And at the first the way. Fared through another forest, dark and deep. Afterwards came the traders to a pool. Broad, everywhere delightful, odorous. with cups of opened lotus, and its shores green with rich grass, and edged with garden trees. A place of flowers and fruits and singing birds. So cool and clear and peacefully, it gleamed, that men and cattle, weary with the march, clamored to pitch, and, on their chieftain's sign, the pleasant hollow entered they, and camped. All the long caravan, at sunset's hour. There, in the quiet of the middle night, deep slumbered these, when, sudden on them fell a herd of elephants, thirsting to drink. In rut, the Mada 5 oozing from their heads. And when those great beasts spied the caravan, and smelled the tame cows of their kind, they rushed headlong, and, mad with must, 6 o'erwhelming all. With onset vast and irresistible. As when from some tall peak into the plain, thunder and smoke and crash the rolling rocks, through splintered sterns and thorns breaking their path. So swept the herd to where, beside the pool, those sleepers lay, and tram pled them to earth. Half risen, helpless, shrieking in the dark dash. Ha! The elephants! Of those unslain. Some in the thicket sought a shelter, some, yet dazed with sleep, stood panic-stricken, mute. Till here with tusks, and there with trunks, the beasts gored them, and battered them, and trod them flat under their monstrous feet. Then might be seen camels with camel drivers perishing, and men flying in fear, who struck at men. Terror and death and clamor everywhere. While some, despairing, cast themselves to earth. And some, in fleeing, fell and died. And some climbed to the treetops. Thus on every side, scattered and ruined was that caravan. Cattle and merchants, by the herd assailed. So hideous was the tumult, all 3 worlds seemed filled with fright. And one was heard to cry, "The fire is in the tents. Fly for your lives. Stay not." And others cried, "Look where we our treasures trodden down, gather them. Halt! Why run ye, losing ours and yours? Nay, stay. Stand ye, and we will stand." And then to these one voice cried, "Stand," another, "Fly. We die." Answered by those again who shouted, "Stand. Think what we lose, O cowards." While this rout raged, amid dying groans and sounds of fear, the princess, waking startled, terror-struck, saw such a sight as might the boldest daunt. Such scene as those great lovely lotus eyes ne'er gazed upon before. Sick with new dread, her breath suspended, twixt her lips, she rose. And heard, of those surviving, some one moan amidst his fellows, from whose evil act is this the fruit? Hath worship not been paid to mighty Manabhadra? Gave we not the reverence due to Vaishravan, that king of all the Yakshas? Was not offering made at outset to the spirits which impede? Is this the evil portent of the birds? Were the stars adverse? Or what else hath fallen? And others said, wailing for friends and goods, "Who was that woman, with mad eyes, that came into our camp, ill-favored, hardly cast in mortal mold? By her, be sure, was wrought this direful sorcery. Demon or witch, Yaksha or Rakshasi, or gliding ghost, or something frightful, was she. Hers this deed of midnight murders, doubt there can be none. Ah, if we could espy that hateful one, the ruin of our march, the woe-maker, with stones, clods, canes, or clubs, nay, with clenched fists, we strike her dead, the murderess of our band." Trembling the princess heard those angry words. And, saddened, maddened, shamed, breathless she fled into the thicket, doubtful if such sin might not be hers, and with fresh dread distressed. Aho, she weeps, pitiless grows the wrath of fate against me. Not one gleam of good arriveth. Of what fault is this the fruit? I cannot call to mind a wrong I wrought. To any, even a little thing, in act, or thought or word, whence then hath come this curse? Belike from ill deeds done in bygone lives. It hath befallen, and what I suffer now is payment of old evils undischarged. 7. Grievous the doom, my palace lost, my lord. My children, kindred. I am torn away from home and love and all, to roam accursed in this plague-haunted waste. When break the day, those which escaped alive, with grievous cries, departed, mourning for their fellows slain. Each one a kinsman or a friend laments, father or brother, son, or comrade dear. And the Damayanti, hearing, weeps anew, saying, what dreadful sin was that I wrought long, long ago, which, when I chanced to meet these wayfarers in the unpeopled wood, dooms them to perish by the elephants. In my dark destiny enwrapped, no doubt, more and more sorrow I shall bear, or bring. For none dies ere his time, this is the lore of ancient sages, this is why, being glad, if I could die, I was not trampled down under the elephants. Perhaps to man nothing unless by destiny. Why else? Seeing that never have I wrought one wrong. From childhood's hours, in thought or word or deed, hath this woe chanced. May be, miserns it may. The mighty gods, at my swayamvara, slighted by me for Nala's dearest sake, are wroth, and by their dread displeasure thus to loss and loneliness I am consigned. So, woebegone and wild, this noble wife deserted the Damayanti, poured her griefs, and afterwards, with certain brahmanas, saved from the rout, good men who knew the Veds. Sadly her road she finished, like the moon that goeth clouded in the month of rain. Thus travelling Ayang, the princess drew at last nigh to a city, at the evening hour. The dwelling place it was of Chedi's chief, the just Subahu. Through its lofty gates painfully passed she, clad in half a cloth. And as she entered, sorrow-stricken, wan, foot-weary, stained with mire, with unsmoothed hair unbathed, and eyes of madness, those who saw wondered and stared, and watched her as she toiled down the long city street. The children brake from play, and boys with girls followed her steps, so that she came, a crowd encompassing, unto the king's door. On the palace roof the mother of the Maharaja paced, and marked the throng, and that sad wayfarer. Then to her nurse spake the queen Mothka this: Go thou, and bring yon woman unto me. The people trouble her. Mournful she walks, seeming unfriended, yet bears she a mien made for a king's abode, and, all so wild, still are her wistful eyes like the great eyes of Lakshmi's self. So downwards went the nurse, bidding the rude folk back, and to the roof of the great palace led that wandering one, desolate Damayanti, whom the queen courteous besought, though thou art one of face, thou wear'st a noble air, which through thy griefs shineth as lightning doth behind its cloud. Tell me thy name, and whose thou art, and wank. No low-born form is thine, albeit thou comest wearing no ornaments, and all alone wanderest, not fearing men, by some spell safe. Hearing which words, the child of Bhima spake: Gratefully this, a woeful woman I, and woeful wife, but faithful to my vows. High-born, but like a servant, like a slave, lodging where it may hap, and finding food From the wild roots and fruits wherever night brings me my resting place. Yet is my lord a prince noble and great, with countless gifts endued. And him I followed faithfully, as 'twere his shadow, till hard fate decreed that he should fall into the rage of dice. And, worsted in that play, into the wood he fled, clad in one cloth, frenzied and lone. And I his steps attended in the wood, comforting him, my husband. But it chanked. Hungry and desperate, he lost his cloth. And I, one garment bearing, followed still my unclad lord, despairing, reasonless, through many a weary night not slumbering. But when, at length, a little while I slept, my prince abandoned me, rending away half of my garment, leaving there his wife, who never wrought him wrong. That lord I seek, by day and night, with heart and soul on fire. Seek, but still find not, though he is to me brighter than light which gleams from lotus cups. Divine as are the immortals, dear as breath. The master of my life, my pride, my joy. Whom, grieving so, her sweet eyes blind with tears, gently addressed Subahu's mother, sad to hear as she to tell. Stay with us here, thou ill-starred lady. Great the friendliness I have for thee. The people of our court shall thy lost husband seek, or, it may be, he too will wander hither of himself, by devious paths, yea, mournful one, thy lord thou wilt regain, abiding with us here. And Damayanti, bowing, answered thus unto the queen, I will abide with thee, O mother of illustrious sons, if so they feed me not on orts, nor seek from me to wash the feet of comers, nor that I be set to speak with any stranger men before the curtain. And, if any man sue me, that he be punished, and if twice, then that he die, guilty of infamy. This is my earnest prayer, but Brahmanas, who seek my husband, or bear news of him, such will I speak with. If it may be thus, gladly would I abide, great lady, here. If otherwise, it is not on my mind to sojourn longer. Very tenderly, quoth the queen mother, all that thou dost ask we will ordain. The gods reward thy love, which hath such honor. Comforting her so, to the king's daughter, young Sunanda, spake the Maharani, see, Sunanda, here, clad as a handmaid, but in form divine, one of thy years, gentle and true. Be friends. Take and give pleasure in glad company, each with the other, keeping happy hearts. So went Sunanda joyous to her house, leading with loving hand the princess in, the maidens of the court accompanying. Part 2. Not long, O Maharaj, was Nala fled from the Damayanti, when, in midmost gloom of the thick wood a flaming fire he spied. And from the fire's heart heard proceed a voice of one imperiled, crying many times, Haste hither, Punyashloka 8 Nala, haste. Fear not, the prince replied. I come, and sprang across the burning bushes, where he saw a snake, a king of serpents, lying curled in a great ring, which reared its dancing crest. Saluting, and in human accents spoke. Maharaj, kindly lord, I am the snake. Karkataka. By me was once betrayed. The famous Rishi Narada, his wrath doomed me, thou chief of men, to bear this spell. Coil thy false folds, said he, forever here. A serpent, motionless upon this spot. Fill it shall chance that Nala passeth by, and bears thee hence, then only from my curse canst thou be freed, and prisoned by that curse. I have no power to stir, though the wood burns. Nay, not a coil. Good fellowship I'll show. If thou wilt succor me, I'll be to thee a faithful friend, as no snake ever yet. Lift me, and quickly from the flames bear forth. For thee I shall grow light. Thereat shrank up that monstrous reptile to a finger's length. And grasping this, unto a place secure from burning, Nala bore it, where the air breathed freshly, and the fire's black path was stayed. Then made the prince to lay the serpent down. But yet again it speaks, Nishada's lord. Grasp me and slowly go, counting thy steps. For, Raja, thou shalt have good fortune hence. So Nala slowly went, counting his steps. And when the 10th pace came, the serpent turned and bit the prince. No sooner pierced that tooth than all the likeness of Nishada changed. And, wonderstruck, he gazed upon himself, while from the dust he saw the snake arise. A man, and, speaking as Karkataka, comfort him thus. Thou art by me transformed, that no man know thee and that evil one, possessing, and undoing thee with grief, shall so within thee by my venom smart, shall through thy blood so ache, that, till he quit, he shall endure the woe he did impart. Thus by my potent spell, most noble prince, who sufferest too long, thou wilt be freed from him that haunts thee. Fear no more the wood. Thou tiger of all princes, fear thou not horned nor fanged beasts, nor any enemies, though they be Brahmins. Safe thou goest now, guarded from grief and hurt, chieftain of men, by this kind poison, in the fields of war. Henceforth the victory always falls to thee. Go joyous, therefore, prince, give thyself forth. For, Vahuka, the charioteer repair to Rituparna's city, who is skilled in play, and dwells in fair Ayodhya. When thou, Nishada, thither, he will teach great subtlety in numbers unto thee, exchanging this for thine own matchless gift of taming horses from the lordly line, descended of Ikshvaku, 9 glad and kind. The king will be, and thou, learning of him his deepest act of dice, wilt win back all, and clasp again thy princess. Therefore waste no thought on woes. I tell thee truth. Thy realm thou shalt regain. And when the time is come, that thou hast need to put thine own form on, call me to mind, O prince, and tie this cloth around thy body. Wearing it, thy shape thou shalt resume. Therewith the serpent gave a magic twofold robe, not wove on earth, which, O thou son of Kuru, Nala took. And so the snake, transformed, vanished away. The great snake being gone, Nishada's chief set forth, and on the 10th day entered in at Rituparna's town. There he besought the presence of the Raja, and spake thus. I am the chariot driver, Vahuka. There is not on this earth another man hath gifts like mine to tarn and guide the steed. Moreover, thou mayst use me in nice needs, and dangerous, where kings lack faithful hearts. Specially seen I am in dressing meats. 10. And whatso other duties may befall, though they be weighty, I shall execute. If, Rituparna, thou wilt take me in. I take thee, quoth the king. Dwell here with me. Such service as thou knowest, render us. 'Tis, Vahuka, forever in my heart, to have my steeds the swiftest, be thy task. To train me horses like the wind for speed. My charioteer I make thee, and thy wage 10,000 gold suvarnas. Thou wilt have for fellows, Varshnaya and Javala. With those abiding, lodge thou happy here. So entertained and honored of the king, In Rituparna's city Nala dwelled, lodging with Varshnaya and Javala. There sojourned he, my Raja, thinking still of sweet Vidarbha's princess day by day. And sunset after sunset one sad strain he sang, where resteth she that roamed the wood. Hungry and parched and worn, but always true. Doth she remember yet her faultful lord? Ah, who is near her now? So it befell. Javala heard him ever sighing this, and questioned, who is she thou dost lament? Say, Bahuka. Fain would I know her name. Long life be thine, but tell me who he is. The faultful man that was the lady's lord. And Nala answered him, there lives a man, evil and rash, that had a noble wife. False to his word he was, and thus it fell, that somewhere, for some reason, ask not me, he quitted her, this rash one. And, so wrenched apart from hers, his spirit, bad and sad, muses and moans, with grief's slow fire consumed. Night-time and daytime. Thence it is he sings, at every sunset this unchanging verse. An outcast on the earth, by hazard led, hither or thither. Such a man thou sayest. Woeful, unworthy, holding in his heart always that sin. I was that lady's lord, whom she did follow through the dreadful wood, living by me abandoned, at this hour. If yet, in truth, she lives, youthful, alone, unpracticed in the ways, not meriting fortunes so hard. Ah, if, indeed, she lives, who roamed the thick and boundless forest, full of prowling beasts, roamed it, my Javala, unguarded by her guilty lord, forsook, betrayed, good friend. Thus did Nishada grieve, calling sweet Damayanti to his mind. So tarried he within the Raja's house, and no man knew his place of sojourning. While, stripped of state, the prince and princess thus were sunk to servitude, Bhima made quest, sending his Brahmins forth to search for them, with straight commands, and for their road money, liberal store. Seek everywhere, said he, unto the twice-born, Nala, everywhere. My daughter Damayanti. Whoso comes successful in this quest, discovering her, with lost Nishada's lord, and bringing them 1,000 cows to that man will I give, and village lands whence shall be revenue as great as from a city. If so be ye cannot bring me Nala and my child, to him that learns their refuge I will give the 1,000 cows. Thereby rejoiced, they went, those Brahmins, hither and thither, up and down, into all regions, rajaships, and towns, seeking Nishada's chieftain, and his wife. But Nala nowhere found they, nowhere found sweet Damayanti, Bhima's beauteous child. Until, straying to pleasant Chetapur, one day a twice-born came, Sudeva named, and entered in, and, spying round about, upon a feast day by the king proclaimed, he saw forth passing through the palace gate a woman, Bhima's daughter, side by side with young Sunanda. Little praise had now that beauty which in old days shone so bright. Marred with much grief it was, like sunlight dimmed by fold on fold of wreathed and creeping mists. But when Sudeva marked the great dark eyes, lustreless though they were, and she so worn, so listless, lo, the princess, whispered he. 'Tis the king's daughter, quoth he to himself, and thus mused on. Yeah, as I used to see, 'tis she. No other woman hath such grace. My task is done, I gaze on that one form, which is like Lakshmi's, whom all worlds adore. I see the bosoms, rounded, dark, and smooth, as they were sister moons, the soft moon face, which with its queenly light makes all things bright. where it doth gleam. The large deep lotus eyes, that, like Tirithi's own, the queen of love, beam, each a love-lit star, filling the worlds with longing. Ah, fair lotus flower, plucked up by fate's hard grasp from far Vidarbha's pool. How is thy cup muddied and slimed today? Ah, moon, how is thy night like to the eclipse, when Rahu swallows up the silver round? Ah, tearless eyes, reddened with weeping him, how are ye like to gentle streams run dry? Ah, lake of lilies, where grief's elephant hath swung his trunk, and turned the crystal black, and scattered all the blue and crimson cups, and frightened off the birds. Ah, lily cup, tender, and delicately leaved, and reared to blossom in a palace built of gems, how dost thou wither here, wrenched by the root, sun-scorched and faded? Noblest, loveliest, best, who bear'st no gems, yet so becomest them. How like the new moon's silver horn thou art, when envious black clouds blot it. Lost for thee are love, home, children, friends, and kinsmen. Lost all joy of that fair body thou dost wear, only that it may last to find thy lord. Truly a woman's ornament is this. The husband is her jewel, lacking him she hath none, though she shines with priceless pearls. Piteous must be her state, and, torn from her, doth Nala cling to life, or, day by day, waste with long yearning. Oh, as I behold those black locks, and those eyes, dark and long-shaped, as are the 100-petaled lotus leaves, and watch her joyless who deserves all joy, my heart is sore. When will she overpass the river of this sorrow, and come safe unto its farther shore? When will she meet her lord, as moon and moon, star 11 in the sky, mingle? For, as I think, in winning her, Nala would win his happy days again, and, albeit banished now, have back his lands, alike in years and graces, and alike in lordly race. These were, no bride could seem worthy Nishada, if it were not she, nor husband worthy of Vidarbha's pride, save it were Nala. It is meet I bring comfort forthwith to yon despairing one, the consort of the just and noble prince, for whom I see her heart sick. I will go and speak good tidings to this moon-faced queen, who once knew not of sorrows, but today stands yonder, plunged heart-deep in woeful thought. So, all those signs and marks considering, which stamped her Bhima's child, Sudeva drew nearer, and said, Vidarbhi, Nala's wife, I am the Brahmana Sudeva, friend unto my lord, thy brother, and I come by royal Bhima's mandate seeking thee. That Maharaj, thy father, dwells in health. Thy mother and thy house are well, and well, with promise of long years, thy little ones, sister and brother. Yet, for thy sake, queen, thy kindred sit as men with spirit gone, in search of thee 100 twice-born rove over all lands. But, O King Yudhisthira, hardly one word she heard before she broke with question after question on the man, asking of this dear friend and that and this, all mingled with quick tears, and tender sighs, and hungry gazing on her brother's friend. Sudeva, best of Brahmanas, come there. Which soon Sunanda marked, watching them speak apart, and Damayanti all in tears. Then came she to her mother, saying, See, the handmaid thou didst give me talks below with one who is a Brahman, all her words watered with weeping. If thou wilt, demand what this man knows. Therewith swept forth amazed the mother of the Raja, and beheld how Nala's wife spake with the Brahmana, whom straight she bade them summon, and, being brought, In this wise questioned, knowest thou whose wife? Whose daughter, this one is? And how she left her kin, and wherefore, being heavenly-eyed and noble-mannered, she hath wandered here? I am full fain to hear this, tell me all. No whit withholding, answer faithfully. Who is our slave girl with the goddess gait? The Brahmana Sadeva, so addressed, seating himself at ease, unto the queen, told Damayanti's story, how all fell. Sudva said, there reigns in majesty King Bhima at Vidarbha, and of him the princess Damayanti here is child. And Virasina's son, Nala, is lord over Nishada, praised in song and wise. And of that prince this lady is the wife. In play his brother worsted Nala, stripped of lands and wealth the prince, who fled his realm, wandering with Damayanti, where, none knew. In quest of Damayanti we have roamed the earth's face o'er, until I found her here. In thy son's house, the king's, the very same. Since like to her for grace no woman fives. Of all fair women, where her eyebrows meet, a pretty mole, born with her, should be seen. A little lotus bud, not visible, by reason of the dust of toil which clouds her face and veils its moonlike beauty, that the wondrous Maker 12 on the rare work stamped, to be his mark. But as the waxing moon goes thin and darkling for a while, then rounds the crescent's rims with splendors, so this queen hath lost not queenliness, being now obscured, soiled with the grime of chores, unbeautified. She shows true gold, the fire which trieth gold denateth less itself by instant heat than Damayanti by her goodlihood. At first sight knew I her. She bears that mole. Whilst yet Sadeva spake, O king of men, Sunanda from the slave's front washed away the gathered dust, and forth that mark appeared twixt Damayanti's brows, as when clouds break, and in the sky the moon, the nightmaker 13, glitters to view. Seeing the spot awhile, Sunanda and the mother of the king gazed voiceless, then they clasped her neck and wcpt, rejoicing, till the queen, staying her tears, exclaimed, my sister's daughter, dear, thou art by this same mark. Thy mother and myself were sisters by one father, he that rules Dasarna, King Sudaman. She was given to Bhima, and to Virabahu I. Once at Dasarna, in my father's house, I saw thee, newly born. Thy race and mine, princess, are one, henceforward, therefore, here, as I am, Damayanti, shalt thou be. With gladdened heart did Damayanti bend before her mother's sister, answering thus. Peaceful and thankful dwelled I here with thee. Being unknown, my every need supplied. My life and honor by thy succor safe. Yet, Maharani, even than this dear home, one would be dearer, 'tis so many days since we were parted. Suffer me to go where those my tender little ones were led. So long, poor babes, of me and of their sire, bereft. If, lady, thou dost think to show kindness to me, this is my wish, to wend unto Vidarbha swiftly. Wilt thou bid they bear me thither? Was no sooner heard that fond desire, than the queen mother gave willing command, and soon an ample troop, the king consenting, gathered for her guard. So was she sent upon a palanquin, with soldiers, pole-bearers, and meat and drink, and garments as befitted, happier, home. Thus to Vidarbha came its pride again, by no long road. And joyously her kin brought the sweet princess in, and welcomed her. In peace and safety all her house she found. her children well, father and mother, friends. The gods she worshipped, and to Brahmanas due reverence made, and whatso else was meet. That Damayanti did, regal in all. To wise Sudeva fell the 1,000 cows. By Bhima granted, with the village lands. And goodly gifts beside. But when there passed one night of rest within the palace walls, the wistful princess to her mother said, "If thou wouldst have me live, I tell thee true. Dear mother, it must be by bringing back my Nala, my own lord, and only so." When this she spake, right sorrowful became the Rani, weeping silently, nor gave one word of answer, and the palace girls, seeing this grief, sat round them, weeping too, and crying, "Ha ha! Where is gone her lord?" And loud the lamentation was of all. Afterwards to the Maharaj his queen told what was said, "Lord, all uncomforted, thy daughter the Damayanti weeps and grieves, lacking her husband. Even to me she spake, before our damsels, laying shame aside. Find Nala, let the people of the cohort strive day and night to learn where Nala is." Then Bhima, hearing, called his Brahmanas, patient and wise, and issued hest to go into all regions, seeking for the prince. But first, by mandate of the Maharaj, to the Damayanti all those twice born came, saying, "Now we depart." Then Bhima's child gave ordinance, to whatsoever lands ye wend, say this, wherever gather men. Say this, in every place these verses speak. Whither art thou departed, cruel lover? Who stole the half of thy beloved's cloth, and left her to awaken, and discover the wrong thou wroughtest to the love of both? She, as thou didst command, a sad watch keepeth, with woeful heart wearing the rend dress. Prince, hear her cry who thus forever weepeth. Be mindful, hero, comfort her distress. And, furthermore, the princess said, since fire leaps into flame when the wind fans the spark, be this too spoken, that his heart may burn. By every husband nourished and protected, should every wife be. Think upon the wood. Why these thy duties hast thou so neglected? Prince, that wast called noble and true and good, art then become compassionate no longer, shunning, perchance, my fortune's broken way. Ah, husband, love is most. Let love be stronger. Ahimsa paro dharma, 14 thou didst say. These verses while ye speak, quoth the princess. Should any man make answer, note him well. In any place, and who he is, and where he dwells. And if one listens to these words intently, and shall so reply to them, good Brahmins, hold ye fast his speech, and bring breath by breath, all of it unto me here. But so that he shall know not whence ye speak. If ye go back, do this unweariedly. And if one answer, be he high or low, wealthy or poor, learn all he was and is, and what he would. Hereby enjoined, they went, those twice born, into all the lands to seek Prince Nala in his loneliness. Through towns, cities and villages, hamlets and camps, by shepherds' huts and hermits' caves, they passed, searching for Nala, yet they found him not. Albeit in every region, O my king, the words of the Damayanti, as she taught, spake they again in hearing of all men. Suddenly, after many days, there came a Brahman back, Parnada he was called, who unto Bhima's child in this wise spake. O the Damayanti, seeking Nala still, Ayodhya's streets I entered, where I saw the Maharaj, he, noble-minded one, heard me thy verses say, as thou hadst said. Great Rituparna heard those very words. Excellent princess, but he answered not. And no man answered, out of all the throng. oft times addressed. But when I had my leave, and was withdrawn, a man accosted me. Privately, one of Rituparna's train. Vahuka named, the Raja's charioteer. Something misshapen, with a shrunken arm. But skilled in driving, very dexterous. In cookery and sweetmeats. He, with groans and tears which rolled and rolled, asked of my health. And then these verses spake full wistfully. Even when their loss is largest, noble ladies keep the true treasure of their hearts unspent, attaining heaven through faith, which undismayed is by wrong, unaltered by abandonment. Such an one guards with virtue's golden shield her name from harm, pious and pure and tender. And, though her lord forsook her, will not yield to wrath, even against that vile offender. Even against the ruined, rash, ungrateful, faithless, fond prince from whom the birds did steal his only cloth. Whom now a penance fateful dooms to sad days, that dark-eyed will not feel anger. For if she saw him she should see a man consumed with grief and loss and shame, ill or well lodged, ever in misery. Her unthroned lord, a slave without a name. Such words I heard him speak, Parnada said. And, hastening thence, I tell them to thee, hear. Thou knowest, thou wilt judge, make the king know. But Damayanti listened, with great eyes, welling quick tears, while thus Parnada spake. And afterwards crept secretly and said unto her mother, breathe no word hereof. Dear mother, to the king. But let me speak with wise Sudeva in thy presence here. Nothing should Bhima know of what I plan. But, if thou lovest me, by thee and me, this shall be wrought. As I was safely led by good Sudeva home, so let him go. With not less happy fortune, to bring back ere many days, my Nala. Let him seek Ayodhya, mother dear, and fetch my prince. But first Parnada, resting from his road, that best of twice-borns, did the princess thank with honorable words and gifts, if home my Nala cometh, Brahman. So she spake. Great guerdon will I give. Thou hast well done for me herein, better than any man, helping me find again my wandered lord. To which fair words made soft reply, and prayers for peace and fortune, that high-minded one. And so passed home, his service being wrought. Next to Sudeva spake the sad princess. This, O my king. Her mother standing by. Good Brahman, to Ayodhya's city go. Say in the ears of Raja Rituparna, as though thou camest a simple traveller. The daughter of King Bhima once again mocketh to hold her high swayambara. The kings and princes from all lands repair. Thither the time draws nigh, tomorrow, dawn shall bring the day. If thou wouldst be of it, speed quickly, conquering king. At sunsetting, another lord she chooseth for herself. Since whether Nala liveth or is dead, none knoweth. These the words which he should say. And, learning them, he sped, and thither came that Brahmana, Sudeva, and he spake to Maharaja Rituparna so. Now when the Raja Rituparna heard Sudeva's words, quoth he to Vahuka, full pleasantly, much mind I have to go where the Damayanti holds swayambara. If to Vidarbha, in a single day, thou deemedst we might drive, my charioteer. Of Nala, by his Raja thus addressed. Tom was the heart with anguish, for he thought, can the Damayanti purpose this? Could grief so change her? Is it not some fine device for my sake schemed? Or doth my princess seek, all holy as she was, this guilty joy? Being so wronged of me, her rash weak lord. Frail is a woman's heart, and my fault great. Thus might she do it, being far from home. Bereft of friends, desolate with long woes. Of love for me, my slender waisted one. Yet no, no, no. She would not, she that is. My children's mother. Be it false or true. Best shall I know in going. Therefore now. The will of Rituparna must I serve. Thus pondering in his mind, the troubled prince, with joined palms meekly to his master said, I shall thy hest accomplish. I can drive. In one day, Raja, to Vidarbha's gates. Then in the royal stables, steed by steed. Stallions and mares, Bahuka scanned them all. By Rituparna prayed quickly to choose. Slowly he picked 4 coursers, underfleshed, but big of bone and sinew, fetlocked well. For journeying. High-bred, heavy-framed, of blood. To match the best, yet gentle, blemish-free. Broad in the jaw, with scarlet nostrils spread. Bearing the Avarthas, 15 the 10 true marks. Reared on the banks of Indus, swift as wind. Which, when the Raja looked upon, he cried. Half wrathful, what thing thinkest thou to do? Wilt thou betray me? How should sorry beasts, lean-ribbed and ragged, take us all that way? The long road we must swiftly travel hence. Bahuka answered, see on all these 4. The 10 sure marks, 1 curl upon each crest. 2 on the cheeks, 2 upon either flank. 2 on the breast, and on each crupper 1. These to Vidarbha, doubt it not, will go. Yet, Raja, if thou wilt have others, speak. And I shall yoke them. Rituparna said. I know thou hast deep skill in stablecraft. Yoke therefore such 4 coursers as thou wilt. But quickly. Thus those horses, 2 by 2. High-mettled, spare, and strong, Prince Nala put under the bars, and when the car was hitched, and eagerly the Raja made to mount. At sign the coursers bent their knees, and lay along the earth. Then Nala, O my king, with kindly voice cheering the gaunt bright steeds, loosed them, and grasped the reins, and bade ascend. Varshnaya, so he started, headlong, forth. At cry of Vahuka the 4 steeds sprung into the air, as they would fly with him. And when the Raja felt them, fleet as wind, whirling along, mute sat he and amazed. And much Varshnaya mused to hear and see the thundering of those wheels, the fiery 4. So lightly held, Bahuka's matchless art. Is Matali, who driveth Indra's car, our charioteer? For all the marks of him are here. Or Salihotra can this be? The god of horses, knowing all their ways, who here in mortal form his greatness hides? Or is it, can it be, Nala the prince? Nala the steed-tamer? Thus pondered he. Whatever Nala knew this one doth know. Alike the mastery seems of both, alike I judge their years. If this man be not he. 2 Nalas are there in the world for skill. They say there wander mighty powers on earth, in strange disguises, who, divinely sprung, veil themselves from us under human mold. Bewilderment it brings me, this his shape, misshapen, from conclusion that alone withholds me. Yet I wist not what to think. In age and manner like, and so unlike. In form. Else Vahuka I must have deemed. Nala, with Nala's gifts. So in his heart. Varshnaya, watching, wondered, being himself the second charioteer. But Rituparna sat joyous with the speed, delightedly marking the driving of the prince, the eyes attent, the hand so firm upon the reins, the skill so quiet, wise, and masterful. Great joy the Maharaja had to see. By stream and mountain, woodland path and pool. Swiftly, like birds that skim in air, they sped. Till, as the chariot plunged, the Raja saw his shoulder mantle falling to the ground. And, loath to lose the robe, albeit so pressed, to Nala cried he, "Let me take it up. Check the swift horses, wondrous charioteer. And bid Varshnea alight, and fetch my cloth." But Nala answered, "Far it lies behind. A yojana already we have passed. We cannot turn again to pick it up." A little onward Rituparna saw within the wood a tall myrobalan, heavy with fruit, her eat, eager he cried. "Now, Bahuka, my skill thou mayst behold. In the arithmetic, all arts no man knows. Each hath his wisdom, but in one man's wit is perfect gift of one thin dash, and not more. From yonder tree how many leaves and fruits, think'st thou, lie fallen there upon the earth? Just one above 1,000 of the leaves, and one above 100 of the fruits. And on those 2 limbs hang, of dancing leaves, 5 crores exact. And shouldst thou pluck yon bough, together with their shoots, on those twain boughs, swing twice 1,000 nuts and 95. Vahuka checked the chariot wonderingly, and answered, "Imperceptible to me is what thou boastest, slayer of thy foes. But I to proof will put it, hewing down the tree, and, having counted, I shall know. Before thine eyes the branches twain I'll lop. How prove thee, Maharaja, otherwise? Whether this be or be not, I will count, one by one, fruits and leaves, before thee, king. Varshnea, for a space, can rein the steeds." To him replied the Raja, "Time is none now to delay." Vahuka answered quick, his own set purpose serving, "Stay this space, or by thyself drive on. The road is good. The son of Vrishni will be charioteer." On that the Raja answered soothingly, "There is not in the earth another man that hath thy skill, and by thy skill I look to reach Vidarbha, O thou steed tamer. Thou art my trust. Make thou not hindrance now. Yet would I suffer, too, what thou dost ask, if thou couldst surely reach Vidarbha's gate before yon sun hath sunk." Nala replied, "When I have counted those Vibatak boughs, Vidarbha I will reach. Now keep thy word." Ill-pleased, the Raja said, "Halt then, and count. Take one bough from the branch which I shall show, and tell its fruits, and satisfy thy soul." So leaping from the car eager he shore the boughs, and counted. And all wonder-struck, to Rituparna spake, "Lo, as thou saidst, so many fruits there be upon this bough. Exceeding marvelous is this thy gift. I burn to know such learning, how it comes." Answered the Raja, for his journey fain, "My mind is quick with numbers, skilled to count. I have the science. Give it me, dear lord." Vahuka cried, "Teach me, I pray, this lore, and take from me my skill in horse darning." Quoth Rituparn, impatient to proceed, "Yet of such skill desirous, be it so. As thou hast prayed, receive my secret art, exchanging with me here thy mastery of horses." Thereupon did he impart his rules of numbers, taking Nala's too. But wonderful, so soon as Nala knew that hidden gift, the accursed Kali leapt forth from his breast, the evil spirit's mouth, spewing the poison of Karkataka. Even as he issued from the afflicted prince, that bitter plague of Kali passed away. And for a space Prince Nala lost himself, rent by the agony. But when he saw the evil one take visible shape again, free from the serpent's poison, Nishada's lord had thought to curse him then. But Kali stood with clasped palms, trembling, and besought the prince, saying, "Thy wrath restrain, sovereign of men. I will repay thee well. Thy virtuous wife, Indrasen's angered mother, laid her ban upon me when thou didst forsake her. Since within thee have I dwelled in anguish sore, tortured and tossed and burning, night and day, with venom from the great snake's fang, which passed into me by thy blood. Be pitiful. I take my refuge in thy mercy. Hear my promise, Prince. Wherever men henceforth shall name thee before people, praising thee, this shall protect them from the dread of me. Nala shall guard from Kali, if so now thou spare to curse me, seeking grace of thee. Thus supplicated, Nala stayed his wrath, acceding, and the direful Kali fled into the wounded tree, possessing it. But of no eyes, save Nala's, was he seen, nor heard of any other. And the prince, his sorrows shaking off, when Kali passed, after that numbering of the leaves, in joy unspeakable, and glowing with new hope, mounted the car again, and urged his steeds. But from that hour the tall Myrobalan, possessed by Kali, stood there, sere and dead. Then onward, onward, speeding like the birds, those coursers flew, and faster still. The glad prince cheered them forward, all elate, and proudly rode the Raja toward the walls of high Vidarbha. Thus did journey down exultant Nala, free of trouble now, quit of the evil spell, but bearing still his form misshapen, and the shrunken limb. At sunset in Vidarbha, O great king, the watchers on the walls proclaimed, there comes the Raja Rituparna. Bhima bade open the gates, and thus they entered in, making all quarters of the city shake with rattling of the chariot wheels. But when the horses of Prince Nala heard that sound, for joy they neighed, as when of old their lord drew nigh. And Damayanti, in her bower, far off that rattling of the chariot heard, as when at time of rains is heard the voice of clouds low thundering, and her bosom thrilled at echo of that ringing sound. It came loud and more loud, like Nala's, when of old, gripping the reins, he cheered his marries along. It seemed like Nala to the princess then, that clatter of the trampling of the hoofs. It seemed like Nala to the stabled steeds. Upon the palace roof the peacocks heard, and screamed, the elephants within their stalls heard it and trumpeted, the coursers, tied, snorted for joy to hear that leaping car. Peacocks and elephants and cattle stalled, all called and clamored with uplifted heads, as wild things do at noise of coming rain. Then to herself the princess spake, this car, the rolling of it, echoing all around, gladdens my heart. It must be Nala comes, my king of men. If I see not, this day, my prince that hath the bright and moonlike face, my hero of unnumbered gifts, my lord, ah, I shall die, if this day fall I not into his opening arms, at last, and feel his close embrace, oh, beyond doubt, I cannot live, if, ending all, today, Nishada cometh not, with this deep sound, like far-off thunder, then tonight I'll leap into the golden, flickering, fiery dames. If now, my lion draws not nigh, my warrior love, like the wild elephant, my prince of princes, I shall surely die. Not call I now to mind he said or did, that was not rightly said and justly done. No idle word he spake, even in free speech, patient and lordly, generous to bestow, beyond all givers, scorning to be base. Yea, even in secret, such Nishada was. Alas! When, day and night, I think of him, how is my heart consumed, reft of its joy. So meditating, like one torn by thoughts, She mounted to the palace roof to see. And thence, in the mid-court, the car beheld. Arriving. Ritiparn and Vahuka. She saw, with Vrishni's son, descend and loose the panting horses, wheeling back the car. Then Ritiparn, alighting, sought the king. Bhima the Maharaja, far renowned. Whom Bhima with fair courtesies received. Since well he deemed such breathless visit made. With deep cause, knowing not the women's plots. Vagatam, cried he, what hath brought thee, prince? For nothing wist he that the Raja came. Suitor of the Damayanti. Questioned so. This Raja Ritiparna, wise and brave. Seeing no kings nor princes in the court. Nor noise of the Swayamvara, nor crowd. Of Brahmins gathering, weighing all those things. Answered in this wise, I am come, great lord. To make thee salutations. But the king laughed in his herd at Ritiparna's word. That this of many weary yojanas should be the mark. Ahaswid. Hath he passed through 20 towns, thought he, and hither flown. To bid good morrow? Nay, it is not that. Good. I shall know it when he bids me know. Thereat, with friendly speech his noble guest. The king to rest dismissed. Repose thyself. He said, the road was long, weary thou art. And Ritiparn, with sentences of grace, replying to this graciousness, was led by slaves to the allotted sleeping room. And after Ritiparn, Vrishneya went. Vahuka, left alone, the chariot ran into its shed, and from the foamy steeds unbuckled all the harness, thong by thong. Speaking soft words to them, then sat him down. Alone, forgotten, on the driving seat. But the Damayanti, seeing Ritiparn, and Vrishni's son, and him called Vahuka, spake sorrowful, whose was the thunder, then? Of that fleet car? It seemed like Nala's own. Yet here I see no Nala. Hath yon man, my lord's art learned, or th other one, that thus their car should thunder as when Nala comes? Could Ritiparna drive as Nala doth? So that those chariot wheels should sound like his? And, after having pondered, O my king, the beauteous princess sent her handmaiden to Vahuka, that she might question him. Go, Keshini, the princess said, inquire. Who is that man upon the driving seat? Misshapen, with the shrunken arm. Approach. Composedly, question him winningly. With greetings kind, and bid him answer thee according to the truth. I feel at heart a doubt, a hope, that this, perchance, may be my lord and prince. There is some newborn joy fluttering within my breast. Accost him, girl. And, ere thou partest, what Parnada said. Say thou, and hear him answer, blameless one. And bring it on thy lips. Then went the maid demurely, and accosted Vahuka, while the Damayanti watched them from the roof. Kushalam te bravimi, health and peace. I wish thee, said she. Wilt thou answer true? What the Damayanti asks, she sends to ask. Whence set ye forth, and wherefore are ye come hither? Vidarbha's princess fain would know. 'Twas told my Raja, Vahuka replied, that the Damayanti for the second turn holds her Swayamvara, the Brahman's word was, this shall be tomorrow. So he sped, hearing that news, with steeds which in one day fly 50 yojanas, swift as the winds, exceeding fleet. His charioteer am I. Who, then, Keshini asked, is he that rode the third? Whence cometh he, and what his race? And thou thyself whence sprung? And tell me why thou servest thus? Then Vahuka replied, Vrishneya is the third who rode with us. The famous charioteer of Nala he. When thy prince fled, he went to Koshala. And took our service. I in horse taming. And dressing meat have skill, so am I made. King Rituparna's driver and his cook. Knoweth Varshnaya, then, where Nala fled? Inquired the maid, and did he tell thee this? Or what spake he? Of that unhappy prince. He brought the children hither, and then went. Even where he would, of Nala wotting not. Nor wotteth any man, fair damsel. More. Hidden from mortal eyes Nishada lives. Wandering the world, his very body changed. Of Nala only Nala's own heart knows. And by no sign doth he bewray himself. Keshini said, that Brahman who did wend. First to Ayodhya bore a verse to say. Over and over, everywhere, strange words. Wove by a woman's wit. Listen to these. Whither art thou departed, cruel lover? Who stole the half of thy beloved's cloth? And left her to awaken, and discover the wrong thou wroughtest to the love of both. She, as thou didst command, a sad watch keepeth. With woeful heart wearing the rend dress. Prince, hear her cry who thus forever weepeth. Be mindful, hero, comfort her distress. What was it thou didst utter, hearing this? Some gentle speech. Say it again, the queen. My peerless mistress, fain would know from me. Nay, on thy faith, when thou didst hear that man. What was it thou repliedst? She would know. Descendant of the Kurus. Nala's heart. While so the maid spoke, well nigh burst with grief. And from his eyes fast flowed the rolling tears. Put, mastering his anguish, holding down the passion of his pain, with voice which strove to speak through sobs, the prince repeated this. Even against the ruined, rash, ungrateful, faithless, fond prince. From whom the birds did steal his only cloth, whom now a penance fateful dooms to sad days, that dark-eyed will not feel anger. For if she saw him she should see a man consumed with grief and loss and shame. Ill or well lodged, ever in misery. Her unthroned lord, a slave without a name. Speaking these verses, woeful Nala moaned. And, overcome by thought, restrained no more. His trickling tears, fast broke they forth, O king. But Keshini, returning, told his words to the Damayanti, and the grief of him. When the Damayanti heard, sore troubled still, yet in her heart supposing him her prince, again she spake, Go, Keshini, and watch. Whatever this man doeth, near him stand. Holding thy peace, and mark the ways of him. And all his acts, going and coming. Note. If aught there be of strange in any deed, let them not give him fire, my girl, not though this hindereth sore, nor water, though he ask. Even with beseeching. Afterward observe. And bring me what befalls, and every sign of earthly or unearthly power he shows. And whatsoever else Vahuka doth, see it, and say. Thereon Keshini sped, obeying the Damayanti, and, at hand, whatever by that horse-tamer was wrought, the damsel watched, and all mis ways, and came back to the princess, unto whom she told each thing Vahuka did, as it befell, and what the signs were, and the wondrous works of earthly and unearthly gifts in him. Sub 16 Quoth she, the man is magical, but high and holy mannered, never yet saw I another such, nor heard of him. Passing the low door of the inner court, where one must stoop, he did not bow his head. But as he came the lintel lifted up, and gave him space. Bhima the king had sent many and diverse meats for Rituparn. Of beast and bird and fish, great store of food. The which to cleanse some chatties stood hard by. all empty, yet he did but look on them. Wishful, and lo! The water brimmed the pots. Then, having washed the meats, he hastened forth. In quest of fire, and, holding towards the sun a knot of withered grass, the bright flame blazed. Instant amidst it. Wonderstruck, was I. This miracle to see, and hither ran. With other strangest marvels to impart. For, princess, when he touched the blazing grass, he was not burned, and water flows for him at will, or ceases flowing. 17 And this, too, the strangest thing of all, did I behold. He took some faded leaves and flowers up, and idly handled them, but while his hands toyed with them, lo! They blossomed forth again, with lovelier life than ever, and fresh scent straight on their stalks. These marvels have I seen, and fly back now to tell thee, mistress dear. But when she knew such wonders of the man, more certainly she deemed those acts and gifts betokened Nala. And so minded, full of trust to find her lord in Vahuka. With happier tears and softening voice she said to Keshini, speed yet again, my girl. And, while he wets not, from the kitchen take meat he hath dressed, and bring it here to me. So went the maid, and, waiting secretly, brake from the mess a morsel, hot and spiced. And, bearing it with faithful swiftness, gave to the Damayanti. She, O Kuru king, that knew so well the dishes dressed by him, touched, tasted it, and, laughing, weeping, cried beside herself with joy, yes, yes, 'tis he. That charioteer is Nala. Then, a pant. Even while she washed her mouth, 18 She bade the maid go with the children twain to Vahuka. Who, when he saw his little Indrasen and Indrasena, started up, and ran, and caught, and folded them upon his breast, holding them there, his darlings, each as fair as children of the gods. Then, quite undone with love and yearning, loudly sobbed the prince. Until, perceiving Keshini, who watched, shamed to be known, he set his children down, and said, in sooth, good friend, this lovely pair so like mine own are, that at seeing them I am surprised into these foolish tears. Thou comest here too often. Men will think delight, or me, remember, we are here strangers and guests, girl. Go thy ways in peace. But seeing that great trouble of his soul, lightly came Keshini, and pictured all to the Damayanti. She, burning to know if truly this were Nala, bade the girl seek the queen's presence, saying thus for her mother, long watching Vahuka, I deem the charioteer is Nala. One doubt lives, his altered form. I must myself have speech with Vahuka. Thou, therefore, bid him come, or suffer me to seek him. Be this done forthwith, good mother, whether known or not, unto the Maharaja. When she heard, the queen told Bhima what the princess prayed, who gave consent. And having this good leave from father and from mother, O my king, command was sent that Vahuka be brought, where the court ladies lodged. So met those twain. And when Prince Nala's gaze fell on his wife, he stood with beating heart and tearful eyes. And when sweet Damayanti looked on him, she could not speak for anguish of keen joy to have him close, but sat there, mute and wan, wearing a sad-hued cloth, her lustrous hair falling unbanded, and the mourning mark stamped in gay ashes on her lovely brow. 19. And, when she found a voice, these were the words that came from her, didst ever, Vahuka? If Vahuka thy name be, as thou say'st, No one of noble nature, honorable. Who in the wild woods left his wife asleep. His innocent, fond wife. Weary and worn. Know'st thou the man? I'll say his name to thee. 'Twas Nala, Raja Nala. Ah, and when? In any thoughtless hour had I once wrought the smallest wrong, that he should leave me so? There in the wood, by slumber overcome. Before the gods I chose him for my lord. The gods themselves rejecting. Tell me how this prince could so abandon, in her need, his true, his loving wife, she who did bear his babes, abandon her to whom he swore. My hand clasped, in the sight of all the gods. And Agni's self, thy true lord I will be. Thou saidst it. Where is now that promise fled? While thus she spake, O victor of thy foes. Fast from her eyes the woe-sprung waters ran. And Nala, seeing those night-black, 20 loving eyes, reddened with weeping, seeing her falling tears, break forth, ah! That I lost my throne and realm. In dicing, was not done by fault of mine. 'Twas Kali wrought it, Kali, O my wife, drave me to leave thee. Therefore, long ago, that evil one was stricken by the curse, which thou didst utter, wandering in the wood. Desolate, night and day, grieving for me. Possessing me he dwelt. But, cursed by thee, tortured he dwelt, consuming with thy words. In fierce and fiercer pain, as when is piled brand upon burning brand. But he is gone. Patience and penance have o'ermastered him. Princess, the end is reached of our long woes. That evil one being fled, freeing my will. See, I am here, and wherefore would I come? Fairest, except for thee. Yet, answer this. How should a wife, right-minded to her lord, her own and lawful lord, compass to choose another love, as thou, that tremblest, didst? Thy messengers over all regions ran, by the king's name proclaiming, Bhima's child a second husband chooseth for herself, whomso she will, as pleaseth, being free. Those shameless tidings brought the Raja here at headlong speed, and me tenderly smiled. Damayanti through her tears, with quivering lips, and joined palms, answering her aggrieved prince. Judgest thou me guilty of such a sin? When for thy sake I put the gods aside. Thee did I choose, Nishada, my one lord. In quest of thee did all those Brahmins range. In all 10 regions, telling all one tale. Taught them by me. And so Parnada came to Kaushala, where Rituparna dwells. And found thee in his house, and spake to thee those words, and had thy gentle answer back. Mine the device was, Prince, to bring thee quick. For well I wist no man in all this world could in one day the fleetest coursers urge so many yojanas, save thou, dear prince. I touch thy feet, and tell thee this in truth. And true it is that never any wrong against thee, even in fancy, have I dreamed. Witness for me, as I am loyal and pure, the ever-shifting, all-beholding air, who wanders o'er the earth. Let him withdraw my breath and slay me, if I sinned in aught. Witness for me, yon golden sun who goes with bright eye over us, let him withhold warm life and kill me, if I sinned in aught. Witness for me the white moon, whose pale spell lies on all flesh and spirit, let that orb deny me peace and end me, if I sinned. These be the watchers and the testifiers, the 3 chief gods that rule the 3 wide worlds. I cry unto them. Let them speak for me. And thou shalt hear them answer for my faith. Or once again, this day, abandon me. Then Vayu showed, the all-enfolding air, and spake, not one wrong hath she wrought thee, prince. I tell thee sooth, the treasure of her truth. Faultless and undefiled she hath kept. By us regarded, and sustained by us. These many days. Her tender plot it was. Planned for thy sake, which brought thee, since who else could in one day drive 80 Vojanas? Nala, thou hast thy noble wife again. Thou, Damayanti, hast thy Nala back. Away with doubting, take her to thy breast. Thrice happy prince. And while God Vayu spake, look! There showered flowers down out of the sky upon them. And the drums of heaven beat. Beautiful music, and a gentle wind. Fragrant, propitious, floated, kissing them. But Nala, when he saw these things befall, wonderful, gracious, when he heard that voice, called the great snake to memory, whereupon his proper self returned. Bhima's fair child, divinely sounding, lord of Bharat's line, yielded all doubt of his delightful love. Then cast he round about his neck the cloth, unstained by earth, enchanted, and, O king, saw her dear lord his beauteous form resume. Ah, Nala! Nala, cried she, while her arms clasped him and clung, and Nala to his heart pressed that bright lady, glowing, as of old, with princely majesty. Their children twain next he caressed, while she, at happy peace, her beautiful glad face laid on his breast, sighing with too much joy. And Nala stood a great space silent, gazing on her face. Sorrow stamped yet, her long, deep-lidded eyes. Her melting smile, himself, twixt joy and woe. Afterwards, all that story of the prince, and all of the Damayanti, Bhima's queen, told to the Maharaja joyously. And Bhima said, Tomorrow will I see, when Nala hath his needful offerings made, our daughter and this wandering lord well knit. But all that night they sat, hand clasped in hand, rejoicing, and relating what befell in the wild wood, and of the woeful times. And afterwards, in Bhima's royal house, serenely dwelled the princess and the prince, each making for the other peaceful joy. So in the 4th year Nala was rejoined to the Damayanti, comforted and free, restful, attained, tasting delights again. Also the glad princess, gaining her lord, laid sorrows by, and blossomed forth anew, as doth the laughing earth when the rain falls, and brings her unseen, waiting wonders forth, of blade and flower and fruit. The ache was gone, the loneliness and load, heart full of ease. Lovelier she grew and brighter, like the moon, mounting at midnight in the cloudless blue. That night being spent, Prince Nala in his state led forth Vidarbha's pride before the court. And Bhima, in an hour found fortunate, re-wed those married lovers. Dutifully, Nala paid homage to the Maharaj, and reverently did the Damayanti bow before her father. He the prince received with grace and gladness, as a son restored, making fair welcome, and with words of praise, exalting the Damayanti, tried and true, which in all dignity Prince Nala took, returning, as was meet, words honorable. Therewith unto the city spread the noise of that rejoicing. All the townspeople, learning of Nala joyously returned, made all their quarters gay with float of flags, flutter of cloths, and garlands, sprinkled free. The king's weighs 21 with fresh water, and the cups of fragrant flowers, and hung long wreaths of flowers. From door to door the white street fronts before, and decked each temple porch, and went about the altar gods. When Ritupurna heard how Vahuka is Nala in disguise, and of the meeting, right rejoiced at heart, that Raja grew, and, being softly prayed by Nala favorable thought, the king Made royal and gentle answer, with like grace. By Nala met. To whom spake Rituparn. Joy go with thee and her, happily joined. But say, Nishada, wrought I any jot wrongful to thee, whilst sojourning unknown within my walls? If any word or deed, purposed or purposeless, hath vexed thee, friend, for one and all thy pardon grant to me. And Nala answered, never act or word. The smallest, Raja, lingers to excuse. If this were otherwise, thy slave was I. And might not question, but must pardon thee. Yet good to me thou wert, princely and just. And kin thou art, and friendly from this time. Deign thou to be. Happily was I lodged. Well tended, well befriended in thy house. In mine own palace never better stead. The skill in steeds which pleased thee, that is mine. And, Raja, I will give it all to thee. If thou be'st minded. So Nishada gave all his great gift in horses to the king, who learned each rule approved, and ordinance. And, having all this knowledge, gave in turn his deepest lore of numbers and the dice. To Nala, afterwards departing home. To his own place, another charioteer, driving his steeds, and, Rituparna gone. Not long did Nala dwell in Bhima's town. When one moon he had tarried, taking leave, Nishada to his city started forth. With chosen train. A shining car he drove. An elephant 16, and 50 horse. And footmen 30 score came in the rear. Swiftly did Nala journey, making earth quake 'neath his flying car, and wrathfully. With quick steps entered he his palace doors. The son of Virasena, Nala, stood once more before that gamester Pushkara. Spake he, play yet again. Much wealth is mine. And that, and all I have, yea, my princess. Set I for stakes, set thou this realm, and throw. My mind is fixed a second chance to try. Where, Pushkara, we will play for all or none. Who wins his throne and treasures from a prince must stand the hazard of the countercast. This is the accepted law. If thou dost blench, the next game we will play is life or death. In chariot fight. When, or of thee or me, one shall lie satisfied, descended realms, by whatsoever means, are to be sought. The sages say, by whatsoever, one. Choose, therefore, Pushkara, which way of these shall please thee. Either meet me with the dice, or with thy bow confront me in the field. When Pushkara this heard, lightly he smiled, concluding victory sure, and to the prince answered, exulting, Dishtya. 22 hast thou gained. Stakes for a counter-game, Nishada, now. Dishtya. Shall I have my hard-won prize? Sweet Damayanti. Dishtya. Didst thou come in kissing reach again of thy fair wife? Soon, in thy new gold splendid, she shall shine before all men beside me, as in heaven. On Sakra waits the loveliest Apsara. 23. See, now, I thought on thee, I looked for thee. Ever and ever, prince. There is no joy like casting in a game with such as thee. And when today I win thy blameless one, the smooth-limbed Damayanti, then shall be what was to be, and I can rest content. For always in my heart her beauty burns. Listening the idle talk that babbler poured, angry Prince Nala fain had lopped away his head with vengeful Khudga. 24 But, unmoved, albeit the wrath blazed in his bloodshot eyes, he made reply, play. Mock me not with jests. Thou wilt not jest when I have cast with thee. So was the game set, and the princes through. Nala and Pushkara, and, the numbers named. By Nala was the hazard gained, he swept his brother's stake, gems, treasure, kingdom, off. At one stroke all that mighty venture won. Then quoth the conquering prince to Pushkara, scornfully smiling, mine is now once more Nishada's throne, mine is the realm again. Its curse plucked forth, Vidarbha's glory thou, outcast, shalt ne'er so much as look upon. Fool! Who today becomest her bond and slave? Not by thy gifts that evil stroke was wrought. Wherefrom I fled before, 'twas Kali's spell. Albeit thou knew'st not, fool, o'ermastered me. Yet will I visit not in wrathful wise my wrong on thee. Eve as thou wilt, I grant. Wherewith to live, and set apart henceforth thy proper goods and substance, and fit food. Nay, doubt not I shall show thee favour, too, and be in friendship with thee, if thou wilt. Who art my brother. Peace abide with thee. Thus all victorious Nala comforted his brother, and embraced him, sending him in honour to his town. And Pushkara, gently entreated, to Nishada spake, with folded palms and humbled face, these words: unending be thy glory. May thy bliss last and increase for twice 5,000 years. Who grantest me wherewith to live, just Lord, and where to dwell thereafter, well bested. Pushkara sojourned with the prince one moon. So to his town departed, heart content, with slaves and foot soldiers and followers, gay as a rising sun, O Bharat's glory. Thus sent he Pushkara, rich and safe, away. Then, with flags and drums and jewels, robed and royally arrayed, Nala into fair Nishada entry high and dazzling made. At the gates the Raja, halting, spake his people words of love. Gathered were they from the city, gathered from the field and grove, from the mountain and the Maidan, all a-thrill with joy to see Nala come to guard his children. Happy now our days will be, said the townsfolk, said the elders, said the villagers, O king. Standing all with palms upfold, peace and fortune thou wilt bring to thy city, to thy country. Boundless welcome do we give, as the gods in heaven to Indra, when with them he comes to live. After, when the show was ended, and the city, calm and glad, rest from tumult of rejoicing and rich flood of feasting had, girt with shining squadrons, Nala fetched his pearl of women home. Like a queen did Damayanti back unto her palace come, by the Maharaja Bhima, by that mighty monarch sent royally, with countless blessings, to her kingdom, in content. There, beside his peerless princess, and his children, bore he sway godlike, even as Indra ruling mid the bliss of Nindana. 25. Bore he sway, my noble Nala, princeliest of all lords who reign in the lands of Jambudwipa. 26. Winning power and fame again, ruling well his realm reconquered, like a just and perfect king. All the appointed gifts bestowing, all the rites remembering. The Enchanted Lake. From the Vanaparva of the Mahabharata. Page 825, line 17305, of the Calcutta Quarto text. In the preceding section the 5 panda princes have been wandering in the forest, greatly distressed for want of water. The concluding portion of this translation illustrates a passage in the Swargarohana, where the god Dharma praises King Vidisthara for his equity and self-denial. The riddles propounded by the Yiksha, some of which are here omitted, may be considered probably the oldest known to literature. Then Yudhishthir spake to Nakula, thou son of Madri, climb upon a tree, and look to all 10 quarters. If by chance water be nigh, or plants which love the pool, thy brothers faint with thirst. So Nakula clomb a tall tree, and looking, called aloud, green leaves and water plants I see, which love the marish and the pool, also I hear the cry of cranes. Yonder will water lie. Go, said the king, and fetch for us to drink, filling thy quiver. Then sped Nakula obeying Yudhishthir with swift feet. And found a crystal pool brimmed to the bank. The great red-crested crane stalked on its marge. And down he flung to drink, but a voice cried. Beware to drink, rash youth, ere thou hast made answers to such things as I ask of thee. The law of this fair water standeth thus. Arise, and hear, and speak, afterwards drink. And fill thy quiver. But the eager prince, being so parched, quaffed deep, not heeding him. The Vaksha 27 of the place, and thereupon fell lifeless in the reeds. So, when they looked to see him coming, and he tarried long. Again spake Yudhishthir, Nakula. Lingers too much, my brothers. Sahdev. Go thou, and bring him back, and bring to drink. I go, quoth Sahdev. And sought the pool. And saw the water, and saw Nakula prone on the earth. Then mightily he grieved, spying the prince outstretched, yet all so fierce. His drouth was, that he ran and flung him down, making to quaff. When, once again, the voice sounded, beware to drink, ere thou dost give answer to what things I will ask of thee. This is the law of me, who am the Lord of the fair water. Rise, and hear, and speak. Then thou shalt drink and draw. Yet so the stress of thirst o'ercame him, that he heeded not, but drank, and rose, and reeled among the reeds, lifeless. Then, once again, great Kunti's son spake, saying, O Arjuna, fear of foes. These, our twain brethren, Tari. Go thyself. And speed, and bring them back, and bring to drink. Our trust thou art, for we are sore distressed. Which hearing, good Akisa 28 seized his bow and arrows, and, with drawn sword, sought the pool. But coming thither, saw those heroes stretched. His brethren, best of men, in deadly swoon. Or dead indeed. And deep distraught he stood, seeing them thus. All round the wood he gazed, with lifted bow, an arrow on the string, seeking some foe. But when none Karn in sight, so wild his thirst was, and the pool so clear, he bent his knee to drink, but, bending, heard that voice cry, Dost thou this without my leave? Despite me, Kunti's son, thou canst not drink, and shalt not, till thou makest answer good unto my asking, then mayst thou be free. O born of Bharata, to drink and draw. Thus sternly stayed, the prince exclaimed in wrath. Come forth and show thyself, and fight with me. Pierced by my arrows thou shalt yield the pool. Then shot he shafts this way and that. And spoke those spells which make a feathered barb fly straight. And darts he flung, of magic might, which find escaping foe, tracking his winding feet. Karnas, Narachas, Nalakas 29 he threw. That angry prince, covering the sky and wood with searching barbs. Thereat the voice anew mocked him, low laughing, son of Pretha, vain. Thine anger is, answer me fair, and drink. But if thou drinkest ere thou answerest, thou shalt not live. Yet was his throat so parched. The prince regarded not, and stooped, and drank. And fell down dead. Then Yudhishthir spake. Bhima, thou terror of thy foes, see now. Arjuna, Nakula, Sahdev, are gone to fetch us water, but they come not back. Seek them, and bring to drink. And Bhima said, So be it. And he went unto the place where those, his mighty-hearted brethren, lay. But when he saw them, all three, dead and stark, sore mourned that long-armed lord, and gazed around, deeming some Yiksha or some Rakshasa had wrought their doom, and chafing for the fight. Put first, quoth he, tea were good to drink, so sore the drouth oppressed, and to the pool he sped, thinking to quaff, when yet again that voice echoed, dare not to drink. So stands the law. Of this fair water, answer first, then drink. But Bhima, parched and haughty, answered not, lapping the sweet wave, and in lapping, fell. Then, long time left alone, Kunti's wise son uprose, great Yudhishthir, sorrowful, perplexed in thought, and strode into the wood. A leafy depth, where never foot was heard of man, but shy deer roamed, and shaggy bears rustled, and jungle hens clucked in the shade. With tall trees crowded, in whose crown wild bees swarmed buzzing, and strange birds builded their nests. Through this green darkness wending, Yudhishthir passed to the pool, and marked its silver face shine in the light, rimmed round with purple cups of lotus blossoms, all as if 'twere made by Viswakarna, architect divine. And all its gleaming shallows and bright bays with water plants were broken, lilies, reeds, and framed about with katuk groves 30 in clumps of sweet rose laurel and the sacred fig, insomuch that the king stood wondering there, albeit heart sorrowful. For there he saw, stretched dead together, as the world's lords die, Indra and all, at every yuga's end, his warrior brethren. Prone Arjuna lay beside his bow and arrow, Bhima prone, with Nakula and Sahdev, each void of life and motion, and, beholding these, his soul sank, and he fetched a grievous sigh. Bitterly at that sight lamented he, saying, Ah, Bhima! 31 O my brother, named from the grim wolf, I vain is the vow thou madst to break the thigh of fell Duryodhana in battle with thy mace. Dead art thou now. And those words wind, brother and faithful friend, who wast so princely hearted, and upheldst the fortune of the Kurus, vows of men fail ofttimes, being blind, but this of thine was noble, wherefore hath it borne not fruit? O Dhananjaya, conqueror of wealth, my joy, my brave Arjuna! At thy birth, the glad god spake to Kunti, this thy son shall be like Indra with the 1,000 eyes. And northwards of the Parapatra hills, all people cried, here is the chief shall bring the glory back to us, having such strength, that in the battle none will make him fly, and none shall stand when he pursueth. How? Ah, Jishnu! How is this betided here? Killing those hopes with thee, whose love made all our dangers sweet. And Sahdev, and Nakula, so valiant in the fight, so high and gallant, gifted like the gods. How have ye fallen? Who could conquer you? Is my heart stone, that now it breaketh not? Seeing these great twins gone, the first of men, heroes, the half of whose renowned work was yet to do. Ye knew the Shastras, knew the times and places and observances, and kept the rites. How lie ye on the earth, unconquered ones, thus slain, thus overcome? And not a wound to show, day, but the strings not slipped into the notches of your bows. So broke the sorrow forth from Yudhishthir, beholding all 4 brethren lying still, stark, like 4 corpses set asleep by death. Much grieved he, and the marvel chilled his blood. Nor wist he, though so wise, whither to look for that which slew them. Yet, close pondering, unto himself he spake, no hurts they bear, made by a mortal weapon, nor is print of footmark nigh, save theirs, this is some spirit of the waste. But let me drink, and afterward consider. It may be the vile Duryodhana hath drugged the pool, By counsel of Gandhara's king, the wise. Trust never him with senses unsubdued. To whom things lawful and unlawful count. One and the same. Yea, but this thing might be wrought by hid hatred of Duryodhana. Thus mused the king, but murmured presently. Pure and unsullied seems the water, fresh. My brothers' faces are, no poison stain. Mars limb or lip. 'Tis Yama's self hath come. The conqueror of all, and slain them here. Whom none but he dared strike, being so strong. So saying, to the brink he drew, athirst. And stooped to drink, when, close at hand, he heard a bird's cry. And the Yiksha, taking shape, spake, a grey crane I am, feeding on fish and water weeds. 'Tis I have sent yon for into the regions of the dead, and thou shalt go, the fifth, great Raja, following them. Except thou makest answers fair and good to all which I shall ask. Dare not to drink, thou son of Kunti, for my law is strong. Answer, and afterwards drink thou, and draw. Spake Yudhisthira, who art thou? Art thou chief of Rudras, or of Vasus, or Maruts? 32. Tell me. No bird wrought thus, unless a bird might overthrow Himavan, and the peaks of Parapatra, or the Vindhya crags, or Malabar's black Ghats. Ah! Terrible and mighty one, this is a dread deed wrought. This is a marvel, if thou slewest those whom gods, and Gandharvas, and Asuras, and demons dared not face in fight. I know not of thy mind, nor if thou didst this thing, desiring aught. Wonder and fear possess my burdened heart. I pray thee, show thyself. Reveal what god thou art who hauntest here. Yea, king, came answer, I am not a bird wading the shallows, but a Yiksha dread. And I, as now thou sayest me, killed these four. Raja, so Vaisampayana, went on. When Yudhishthir heard those scornful words, and saw that form, backward he drew a space, gazing upon the shape so fiery-eyed, bulked like a crag, with towering head which topped the fan palms waving near, shining as shines the glory of the sun, not to be born. For splendor, colored like an evening cloud, and, like a cloud, still shifting. Then it spake. That monstrous shade, these four, though I forbade, drank of the pool, despite me, and were slain. Drink not, O king, if thou desirest life. O son of Pritha, drink not. Kunti's child. Answer my questionings, then drink and live. I would not break thy rule, quoth Yudhisthira. The wise have said, I keep everywhere the law. And, Yiksha, wherein thou wilt question me, none can speak better than he understands. So what I know that will I answer. Ask. Then thus he questioned, and the king replied. Yiksha. What teacheth division, twixt spirit and frame? And which is the practice assisteth the same? What finally freeth the spirit? And how doth it find a new being? Resolve me these now. King. The Veds division plainly show. By worship rightly man doth go. Dharma the soul will surely free. In truth its final rest shall be. Yiksha. How cometh a man in the Veds to be wise? What bringeth the knowledge of God to his eyes? What learning shall teach him the uttermost lore? And whence will he win it? Reply to these four. King. By hearing scripture man acquires. By doing it his soul aspires. The utmost lore is conquering sense, which cometh of obedience. Yiksha. How wendeth a Brahman to heavenly rest? And what is the work which befitteth him best? And which are the sins that disgrace him? And why Doth he know himself humble and mortal? Reply. King. Reading the Vedas leads to rest. Pure meditation fits him best. Slander and cruelty defame. And death stamps him and all the same. Yiksha. Who is it that, gifted with senses to see, to hear, taste, smell, handle, and seeming to be sagacious, strong, fortunate, able, and fair, hath never once lived, though he breatheth the air? King. The man who, having, doth not give out of his treasure to these five gods, guests, and pitris, kin, and friend, breathes breath, but lives not to life's end. Yiksha. What thing in the world weigheth more than the world? What thing goeth higher than white clouds are curled? What thing fleeth quicker than winds o'er the main? And what groweth thicker than grass on the plain? King. A mother's heart outweighs the earth. A father's fondness goeth forth beyond the sky. Thought can outpass the winds, and woes grow more than grass. Yiksha. Whose eyes are unclosed, though he slumbers all day? And what's born alive without motion? And, say, what moveth, yet lives not? And what, as it goes, wastes not, but still waxes? Resolve me now those. King. With unclosed eyes a fish doth sleep, and new-laid eggs their place will keep. Stones roll, and streams, that seek the sea, the more they flow the wider be. Vaksha. What help is the best help to virtue? And then, what way is the best way to fame among men? What road is the best road to heaven? And how shall a man live most happy? Resolve me these now. King. Capacity doth virtue gain. Gift-giving, will renown obtain. Truth is to heaven the best of ways. And a kind heart wins happy days. Vaksha. What soul hath a man's which is his, yet another's? What friend do the gods grant, the best of all others? What joy in existence is greatest? And how may poor men be rich and abundant? Say thou. King. Sons are the second souls of man, and wives the heaven-sent friends, nor can among all joys health be surpassed. Contentment answereth thy last. Yiksha. Which virtue of virtues is first? And which bears most fruit? And which causeth the ceasing of tears? King. To bear no malice is the best, and reverence is fruitfulest. Subduing self sets grief at rest. Yiksha. Still tell me what foeman is worse to subdue. And what is the sickness lasts lifetime all through? Of men that are upright say which is the best, and of those that are wicked, who possess the rest. King. Anger is man's unconquered foe. The ache of greed doth never go. Who loveth most of saints is first. Of bad men cruel men are worst. Yiksha. Good prince, tell me true, is a Brahmana made by birthright? Or shall it be rightfully said, if he reads all the Veds, and the Sritis doth know, he is this? Or doth conduct of life make him so? King. O Yiksha, listen to the truth. Not if a man do dwell from youth beneath a Brahman's roof, nor when the Sritis known to holy men are learned, and read the Vedas through. Doth this make any Brahman true? Conduct alone that name can give. A Brahmana must steadfast live, devoid of sin, and free from wrong. For he who walks low paths along, still keeping to the way, shall come sooner and safer to his home than the proud wanderer on the hill. And reading, learning, praying, still, are outward deeds which ofttimes leave barren of fruit minds that believe. Who practices what good he knows, Himself a Brahmana he shows. And if an evil nature knew the sacred Vedas through and through, with all the Sritis, still must he lower than honest Sudra 33 be. To know and do the right and pay the sacrifice, in peace alway. This mocketh one a Brahmana. Yiksha. Right skillfully hast thou my questionings mut. Most pious of princes, and learned but yet. Resolve me, who liveth though death him befall? And what man is richest and greatest of all? King. Dead though he be, that mortal lives. Whose virtuous memory survives. And richest, greatest, that one is. Whose soul, indifferent to bliss, or misery, to joy or pain, to past or future, loss or gain, sees with calm eyes all fates befall, and, needing not, possesseth all. Then spake the Yiksha, wondrously, O king. Hast thou replied, and wisely hast fulfilled the law of this fair water, therefore, drink. And choose which one of these thy brethren dead shall live again. So Yudhishthir said. Let Nakula, O Yiksha, have his life. My dark-browed brother with the fiery eyes. Straight like a Sâvitrî, broad-chested, tall. That long-armed lord. But see where Bhima lies. Dead, spake the spirit, dearest unto thee. And where Arjuna sleeps, thy guard and guide. Why dost thou crave the life of Nakula? Not thine own mother's son, in Bhima's stead. Who had the might of countless elephants. Whom all the people called thy well-beloved? Or wouldst thou see Nakula alive again? In place of great Arjuna, thine own blood. Whose valor was the tower of Pandavas. But Yudhishthir answered, faith and right. Being preserved, save all, and, being lost, leave not to save, these therefore I will set first in my heart. Faithful and right it is to choose by justice, putting self aside. Let Nakula live, O Yiksha, for men call King Yudhishthir, just, nor will he lose. Even for love, that name, make Nakula live. Kund and Madri were my father's wives. Shall one be childless, and the other see her sons returning? Madri is to me as Kunti, as my mother, at this hour. As she who bore me she that bore the twins. And justice shall she have, since I am judge. Let Nakula live, thou Yiksha. Then the voice sighed sweet, evanishing ah, noblest prince. Ah, best of Bharat's e'en I as thou art just. Lo! All thy brethren here shall live again. The saint's temptation. A curious interest attaches to this legend, now for the first time extracted from the Mahabharata. It is familiar in Ceylon as the Nalini Jataka, Buddha being made the sage Vibhandika, and the princess Nalini daughter of the Raja of Benares the temptress of the youthful saint. From the Vana Pharva of the Mahabharata. Page 565, line 10007, Calcutta Quarto edition. Born of the white doe, in the woods he dwelt. That sinless saint, pious and mild and pure. Sad-minded, solitary, for his eyes had never lighted on a human face. Except his sire, Vibhandika's. And thus always young Rishyasringa's heart was set on sanctities, O king. At which far time Lomapad, friend of Dasarath, was lord. In Anga. He, 'tis told, spake falsely once unto a Brahmana. And thereupon the Brahmins fled from that dishonored court. So, when no priest was left, no Purohit, he, of the 1,000 eyes, Indra, withheld his reins, whereby sore suffered all the folk. And, O my king, Lomapad sent in grief, praying his wisest if they knew the cause of Indra's wrath, and what should make him reign. Thus questioned, these took counsel. And one spake, a chief of sages, O superior lord. The Brahmanas are angered for thy word. Forsworn, thou therefore make them fit amends. And hither bring Rishyasring, who dwells alone, amid the groves, holy and mild. Whose eyes have never seen a woman's face. Whose heart is pure. If the fair boy shall come, the clouds of Indra will let fall their drops. That very day, of this thing doubt ye not. Hearing their words, the Raja purged his guilt with princely gifts, soothing the Brahmanas. And when their hearts were good, he came again unto his kingdom, making all folks glad. And, next, the Lord of Anga called his best among the ministers to compass means how Rishyasringa might be brought, and those deep read in Shastra, Artha, needy, all counselled the wiles of woman. Whereupon a band of comely, winsome girls were bid unto the palace, skilled in arts to please. And the king said, beautiful damsels, bring Rishyasringa hither, that saint's son. Entice, allure, persuade, ye know men's hearts. But they, fearing the king, yet fearing more the saint's curse, if they vexed him, one by one, answered, Yea, Raja, hearts of men we know. But in this thing how shall we serve thy will? Then one arose, white-haired and wrinkled deep, an ancient dame, who spake unto the king. See, Maharaja, I will fetch this boy, albeit an ocean of austerities. Do thou command that there be granted me means for my need, that so I may prevail. And bring the Rishi's son, this pearl of saints. What needest thou, quoth he. And when he knew much store of silver and of gold and gems, he gave the dame, who from the ring of girls, laughing, drew forth the fairest, wilfullest. And muttering, he will come, passed to the woods. And there she built, so Lomarsha went on. Not by the king's word, but her own device. A floating bower to swim upon the stream. Full sweet she fashioned it, from woven boughs of verdure, interlaced with palms and vines, and clasped by climbing stems, and hung with fruit, golden and rosy, and with bright blooms decked. Afterwards, on the river launched her boat, the damsel seated 'neath its leafy screen, so that it came, with paddle, stream, and breeze, through the trees stealing, down the silvery road, softly and silent to the Rishi's haunt, when lightly tripped the lovely girl ashore, and, looking in his eyes, demurely spake. O Muni, 34 is at peace with you? Are all the Rishis well? And have you roots and fruits enough? And take you joy to dwell all lonely in this hermitage, which I am come to see? And add you, day by day, dear saint, unto your sanctity? And, Brahman, doth your sire rejoice to watch you fast and pray? And do you read, O Rishyasring, the Vedas every day? Answered that blushing boy delightedly. O unknown one, who shinest like the splendor of a star, peace and goodwill, for due to thee my salutations are. Accept, I pray thee, at my hands, the Padya 35 and this thrift of roots and fruits, as duty bids, a hermit's humble gift. And be thou pleased upon this mat of kusa grass to sit. Or, better, let the black deer's skin be smoothly spread on it. Fair is the day which bringeth thee, O sweet saint, where may be thy hermitage, and what vow fills the holy hours of thee? Right archly answered him the laughing girl. O son of pious Kasyapa, my charming bower lies under a mountain far removed from these austerities. 3 yojanas away, nor is it meet for me thus to be reverenced, nor to touch this water, nor to see a rishi kneeling at my feet. Far otherwise my state. Love is the vow which fills my life, and makes my heart elate. Perplexed, yet radiant, the boy replied. What should I do to pleasure thee? I'll bring thee fruits we find within our groves, balatakas, ingudas with gold rind. Karashakas, amalakas, danwanas honey sweet. Or pipalas, see, these are here, wilt thou not take and eat? But smilingly she put them by, and reached rare cakes to him, spiced as no hermit knows. Pleasant of taste, which the boy ate with joy. And on his neck and wrists lightly she strung garlands of subtle scented flowers. And crowned her own bright brows, and drew a light robe on. Laughing. And so, with murmuring song, unbound her body cloth, and, weaving it, paced the soft Kanduka 36 with beating feet. And bosoms lively swayed, as flower cups sway when the wind shakes their clusters. At the last, danced to his side, and for a moment set palm to his palm and limb to limb, and lip to trembling lip, and breast to beating breast. Then turned aside, and drew the branches down of Sarja, Tila, and Asoka trees, plucking their buds, shameless and well content, because she saw love lighted in his heart. For, knowing well her triumph, and the saint obtained, once more she clasped her soft brown arms about him, and with eyes fixed on his eyes, withdrew, having enkindled passion's flame, where only fires of sacrifice had burned. When she was gone, young Rishyasringa stood as one some dream of heaven hath left distraught, spiritless, then within his lonely cell sit, with lace fixed through many silent hours, her beauties meditating. Presently, Vibhandika, of Kasyapa the son, returned. Much insight of the Veds had bleared his ancient orbs, a thick pile covered him, body and legs and arms, to the finger ends. A holy man, purified, dedicate to contemplation. He, arriving, saw the lad in deep thought plunged, sitting apart, dejected, fetching sigh on sigh, with glance upturned. Whereat inquired Vibhandika, my child, why hast thou gathered not the wood? Didst thou perform the sacrifice today? And didst thou lead the calf to suck the cow? 37. Why art thou sad? I pray thee tell me true. Hath one been with thee here today? The boy gave answer, yea, a Brahmacharya came. His 38 locks were braided, and his comely form seemed nor too tall nor short, fair-voiced he was, colored as is new gold, with broad bright eyes, which were like lotus blossoms, as God's shine. So, of his own divine grace, glittered he. A glory had he like the sacred sun. And, ah! His dark, deep glance, and oh, his hair! Tied tip with blue, sweet-smelling, lustrous, long. A necklace curled and clung about his neck, sparkling like lightning on a dusky sky. And underneath his throat swelled forth to sight 2 globes, flower soft and smooth, fair-fashioned, large. His waist so tapered back and front came close. 39. Below, his hips outrounded wondrously. A jeweled girdle hung above his thighs, and some strange tinkling ornaments adorned his feet. Also, upon his arms were gems, which chattered like the breast beads of my string. Ah, but so musically. When he moved, 'twas as the songs of wild swans on our lake. The cloths he wore showed goodly, not like mine. And when he spoke, those honeyed words which fell, gladdened my heart and passed into my soul. Deep, deep, till dearer seemed it than the notes of coils piping. Also, as the woods, when in the Madhva month the breezes blow, shake fragrance forth, so there did waft from him sweet breaths on every air. Over his brows the lock sat smooth, drawn forward from his braids. And in his ears swung little painted stones, brighter than Chakravaka birds. Sometimes, with skillful hand he tossed a ball aloft, which fell to earth, and, bounding to his palm, was beaten back again, and yet again. Wondrous to see, while this and that way waved, his body like a tree which the wind bends. Ah, while I saw him so, like a young god, my heart grew full. I worshipped that fair saint. Full oft, too, he embraced me, holding me close, by the hair, and, drawing down my cheek, and covering up my mouth with his soft mouth, upon my lips made tender sounds, and this gave me strange joy. He would not willingly accept foot water, nor the fruits I brought. He had a vow was otherwise, he said, but showed me unknown fruits, more delicate than aught we ever taste of here, no rind they had, nor flesh like ours. Also he gave sweet juices to me, which I drank, and felt a quickening glow, lifting my eyebrows up. Those wreaths of scented blossoms, strung with silk, are from his hand. He left them here, dear saint, who by his fasts, no doubt, so splendid shows, when he withdrew to seek his hermitage. Now he is gone, I am become as naught. My senses fail, my body burns. I ask only to go to him, or else that he should always come to us. Father, demand his presence, learn his Brahmacharya's name. I wish to exercise with that wise man the penance they perform, I long to do it. My heart will break, if I see him no more. Vibhandika spake sternly, Son, there walk wonderful Rakshasas in this our wood, dreadful for strength and cunning comeliness. Ofttimes to interrupt our rites they seek, ofttimes, with winsome wiles, and beauteous shapes, tempt saints to abandon Swarga's heavenly rest. He who will rule his mind and reach toward bliss, with such makes no society, nor looks the way of those, abominable, who snare the pious. Yea, my son, the food she gave are evil and forbidden, and conduce to sin. Yon wreaths, moreover, must not lie within a hermitage, where munis live. For soul, corrupting is their subtle scent. Nay, 'twas a Rakshasi. So did the sage counsel that youthful saint, admonishing him, and afterward set forth to seek the witch. But nowhere finding her, came home again. Yet it befell, upon another day, Vibhyandaka went forth to pluck those fruits, which are most meet to make the sacrifice of Sravan, and she came again, the girl, silently shining through the trees. And he saw her, and seeing, utterly forgot Rishis and Rakshasas, so joyed he was. So with strong love transported, for she sighed Rishyasring, and with one word he took her palm, and led her to the lonely hut, whose porch they entered. Afterwards, O king, langingly did she win him to the bank, with honeyed arts, and lightly him entranced, floating and fondling down the silvery stream, until they came to Anga. There she drew the green boat in, and moored it 'neath the shade. Love's ark, plain to be seen, and by all folk named Navias Rama, the floating shrine. So Lomapad brought in the Rishi's son. And lo! Great Indra's wrath was gone. The rain burst o'er the land, and drenched the thirsty fields. But Rishyasringa to his forest cell came back no more. The birth of death. From the Drona Parva of the Mahabharata. Line 2022. Calcutta Quarto edition. The brave and virtuous son of Arjuna, the young Abhimanyu, has been slain in battle, after splendid exploits, and Prince Yudhishthir is bitterly bewailing his loss. What is death? Whence is this death, he exclaims. The sage Vyasa thus replies to him. I will relate an ancient story for thy comfort, prince. By Narad told to King Akampana. For that great lord had lost his only son, which is of earthly woes hardest to bear. Thou, too, shalt learn how death began, and this shall free thee from the ache of love bereaved. Hear the old story. It is sweet to hear. Excellent, holy, purging sins away. Prolonging life because it stayeth grief. Good for the heart and soul, strengthening the will. Best of auspicious scriptures. Nay, I say, to tell or hear this read is all as if the blessed Veds were chanted, it should be said with the morning prayer for kings to con, if they will keep their children, realms, and wealth, with minds at ease. My son, in ages past, in the far Krita Yuga, lived this king, Akampana. His foes beset him sore, and slew in fight Hari, his son, a prince. God Narayan's match for might, youthful and fair. Skillful in arms, wise, pleasant, in the war. Fearless as Sakra. But they hemmed him round, striking such blows amidst his enemies, that when he fell there lay about his corpse a bloody belt of chiefs and elephants. Long mourned the king, his sire, by night and day. Weeping, knowing no joys, uncomforted. Whom that most holy saint, great Narada, hearing his grief, in pity visited. But when the king saw Narad entering, uprose he from the dust and clasped those feet, and poured his sorrows into those wise ears, recounting all the battle, how 'twas lost, and how the prince fell. Ah, my brave, fair son. So brake he forth, oh, my most gallant boy, that wast upon our side like Indra's self, for help. Like Vishnu, in thy shining mail, slain art thou midst thy foes. Ah, Bhagwan. Ah, Rishi. He is gone, my pride is dead. What is this death? Whence cometh it? What curse hath given it means and might and power to kill, blasting the bloom of life? Thou, who art wise, tell me the truth of this, I crave to know. Then Narad, hearing his most piteous cry, that teacher of the truth, spake tenderly. The ancient tale I tell, which whoso hears, I shall not weep though his one son be dead. Narada said, listen, thou long-armed king, and grieve no more when thou hast heard. At first, far back, in the beginning, he who rules, Almighty shining Brahma, made what lives, to live unchanged. So was their length of days, illimitable, but not growth in days, which comes of change. And Brahma, seeing his worlds fixed in fair changelessness, waxed ill content, bethinking to unmake what he had made, that good should pass to better, and there went, O monarch, from the discontent of him, bethinking how he should destroy to save, a flame, the spirit of his brooding thought, which, filling all the regions, had consumed the heavens and earth and worlds from west to east, from north to south, the heavens and earth and worlds, with all their creatures, those which live and move, and those which live unmoving, plants and trees. So was that thought of Brahma terrible. But, thereupon, he of the matted locks, Hara, whom men do also Sthanu call, king of night-wandering ghosts, Shiva the god, unto dread Brahma's presence straight repaired. Awful in sun-like majesty sat he, and, seeing Hara at his feet, come there, for love of living beings, son, he said, what need hath brought thee? Let the wish be known. That which thou dost desire, it shall be wrought. For thou art Sthanu, and thy will is mine. Spake Hara, O thou light of all the worlds, Thine are the worlds, and thou hast peopled them. And all things in their orders are by thee. And in thee live. Wilt thou not save thine own? But now they fear to perish everywhere. Slain by this fire which flammeth from thy mood. And I, who see it, and who love them, come. Moved with compassion. Have thou mercy, Lord. Brahma replied, I did not think to slay. Lo! I am favorable. Life shall live. For love, not hate, this mood did move in me. Because the angel of the earth hath come. Constantly praying, Father, lighten me. Make and unmake this burden sore to bear. My children, lest we multiply to harm. Yet, having made them, how should I unmake? Seeing I gave gifts indestructible. Giving their lives. I cannot slay, yet these must change, therefore that mood did move in me. Spake Hara, O protector of the worlds. Be favorable still, be wroth no more. Let not these lives, moving and motionless, perish, O Bhagwan. Let there be henceforth 3 states of time for children of the earth. The past, the present, and the future, these. Let them possess, thou Lord of all. Thy mind burneth in moving, and therewith a flame proceeded, scorching mountains, rivers, lakes, forests, and beasts that dwell there, and the beings moving and motionless, of all the earth. Ah, Bhagwan, be thou then propitious. Yield thine ill content which slayeth. This I crave. Also the flame, which hath proceeded forth. By reason of it, draw it back, dread Lord. Into thyself, from thee it sprang. Thou art Master, to bless or ban. Make thine acts bless. These that are thine, to sweep away or save. These that must perish if thou pity not. O Maker who unmakest. I am here. The messenger of ill, the guardian gods. Which keep thy worlds, beseeching thee, supreme. Destroy not that which thou hast wrought so fair. For this, at thy great feet I bend and plead. Hearing Maladev's prayer, quoth Narada. The awful Brahma gave consent, and drew back to himself that earth-devouring flame. Then he who mocketh and unmaketh worlds spake of the making and unmaking, how the purpose groweth so. And when the fire was wholly quenched, and all his spirit still, lo! Brahma meditated, and there rose live from his thought, a presence feminine. Delicate, tender, splendid, with great eyes. Dark the sweet face was, dark the stately limbs. But beauty blossomed red on lip and breasts. And in her ears swung ear-rings of soft gold. She, being so born, drew backward from the throne, awestruck to gaze upon those gods. But he, who mocketh and unmaketh, spake to her, saying, Thou death, thou Mrityu, go, destroy those that must die. I have created thee. Unto this work, bring to appointed end. The moving and unmoving, kill and slay. All creatures at their time. This is my will. Obey and fear not. Thus commanded, Death. Fair Mrityu, with those eyes like lotuses, spake not, but bowed her head and sobbed, her tears fast welling. So that on dread Brahma's hand fell the bright tears, for Brahma drew her close, saying, I bid thee for the good of all. 2. Narada went on. Then she assuaged her sorrow, and replied, Father and Lord. Clasping her palms across her beauteous breast, and trembling like a tendril in the wind. Father and Lord, sighed Mrityu, wherefore, then, madst thou me, woman? How shall I fulfill this jacadful duty, this injurious task? I shall be guilty, I shall be defiled. Be gracious, let this work light not on me. Why must they die? The friend, the citizen. The son, the mother, father, brother, bride. And bridegroom, all so happy, all so fair. Why should these be destroyed? I am afraid. To kill them, I shall sadden at their tears. Grieve with their groans. Master of all. Dear God. Bid me not dwell with Yama, slaying men. I pray thee rather give me leave to live. In holy silences and pains and prayers. This boon I crave, great Father. Grant the boon. And I, thy child, will go to Dhenuka. Where I will dwell in sacred solitudes. Religious, worshipping thee. But, God of gods. I shall not have the heart to take away the dear lives of the dying creatures. Save. Save me from such a sin. Brahma replied. Mrityu, thou art created unto this. To make an end of all that lives. Go, child. Make them to end, each at his time, spare none. Such is my will, and never otherwise. Thou shalt be blameless doing Brahma's will. But she, thus Narada went on, stood there. To slay reluctant, clasping pitying palms. Across her breast, and lifting eyes of ruth. To Brahma's eyes. Thereat there spread in heaven. Silence a space, whilst death, for love of men. Gazed on the face of God, and that dread face. Waxed well contented, and great Brahma smiled. Looking upon his creatures. Who therewith fared well throughout the three wide worlds, because the countenance of him was glad again. So passed she from the almighty presence, mute. This tender angel, sent to slay mankind. Refusing still to slay. And forthwith went to Dhenuka, where, countless ages through, in meditation and rapt vows she stood. Fixed like a rock, 40, all for the love of men. For 16 Padmas minus 41 stood she, seeking grace. Withholding heart and soul from peace and joy. And afterward, 4 Padmas 25. Praying for men, and then through many, more. She sojourned with the creatures of the field. Praying for them. Next, upon Nanda's banks. Nanda which flows cool, holy, crystal pure. 7,000 years and one kept she firm fast. And afterward went east to Kausiki. Where dews and airs of heaven were all her food. Until, accomplishing the pilgrimage. By Panchaganga, and at Ganga's wave. Under the feet of sacred Himalaya. And so to topmost Himalaya, where gods have offered sacrifice, she, too, a god. Lay prostrate, praying, still as is a stone. And yet again at Namish, Pushkara, Gokarna, and Malaya, wheresoe'er the holiest places are, there sojourned she. Fasting and meditating, making vows. For men to Brahma, suing him for them. Whereby the eternal Father of the worlds, being well pleased, quoth Narad, called to her. With kindly mind, saying, My Mrityu, why dost thou exercise such heavy vows? And gentle death answered the Lord of life. That I may never have, O Lord, to kill thy creatures, and that they may dwell in peace. This thing I ever wish, this boon I crave. Master and Father, I did fear the guilt of slaying, and I feared to disobey. Therefore I make these penances, supreme. Comfort me, who am thine, and terrified. Forgive me, for I would be innocent. Have pity, Lord of lords, on me and these. Then he that knows what was, is, and will be, made mild reply, blood guilty art thou not. O Mrityu, if thou slayest these which live, what I have uttered, I have uttered. Vain can never be my words. These are to die. Go, gentle spirit. Therefore, slay me these. Slay all four orders of the things which live. These shall the eternal virtue purify. These shall the mighty ones who guard my worlds succor and aid. Yama shall help thee, plagues, pestilence, death, shall be thy ministers. And I, the Almighty God, before all gods, give thee this sign, that, being free from sin, thou shalt be called, passionless, Nirajis. She that doth slay for love, and, slaying, saves. So once again, commanded past reply. Mritu her meek palms folded o'er her breast, and bowed her brow, and answered, if, dread Lord, this must be done, and I must be the means. Upon my head be put thy dread behest. Yet let it be thy will I strike them not. Let their sins slay them, and die so with them. Avarice, ambitions, envies, calumnies, wars, wraths, hates, conquests, follies, passions, plots of mutual mischiefs, let those work thy word, and bring to end the beings suffering them. Thus it shall be, spake Brahma. Go, fair child. Fulfill my purpose, make death enter so. Thou shalt be blameless now and evermore. See the bright tears that fell upon my hand. From forth thine eyes I turn to woes of flesh, which shall consume them, aches, diseases, griefs. Born of thy sorrow these will smite. But, born of thy compassion, these shall heal with peace. When the day cometh that each one must die, fear not. Thou shalt be innocent, thou art the solace, as the terror, of all flesh. Righteous and rightful, doing Brahma's will. Therefore fare forth and slay, making these end. With pangs of passion, stings of wild desires. Vain sins which kill. This shall thy virtue be. And thou shalt purify thee by thyself. Making the good wax and the evil wane. By nature of the evil's self, by wrongs. By wrath, by lust, self-love, and sinfulness. So, ever since that time, quoth Nexata, Mritu, no longer thinking to resist, works the great will of God, and slays what lives. Taking the breath of creatures at life's close. Not with her own kind hand, she doth not kill. By ills and pests and hurts which evil breeds. As many as those tender tears that rolled from forth her eyes they perish. So men call their plagues Viety, that which hunts 42 to death. Wherefore, my king said Narad, it is vain to mourn the dead. The elements divine, which enter in at birth, come forth at death. All changes, and the gods are mortal, too. But thou lament no more thy princely son. He hath attained that excellent abode, airy, invisible, which knows not time, nor chance, nor any change. Weep not for him. He sits with kings and heroes who are past into the everlasting, happy home, where no wars are, nor wounds, and good men dwell. King. This is death. This is that Mritu. Thus, when the hour is come, the creatures end, obeying the vast purposes of him who mocketh and unmacketh. Mritu takes their breath. She slays not, of themselves they die. The gentle spirit with the staff in hand 43 strikes none, but pities all. Therefore the wise, knowing that such is Brahma's will and good, never lament their dead, grieve thou no more. And when the holy Narada made end, Vyasa said, this king Akampana shed no more tears, but spake unto the saint. Lo! Now my woe is gone, my heart is healed. O wisest of all rishis, I have peace. I thank thee for the blessing of such lore. I clasp thy feet. Therewith Narada went to Nandana, leaving him comforted. Son of the Pandavas, be patient, too. Thy prince, thy gallant Abhimanyu, fell like a lord of men, and hath his meed in Swarga with the blessed. Rise thou up. Quit grief, and take thy weapons, and renew the battle with thy brothers on the plain. Whoso reads and whoso hears this fair story of old years, well and wisely gives his pains, since thereby his spirit gains piety and peace and bliss. Nay, and heavenward letteth this, and, on earth, its wisdom brings wealth and health and happy things. The Night of Slaughter. From the opening of the Saptika Parva of the Mahabharata. Vol. 2. Of the Calcutta Quarto edition. To Narayan, best of lords, be glory given. To great Saraswati, the Queen in heaven. Unto Vyasa, too, be paid his meed. So shall this story worthily proceed. Those vanquished warriors then, Sanjaya said, fled southwards and, near sunset, past the tents. Unyoked, abiding close, in fear and rage. There was a wood beyond the camp, untrod. Quiet, and in its leafy harbor lay the princes, some among them bleeding still. From spear and arrow gashes, all sore spent. Fetching faint breath, and fighting o'er again. In thought that battle. But there came a noise of Pandavas pursuing, fierce and loud. Outcries of victory, whereat these chiefs sullenly rose, and yoked their steeds again. Driving due east. And eastward still they drave. Under the dusk, till drouth and desperate toil stayed horse and man, then took they lair again. The panting horses, and the princes, wroth with chilled wounds, and the deathstroke of their king. Now were they come, my prince, Sanjaya said, unto a jungle thick with stems, whereon the tangled creepers coiled. Here entered they, watering the horses at a stream, and pushed deep in the thicket. Many a beast and bird sprang startled at their feet, the long grass stirred. With serpents creeping off, the woodland flowers shook, where the peafowls hid, and, where frogs plunged, the swarm rocked all its reeds and lotus buds. A banyan tree, with countless dropping boughs, earth-rooted, spied they, and beneath its aisles a pool, hereby they stayed, tethering their steeds. And, dipping water, made the evening prayer. But when the daymaker sank in the west, and night descended, gentle, soothing night, who comforts all, with silver splendor decked, of stars and constellations, and soft folds of tender darkness drawn. Then the wild things, which roam in darkness woke, wandering afoot. Under the gloom, horrid the forest grew, with roar and yell, around that place, where Kripa, Kritavarman, and the son of Drona lay beneath the banyan tree, full many a piteous passage instancing, in their lost battle day of dreadful blood, till sleep fell heavy on the wearied lids of Bhoja's child and Kripa. Then these lords, to princely life and silken couches used, sought on the bare earth slumber, spent and sad, as homeless outcasts lodge. But, O my king, there came no sleep to Drona's angry son, great Aswathaman. As a snake lies coiled, and hisses breathing, so his panting breath hissed rage and hatred round him, where he lay, chin uppermost, arm pillowed, with fierce eyes, roving the wood, and seeing sightlessly. Thus chanced it that his wandering glances turned into the fig tree's shadows, where there perched 1,000 crows, thick roosting, on its limbs. Some nested, some on branchlets, deep asleep. Heads under wings, all fearless, nor, O prince, had Aswathaman more than marked the birds, when fierce there fell out of the velvet night, silent and terrible, an eagle-owl, with wide, soft, deadly, dusky wings, and eyes flame-colored, and long claws, and dreadful beak, Like a winged sprite. Or great Garud himself. Offspring of Bharata. It lighted there. Upon the banyan bough, hooted, but low. The fury smothering in its throat, then fell. With murderous beak and claws upon those crows. Rending the wings from this, the legs from that. From some the heads, of some ripping the crops. Till, tens and scores, the fowl rained down to earth. Bloody and plucked, and all the ground waxed black. With piled crow carcasses. Whilst that great owl hooted for joy of vengeance, and again spread the wide, deadly, dusky wings. Up sprang the son of Drona, lo! This owl, quoth he, teacheth me wisdom, lo! One slayeth so insolent foes asleep. The Kuru lords are all too strong in arms by day to kill. They triumph, being many. Yet I swore before the king, my father, I would kill. And kill, even as a foolish fly should swear. To quench a flame. It scorched. And I shall die. If I dare open battle, but by art. Men vanquish fortune and the mightiest odds. If there be two ways to a wise man's wish. But only one way sure, he taketh that. And if it be an evil way, condemned. For Brahmins, yet the Kshatriya may do that. Which vengeance bids against his foes. Our foes. The Pandavas, are furious, treacherous, base. Halting at nothing, and how say the wise? In holy Shastras. Wounded, wearied, fed. Or fasting, sleeping, waking, setting forth. Or new arriving, slay thine enemies. And so again, at midnight, when they sleep. Dawn, when they watch noon, if their leaders fall. Eve, should they scatter all the times and hours. Are times and hours good for killing foes? So did the son of Drona steal his soul. To break upon the sleeping Panda chiefs. And slay them in the darkness. Being set on this unlordly deed, and clear in scheme. He from their slumbers roused the warriors twain. Kripa and Kritavarman. The Great Journey. From the Mahaprasthanika Parva of the Mahabharata. Volume 4. Of the Calcutta Quarto edition. To Narayan, Ired of Lords, be glory given. To sweet Sarasvati, the Queen in heaven. To great Vyasa, eke, pay reverence due. That this high story may its course pursue. Then Janmajaya prayed, O singer, say. What wrought the princes of the Pandavas? On tidings of the battle so ensued. And Krishna, gone on high. Answered the sage. On tidings of the wreck of Vrishni's race. King Yudhishthir of the Pandavas. Was minded to be done with earthly things. And to Arjuna spake, O noble prince. Time and death all. We linger, noose on neck. Till the last day tightens the line, and kills. Let us go forth to die, being yet alive. And Kunti's son, the great Arjuna, said. Let us go forth to die. Time slayeth all. We will find death, who seeketh other men. And Bhimasiriya, hearing, answered, Yea. We will find death, and Sahadev cried, Yea. And his twin brother Nakula, whereat the princes set their faces for the mount. But Yudhishthir, ere he left his realm, to seek high ending, summoned Yuyutsu, surnamed of fights, and set him over all. Regent, to rule in Parikshita's name. Nearest the throne. And Parikshita, king. He crowned, and unto old Subhadra said. This, thy son's son, shall wear the Kuru crown. And Yadu's offspring, Vajra, shall be first. In Yadu's house. Bring up the little prince. Here in our Hastinpur, but Vajra keep. At Indraprasth, and let it be thy last. Of virtuous works to guard the lads, and guide. So ordering ere he went, the righteous king. Made offering of white water, heedfully. To Vasudev, to Rama, and the rest. All funeral rites performing. Next he spread a funeral feast, whereat there sat as guests Narada, Dwapayana, Bharadwaj, and Markandeya, rich in saintly years, and Yajnavalkya, Hari, and the priests. Those holy ones he fed with dainty meats, in kingliest wise, naming the name of him who bears the bow, and, that it should be well for him and his, gave to the Brahmanas jewels of gold and silver, locks on locks, fair broidered cloths, gardens and villages, chariots and steeds and slaves. Which being done, O best of Bharat's line, he bowed him low before his guru's feet, at Kripa's feet. That sage all honored, saying, Take my prince. Teach Parikshita as thou taughtest me. For hearken, ministers and men of war. Fixed is my mind to quit all earthly state. Full sore of heart were they, and sore the folk, to hear such speech, and bitter went the word through town and country, that the king would go. And all the people cried, Stay with us, Lord. But Yudhishthira knew his time was come, knew that life passes and that virtue lasts, and put aside their love. So, with farewells, tenderly took of lieges and of lords. Girt he for travel, with his princely kin. Great Yudhishthir, Dharma's royal son. Crest, gem and belt and ornaments he stripped from off his body, and for broidered robe a rough dress donned, woven of jungle bark. And what he did, O Lord of men, so did Arjuna, Bhima, and the twin-bomb pair. Nakula with Sahadev, and she, in grace, the peerless, Draupadi. Lastly these six, thou son of Bharata, in solemn form, made the high sacrifice of Naishtiki, quenching their flames in water at the close. And so set forth, midst wailing of all folk, and tears of women, weeping most to see the princess Draupadi, that lovely prize of the great gaming, Draupadi the bright, journeying afoot. But she and all the five rejoiced, because their way lay heavenwards. 7 were they, setting forth, princess and king, the king's 4 brothers, and a faithful dog. Those left Hastinapur. But many a man, and all the palace household, followed them. The first sad stage, and, ofttimes prayed to part. Put parting off for love and pity, still sighing, a little farther, till day waned. Then one by one they turned, and Kripa said, Let all turn back, Yiyutsu. These must go. So came they homewards, but the Snake King's child, Ulupi, leapt in Gunga, losing them. And Chitrangada with his people went mournful to Munipur, whilst those 3 queens brought Parikshita, in. Thus wended they, Pandu's 5 sons and loveliest Draupadi, tasting no meat, and journeying due east. On righteousness their high hearts fed, to heaven their souls assigned, and steadfast trod their feet. By faith upborne, past Nala, Ran, and wood, river and Jeel and plain. King Yudhishthir walked foremost, Bhima followed, after him. Arjuna, and the twin-born brethren next. Nakula with Sahadev, in whose still steps, O best of Bharat's offspring, Draupadi, that gem of women, paced, with soft, dark face, beautiful, wonderful, and lustrous eyes, clear-edged like lotus petals. Last the dog, following the Pandavas. At length they reach the far Lachidian sea, which foameth white under Udayakala's ridge. Know ye that all this while Nakula had not ceased, bearing the holy bow, named Gandiva, and jeweled quiver, ever filled with shafts. though one should shoot 1,000,000 times. Here, broad across their path, the heroes see Agni, the god. As though a mighty hill took form of front and breast and limb, he spake. 7 streams of shining splendor rayed his brow. While the dread voice said, I am Agni, chiefs. O sons of Pandu, I am Agni. Hail! O long-armed Yudhishthir, blameless king. O warlike Bhima, O Arjuna, wise. O brothers twin-born from a womb divine. Hear! I am Agni, who consumed the wood. By will of Narayan for Arjuna's sake. Let this your brother give Gandiva back. The matchless bow, the use for it is o'er. That gem-ringed battle discus which he hurled cometh again to Krishna in his hand. For avatars to be. But need is none. Henceforth of this most excellent bright bow. Gandiva, which I brought for Partha's aid. From high Varuna. Let it be returned. Cast it herein. And all the princes said. Cast it, dear brother. So Arjuna threw into that sea the quiver ever filled and glittering bow. Then, led by Agni's light, unto the south they tumbled, and so southwest. And afterwards right west, until they saw Dvarka, washed and bounded by a main. Loud, thundering on its shores, and here, O best. Vanished the god. While yet those heroes walked. Now to the northwest bending, where long coasts shut in the sea of salt, now to the north. Accomplishing all quarters, journeyed they. The earth their altar of high sacrifice. Which these most patient feet did pace around. Till Meru rose. At last it rose. These 6. Their senses subjugate, their spirits pure. Wending along, came into sight, far off. In the eastern sky of awful Himavat. And, midway in the peaks of Himavat. Meru, the mountain of all mountains, rose. Whose head is heaven, and under Himavat glared a wide waste of sand, dreadful as death. Then, as they hastened o'er the deathly waste, aiming for Meru, having thoughts at soul infinite, eager, lo! Draupadi reeled with faltering heart and feet, and Bhima turned, gazing upon her. Aad that hero spake to Yudhishthir, master, brother, king. Why doth she fail? For never all her life wrought our sweet lady one thing wrong, I think. Thou knowest, make us know, why hath she failed? Then Yudhishthir answered, yea, one thing. She loved our brothers better than all else. Better than heaven, that was her tender sin. Fault of a faultless soul, she pays for that. So spake the monarch, turning not his eyes. Though Draupadi lay dead, striding straight on. For Meru, heart fall of the things of heaven. Perfect and firm. But yet a little space. And Sahdev fell down. Which Bhima seeing, cried once again, O king, great Madri's son. Stumbles and sinks. Why hath he sunk? So true. So brave and steadfast, and so free from pride. He was not free, with countenance still fixed. Quoth Yudhishthir. He was true and fast. And wise, yet wisdom made him proud, he hid. One little hurt of soul, but now it kills. So saying, he strode on, Kunti's strong son. And Bhima, and Arjuna followed him. And Nakula, and the hound. Leaving behind Sahdev in the sands. But Nakula, weakened and grieved to see Sahdev fall. His dear-loved brother lagged and stayed. And then, prone on his face he fell, that noble face, which had no match for beauty in the land. Glorious and godlike Nakula. Then sighed Bhima anew, brother and lord. The man Who never erred from virtue, never broke our fellowship, and never in the world was matched for goodly perfectness of form or gracious feature. Nakula has fallen. But Yudhishthir, holding fixed his eyes, that changeless, faithful, king, replied. Yeah, but he erred. The godlike form he wore beguiled him to believe none like to him. And he alone desirable, and things unlovely, to be slighted. Self-love slays our noble brother. Bhima, follow. Each pays what his debt was. Which Arjuna heard, weeping to see them fall. And that stout son of Pandu, that destroyer of his foes, that prince, who drove through crimson waves of war, in old days, with his milk-white chariot steeds, he, the arch-hero, sank. Beholding this, the yielding of that soul unconquerable, fearless, divine, from Sakra's self-derived, Arjuna's, Bhima cried aloud, O king! This man was surely perfect. Never once, not even in slumber, when the lips are loosed, spake he one word that was not true as truth. Ah, heart of gold! Why art thou broke? O king! Whence falleth he? And Yudhishthir said, not pausing, once he lied, a lordly lie. He bragged, our brother, that a single day should see him utterly consume, alone, all those his enemies, which could not be. Yet from a great heart sprang the unmeasured speech. Howbeit a finished hero should not shame himself in such wise, nor his enemy, if he will faultless fight and blameless die. This was Arjuna's sin. Follow thou me. So the king still went on. Put Bhima next. Fainted, and stayed upon the way, and sank. But, sinking, cried behind the steadfast prince. Ah, brother, see I die. Look upon me. Thy well-beloved. Wherefore falter I? Who strove to stand? And Yudhishthir said, more than was well the goodly things of earth pleased thee, my pleasant brother. Light the offense. Enlarge thy spirit, but the o'erfed soul plumed itself over others. Preface's son. For this thou failest, who so near didst gain. Thenceforth alone the long-armed monarch strode, not looking back, nay, not for Bhima's sake, but walking with his face set for the mount. And the hound followed him, only the hound. After the deathly sands, the mount. And, lo! Sakra shone forth, the god, filling the earth and heavens with thunder of his chariot wheels. Ascend, he said, I with me, Pritha's great son. But Yudhishthir answered, sore at heart, for those his kinsfolk, fallen on the way. O thousand-eyed, O Lord of all the gods! Give that my brothers come with me, who fell. Not without them is Swarga sweet to me. She too, the dear and kind and queenly, she, whose perfect virtue paradise must crown. Grant her to come with us. Dost thou grant this? The god replied, in heaven thou shalt see. Thy kinsman and the queen, these will attain. And Krishna, grieve no longer for thy dead. Thou chief of men I their mortal covering stripped. These have their places, but to thee the gods allot an unknown grace, thou shalt go up, living and in thy form, to the immortal homes. But the king answered, O thou wisest one, who knowst what was, and is to be. Still one more grace. This hound hath ate with me, followed me, loved me, must I leave him now? Monarch, spake Indra, I thou art now as we. Deathless, divine, thou art become a god. Glory and power and gifts celestial, and all the joys of heaven are thine for aye. What hath a beast with these? Leave here thy hound. Yet Yudhishthir answered, O Most High, O thousand-eyed and wisest! Can it be that one exalted should seem pitiless? Nay, let me lose such glory, for its sake. I cannot leave one living thing I loved. Then sternly Indra spake, he is unclean. And into Swarga such shall enter not. The Krodavasha's wrath destroys the fruits of sacrifice, if dogs defile the fire. Bethink thee, Dharmaraj. Quit now this beast. That which is seemly is not hard of heart. Still he replied, 'Tis written that to spurn a suppliant equals in offence to slay a twice born. Wherefore, not for Swarga's bliss, quit I, Mahendra, this poor clinging dog. So without any hope or friend save me. So wistful, fawning for my faithfulness. So agonized to die, unless I help. Who among men was called steadfast and just? Quoth Indra, nay, the altar flame is foul. Where a dog passeth, angry angels sweep the ascending smoke aside, and all the fruits of offering, and the merit of the prayer of him whom a hound toucheth. Leave it here. He that will enter heaven must enter pure. Why didst thou quit thy brethren on the way? And Krishna, and the dear loved Draupadi, attaining, firm and glorious, to this mount, through perfect deeds, to linger for a brute? Hath Yudhishthir vanquished self, to melt with one poor passion at the door of bliss? Stayst thou for this, who didst not stay for them? Draupadi, Bhima. But the king yet spake. 'Tis known that none can hurt or help the dead. They, the delightful ones, who sank and died, following my footsteps, could not live again. Though I had turned, therefore I did not turn. But could help profit, I had stayed to help. There be 4 sins, O Sakra, grievous sins. The first is making suppliants despair. The second is to slay a nursing wife. The third is spoiling Brahman's goods by force. The fourth is injuring an ancient friend. These 4 I deem not direr than the crime. If one, in coming forth from woe to weal, abandon any meanest comrade then. Straight as he spake, brightly great Indra smiled. Vanished the hound, and in its stead stood there the Lord of death and justice, Dharma's self. Sweet were the words which fell from those dread lips. Precious the lovely praise, O thou true king. Thou that dost bring to harvest the good seed of Pandu's righteousness, thou that hast ruth, as he before, on all which lives. O son! I tried thee in the Dwaita wood, what time they smote thy brothers, bringing water, then thou praydst for Nakula's life, tender and just. Nor Bhima's nor Arjuna's, true to both. To Madri as to Kunti, to both queens, 44. Hear thou my word. Because thou didst not mount this car divine, lest the poor hound be shent. Who look to thee, lo! There is none in heaven shall sit above thee, king. Bharata's son. Enter thou now to the eternal joys, living and in thy form, justice and love. Welcome thee, monarch. Thou shalt throne with us. Thereat those mightiest gods, in glorious train. Mahendra, Dharma, with bright retinue of Maruts, saints, Ashwin-Kumaras, gnats, spirits, and angels bore the king aloft. The thundering chariot first, and after it those airy moving presences, serene, clad in great glory, potent, wonderful. They glide at will they know and see. At wish their wills are wrought, for these are pure, passionless, hallowed, perfect, free of earth. In such celestial midst the Kuru king soared upward, and a sweet light filled the sky, and fell on earth, cast by his face and form, transfigured as he rose, and there was heard the voice of Narad, it is he who sings, sitting in heaven, the deeds that good men do. In all the quarters, Narad, chief of bards. Narad the wise. Who laudeth purity. So cried he, Thou art risen, Kuru king. Whose greatness is above all royal saints. Hail, son of Pandu. Like to thee is none. Now or before among the sons of men. Whose fame hath filled the three wide worlds, who corns. Bearing thy mortal body, which doth shine. With radiance as a god's. The glad king heard. Narad's loud praise, he saw the immortal gods. Dharina, Mahendra and dead chiefs and saints. Known upon earth, in blessed heaven he saw. But only those. I do desire, he said. That region, be it of the blessed as this. Or of the sorrowful some otherwhere. Where my Tkar brothers are, and Drupadi. I cannot stay elsewhere. I see them not. Then answer made Purandara, the god. O thou compassionate and noblest one! Rest in the pleasures which thy deeds have gained. How, being as are the gods, canst thou live bound by mortal chains? Thou art become of us, who live above hatred and love, in bliss. Pinnacled, safe, supreme. Son of thy race. Thy brothers cannot reach where thou hast climbed. Most glorious Lord of men, let not thy peace be touched by stir of earth. Look! This is heaven. See where the saints sit, and the happy souls. Siddhas and angels, and the gods who live. Forever and forever. King of gods. Spake Vidisthara, but I will not live a little space without those souls I loved. O slayer of the demons! Let me go. Where Bhima and my brothers are, and she. My Drupadi, the princess with the face. Softer and darker than the vrihat leaf. And soul as sweet as are its odors. Lo! Where they have gone, there will I surely go. 45. The entry into heaven. 2. From the Sanskrit of the Swargarohana Parva. Of the Mahabharata, Vol. 4. Of THF Calcutta Quarto. Edition. To Narayan, Lord of Lords, be glory given. To Queen Sarasvati be praise in heaven. Unto Vyasa pay the reverence due. So may this story its high course pursue. Then Janmejaya said, I am fain to learn how it befell with my great forefathers. The Pandu chiefs and Dhritarashtra's sons. Being to heaven ascended. If thou knowst. And thou knowst all, whom wise Vyasa taught. Fell me, how fared with those mighty souls? Answerk the sage, hear of thy forefathers. Great Yudhishthir and the Pandu lords. How it befell. When thus the blameless king was as entered into heaven, there he beheld Duryodhana, his foe, throned as a god. Amid the gods, splendidly sat that prince. Peaceful and proud, the radiance of his brows. Far shining like the sun's. And round him thronged spirits of light, with sadhyas, companies. Goodly to see. But when the king beheld Duryodhana in bliss, and not his own. Not Drupadi, nor Bhima, nor the rest. With quick averted face and angry eyes. The monarch spake, keep heaven for such as these. If these come here, I do not wish to dwell where he is, whom I hated rightfully. Being a covetous and witless prince. Whose deed it was that in wild fields of war. Brothers and friends by mutual slaughter fell. While our swords smote, sharpened so wrathfully. By all those wrongs born wandering in the woods. But Drupadi's the deepest wrong. For he who sits there, hailed her before the court. Seizing that sweet and virtuous lady, he with grievous hand wound in her tresses. Gods! I cannot look upon him. Sith 'tis so. Where are my brothers? Thither will I go. Smiling, bright Narada the saint replied. Speak thou not rashly. Say not this, O king. Those who come here lay enmities aside. O Yudhishthir, long-armed monarch, hear. Duryodhana is cleansed of sin. He sits worshipful as the saints, worshipped by saints. And kings who lived and died in virtue's path, attaining to the joys which heroes gain, who yield their breath in battle. Even so, he that did wrong thee, knowing not thy worth, hath won before thee hither, raised to bliss. For lordliness, and valor free of fear. Ah, well-beloved son! Ponder thou not the memory of that gaming, nor the griefs of the Upadi, nor any vanished hurt, wrought in the passing shows of life by craft, or wasteful war, thrown happy at the side of this thy happy foeman, wiser now. For here is paradise, thou chief of men, and in its holy air hatreds are dead. Thus by the saint addressed, the Kuru king answered uncomforted, Duryodhana. If he attains, attains. Yet not the less. Evil he lived and ill he died, a heart impious and harmful, bringing woes to all, to friends and foes. His was the crime which cost our land its warriors, horses, elephants. His the black sin that set us in the field, burning for rightful vengeance. Ye are gods, and just, and ye have granted heaven to him. Show me the regions, therefore, where they dwell. My brothers, those, the noble-souled, the loyal, who kept the sacred laws, who swerved no step from virtue's path, who spake the truth, and lived foremost of warriors. Where is Kunti's son, the hero-hearted Karna? Where are gone Satyaki, Drishtadyumna, with their sons? And where those famous chiefs who fought for me, dying a splendid death? I see them not. O Narada, I see them not. No king Draupada, no Virata, no glad face of Drishtaketu, no Shikandina, prince of Panchala, nor his princely boys, nor Abhimanyu the unconquerable, president gods of heaven. I see not here Radha's bright son, nor Udamenyu, nor Udamanjaso, his brother dear. Where are those noble Maharashtra lords, Rajas and Rajputs, slain for love of us? Dwell they in glory elsewhere, not yet seen? If they be here, high gods, and those with them, for whose sweet sakes I lived, here will I live, meek-hearted. But if such be not adjudged worthy, I am not worthy, nor my soul willing to rest without them. Ah, I burn now, in glad heaven, with grief, bethinking me of those my mother's words, what time I poured death water for my dead at Kurukshetra, pour for Prince Karna, son. But I wist not his feet were as my mother's feet, his blood her blood, my blood. O gods! I did not know, albeit Sakra's self had failed to break the battle, where he stood. I crave to see Surya's child, that glorious chief who fell by Saryasachi's hand, unknown of me. And Bhima. Ah, my Bhima! Dearer far than life to me, Arjuna, like a god. Nakula and Sahdev, twin lords of war. With tenderest Draupadi. Show me those souls. I cannot tarry where I have them not. Bliss is not blissful, just and mighty ones, save if I rest beside them. Heaven is there, where love and faith make heaven. Let me go. An answer made the hearkening heavenly ones. Go, if it seemeth good to thee, dear son. The King of gods commands we do thy will. So saying, the sage went on, Dharma's own voice gave ordinance, and from the shining bands a golden deva glided, taking hest. to guide the king there where his kinsmen were. So wended these, the holy angel first. And in his steps the king, close following. Together passed they through the gates of pearl. Together heard them close. Then to the left. Descending, by a path evil and dark. Hard to be traversed, rugged, entered they. The sinner's road. The tread of sinful feet. Matted the thick thorns carpeting its slope. The smell of sin hung foul on them. The mire. About their roots was trampled filth of flesh. Horrid with rottenness, and splashed with gore. Curdling in crimson puddles, where there buzzed. And sucked, and settled, creatures of the swamp. Hideous in wing and sting, gnat clouds and flies. With moths, toads, newts, and snakes red gullet. And livid, loathsome worms, writhing in slime. Forth from skull-holes and scalps and tumbled bones. A burning forest shut the roadside in. On either hand, and mid its crackling boughs, perched ghastly birds, or flapped amidst the flames. Vultures and kites and crows, with brazen plumes. And beaks of iron. And these grisly fowl screamed to the shrieks of prets, lean, famished ghosts. Featureless, eyeless, having pinpoint mouths. Hungering, but hard to fill, all swooping down. To gorge upon the meat of wicked ones. Whereof the limbs dispart, trunks and heads. Offal and marrow, littered all the way. By such a path the king passed, sore afeared. If he had known of fear, for the air stank. With carrion stench, sickly to breathe, and lo. Presently, thwart the pathway foamed a flood. Of boiling waves, rolling down corpses. This. They passed, and then the accipitre wood. Spread black in sight, whereof the undergrowth. Was sword blades, every blade spitting some wretch. All around poison trees. And next to this. Strewn deep with fiery sands, an awful waste. Wherethrough the wicked toiled with blistering feet. Midst rocks of brass, red hot, which scorched, and pools. Of bubbling pitch that gulfed them. Last the gorge. Of Catashalamali, frightful gate. Of utmost hell, with utmost horrors filled. Deadly and nameless were the plagues seen there. Which when the monarch reached, nigh overborne. By terrors and the reek of tortured flesh. Unto the angel spake he, whither goes this hateful road, and where be they I seek? Yet find not. Answer made the heavenly one. Hither, great king, it was commanded me. To bring thy steps. If thou beest overborne. It is commanded that I lead thee back. To where the gods wait. Wilt thou turn and mount? Then, O thou son of Bharat. Yudhisthira. Turned heavenward his face, so was he moved. With horror and the hanging stench, and spent. By toil of that black travel. Put his feet. Scarce one stride measured, when about the place. Pitiful accents rang, alas, sweet king. Ah, saintly lord. Ah, thou that hast attained. Place with the blessed, Pandu's offspring. Pause. A little while for love of us who cry. Naught can harm thee in all this baneful place. But at thy coming there, gone blow a breeze. Balmy and soothing, bringing us relief. O Pretha's son, mightiest of men. We breathe. Glad breath again to see thee, we have peace. One moment in our agonies. Stay here. One moment more, Bharata's child. Go not. Thou glory of the Kurus. Being here. Hell softens and our bitter pains relax. These pleadings, wailing all around the place. Heard the king Yudhishthir, words of woe. Humble and eager. And compassion seized. His lordly mind. Poor souls unknown. He sighed. And hellwards turned anew, for what those were. Whence such beseeching voices, and of whom? That son of Pandu wist not, only wist that all the noxious murk was filled with forms shadowy, in anguish, crying grace of him. Wherefore he called aloud, Who speaks with me? What do ye hear, and what things suffer ye? Then from the black depth piteously there came answers of whispered suffering, Karna I. O king, and yet another, O my liege. Thy Bhima speaks. And then a voice again. I am Arjuna, brother, and again. Nakula is here, and Sahdev, and last. A moan of music from the darkness side. Draupadi cries to thee. Thereat broke forth the monarch spirit, knowing so the sound of each familiar voice. What doom is this? What have my well-beloved wrought to earn? Death with the damned, or life loathlier than death? In Narak's midst hath Karna erred so deep? Bhima, Arjuna, or the glorious twins? Or she, the slender-waisted, sweetest, best? My princess, that Duryodhana should sit peaceful in paradise with all his crew, throned by Mahendra and the shining gods. How should these fail of bliss, and he attain? What were their sins to his, their splendid faults? For if they slipped, it was in virtue's way, serving good laws, performing holy rites, boundless in gifts and faithful to the death. These be their well-known voices. Are ye here? Souls I loved best. Dream I, belike, asleep? Or rave I, maddened with accursed sights? And death reeks of this hellish air. Thereat, for pity and for pain the king waxed wroth. That soul fear could not shake, nor trials tire. Burned terrible with tenderness, the while his eyes searched all the gloom, his planted feet stood fast in the mid-horrors. Well nigh, then, he cursed the gods. Well nigh that steadfast mind broke from its faith in virtue. But he stayed. Indignant passion, softly speaking this unto the angel, Go to those thou servest. Tell them I come not thither. Say I stand here in the throat of hell, and here will bide. Nay, if I perish, while my well-beloved win ease and peace by any pains of mine. Whereupon, not replied the Shining One, but straight repaired into the upper light, where Sakra sat above the gods, and spake before the gods the message of the king. Afterwards, what befell? The prince inquired. Afterwards, princely one replied the sage. At hearing and at knowing that high deed, great Yudhishthir braving hell for love, the presences of paradise uprose, each splendor in his place. God Sakra chief. Together rose they and together stepped down from their thrones, treading the nether road, where Yudhishthir tarried. Sakra led the shining van, and Dharma, lord of laws, paced glorious next. O son of Bharata! While that celestial company came down, pure as the white stars sweeping through the sky, and brighter than their brilliance, look, hell's shades melted before them, warm gleams drowned the gloom. Soft, lovely scenes rolled over the ill sights. Peace calmed the cries of torment, in its bed. The boiling river shrank, quiet and clear. The Acipitra Vanna, awful wood, blossomed with colors, all those cruel blades, and dreadful rocks, and piteous scattered wreck of writhing bodies, where the king had passed, vanished as dreams fade. Cool and fragrant went a wind before their faces, as these gods drew radiant to the presence of the king. Maruts, and Vasus 8, who shine and serve round Lundra, Rudras, Ashwins, and those 6 immortal lords of light beyond our light. Adiphiers, Sadyas, Siddhas, these were there, with angels, saints, and habitants of heaven, smiling resplendent round the steadfast prince. Then spake the god of gods these gracious words. To Yudhishthir, standing in that place. King Yudhishthir. O thou long-armed lord! This is enough. All heaven is glad of thee. It is enough. Come, thou most blessed one. Unto thy peace, well gained. Lay here aside thy loving wrath, and hear the speech of heaven. It is appointed that all kings see hell. The reckonings for the life of men are twain. Of each man's righteous deeds a tally true. A tally true of each man's evil deeds. Who hath wrought little right, to him is paid a little bliss in Swarga, then the woe which purges. Who much right hath wrought, from him the little ill by lighter pains is cleansed. And then the joys. Sweet is peace after pain. And bitter pain which follows peace, yet they who sorely sin taste of the heaven they miss. And they that suffer quit their debt at last. Lo! We have loved thee, laying hard on thee grievous assaults of soul, and this black road. Bethink thee, by a semblance once, dear son. Drona thou didst beguile, and once, dear son. Semblance of hell hath so thy sin assoiled. Which passeth with these shadows. Even thus. Thy Bhima came a little space t account. Draupadi, Krishna, all whom thou didst love. Never again to lose. Come, first of men. These be delivered and their quittance made. Also the princes, son of Bharata, who fell beside thee fighting, have attained. Come thou to see. Karna, whom thou didst mourn. That mightiest archer, master in all wars. He hath attained, shining as doth the sun. Come thou and see. Grieve no more, king of men. Whose love holp them and thee, and hath its meed. Rajas and Maharajas, warriors, aids. All thine are thine forever. Krishna waits to greet thee coming, companied by gods. Seated in heaven, from toils and sorrows saved. Son! There is golden fruit of noble deeds. Of prayer, alms, sacrifice. The most just gods. Keep thee thy place above the highest saints. Where thou shalt sit, divine, compassed about. With royal souls in bliss, as Hari sits. Seeing Mandata crowned, and Bhagirath. Dashyanti, Bharata, with all thy line. Now therefore wash thee in this holy stream. Gunga's pure fount, whereof the bright waves bless all the three worlds. It will so change thy flesh. To likeness of th immortal, thou shalt leave passions and aches and tears behind thee there. And when the awful Sakra thus had said, lo Dharma spake, th embodied Lord of Right. Bo! Bo! I am well pleased. Hail to thee, chief! Worthy, and wise, and firm. Thy faith is full. Thy virtue, and thy patience, and thy truth. And thy self-mastery. Thrice I put thee, king, unto the trial, in the Dwaita wood. The day of tempting, then thou stoodest fast. Next on thy brethren's death and Draupadi's. When, as a dog, I followed thee, and found thy sprit constant to the meanest friend. Here was the third and sorest touchstone, son. That thou shouldst hear thy brothers cry in hell. And yet abide to help them. Preface child. We love thee. Thou art fortunate and pure. Past trials now. Thou art approved, and they thou lovest have tasted hell only a space. Not meriting to suffer more than when an evil dream doth come, and Indra's beam ends it with radiance, as this vision ends. It is appointed that all flesh see death. And therefore thou hast borne the passing pangs. Briefest for thee, and brief for those of thine. Bhima the faithful, and the valiant twins. Nakula and Sahdev, and those great hearts. Karna, Arjuna. with thy princess dear. Draupadi. Come, thou best beloved son. Blessed of all thy line. Bathe in this stream. It is great Gunga, flowing through 3 worlds. Thus high accosted, the rejoicing king. Thy ancestor, O liege, proceeded straight unto that river's brink which floweth pure through the 3 worlds, mighty, and sweet, and praised. There, being bathed, the body of the king put off its mortal, coming up arrayed in grace celestial, washed from soils of sin, from passion, pain, and change. So, hand in hand with brother gods, glorious went Yudhisthira, lauded by lovely minstrelsy, and songs of unknown music, where those heroes stood, the princes of the Pandavas, his kin, and lotus-eyed and loveliest Draupadi, waiting to greet him, gladdening and glad.